Chapter 40. A loud noise came from Area 38 at the back of the commercial spaceship Ancient Clock. After a while, the ashen-faced Sulu finally crawled out of the pile of metal components and electrical circuit boards. The youth stupidly stepped on a piece of the mecha's front armor and stood there in a daze for a long time. Only then did he remember to use his hands to feel around his body. After confirming that he had not been hit by the heavy mecha fragments and that there were no serious wounds on his body other than some scratches, he finally let out a sigh of relief. In an extremely ancient chronology, 60 years seemed to be a very important period of time. It was called 30 years and represented an extremely long period of time. This worn-out M02 mecha had been in this junkyard for an unknown period of time, but it had been at least 60 years since it left the factory. The damage it had suffered back then and the natural aging of the metal components had made it easy for it to fall apart. It disintegrated in an instant, but it did not turn into a two-story building debris and bury Sulu in it. Suli's face was a little pale. His hands and legs were somewhat uncoordinated as he crawled over the high and low metal components on the ground. The first thing he did was to pull out the charging plug from the wall's current output port. He then walked around the wall in a circle before he finally reached Little Watermelon. He did not even dare to look at the ground. Little Watermelon was also scared out of her wits. Her eyes were wide open as she looked at the empty space. It was as if the mecha that had suddenly collapsed in front of her was still there. Her mouth was wide open and her expression was extremely cute. That dirty doll also fell from her hands onto the floor. Sulu hugged the little girl in his arms and comforted her. Only then did he manage to coax her back to her senses. Sulu turned around and looked at the mecha fragments on the ground. There were actually quite a few sharp metal sections. His heart was still beating fast as he said in a hoarse voice, "Damn it, this is too weak." A mecha whose main components were all made up of anti-fatigue alloys. Although it had survived for 60 years and suffered fatal damage, it should not have been so weak. Suli's complaints were clearly not in the right place. Up until now, he still did not know that it was his method of operating his mecha that had caused this dangerous outcome. That strange tremor that had originated from his waist and spread to his limbs had been magnified by sensors to the transmission system of the mecha, and then magnified accordingly, causing the old mecha to be unable to withstand such strong vibrations. Moreover, the young man's repair work over the past few days had damaged the connection strength of the mecha's body a second time, resulting in the shocking scene of the mecha disintegrating in one step earlier. Putting aside the real reason for the mecha's disintegration, when Little Watermelon heard Suli's strange words, she felt that it was very fresh and very amusing. She giggled, and there was no longer any trace of fear on the little girl's face. Sulu scratched his head and smiled bitterly. He carried the small watermelon and walked towards the air conditioning channel outside the cabin. Although he did not know that the people on the spaceship had decided to search the lower level, he knew that the loud noise from before would definitely alert many people to come and investigate. Crawling through the stuffy darkness of the slender channel, Suli's hand would occasionally nudge the small watermelon's delicate white shoes. His mood was unusually relaxed, without a trace of regret. That M02 he had repaired with his own hands had only taken the first historic step before disintegrating. He might never be able to enter that abandoned storage pod again, but he had finally gotten close to a mecha for the first time, and had even repaired a mecha with his own hands, even if it had not been a success. The youth had no plans to become a mecha warrior. To him, this old and broken mecha was just an unusually rare experimental material. Thus, he could only sigh, admitting that it was indeed very foolish of him to dream of repairing an intricate mecha in such a simple and crude environment, using those scraped-together materials from all over the place. These past 4 years, Feng Yu's teachings by example had always played a role in areas that Sulu was well aware of. Mecha mechanics had always been dismissive of the mecha worshipped by little boys. They believed that in modern warfare, mecha were such high-energy and low-energy close combat weapons, and were really useless. Just a random group of cannons would be enough to burn these expensive diamonds into black charcoal. Other than those large-scale leaping special forces operations, mecha were just decorations. Although in these past few years, Sulu had never admitted this in front of Uncle Feng, he had subconsciously accepted this concept. Except, mecha were really cool. Half a minute after the ceiling panel on the ceiling had been replaced, a flurry of noisy and frantic footsteps arrived at Area 38 behind the spaceship. The sound of cabin doors opening rang out one after another. Finally, the storage compartment that stored the old mecha and even more abandoned metal parts was opened. More than 10 young men wearing light brown officer uniforms hurried in. With one glance, they discovered that the loud noise had come from here, and also discovered the strangeness of this room. The gloomy-faced captain and his personal secretary parted the crowd and walked in. The captain walked to the mecha fragments strewn all over the floor, and with his hands behind his back, swept a few glances over them. Then he walked to the other side of the crowd, bent down with some difficulty, and picked up the dirty doll on the floor. Miss was here just now. The captain's expression was even more gloomy than before. The secretary glanced at him and lowered his head. He did not blame his superior at this inappropriate time, nor did he pay attention to the abnormal current output alarm of the central control computer just now. The plump captain walked around the mecha fragments with his fat body, picking up a metal plate or a circuit board that was still smoking from time to time. His expression grew heavier and heavier, and without turning his head, he ordered, "The search direction is on the next floor. Focus on Area 33 to Area 42. Pull up all the videos from the past few days, see which areas the pipes here lead to, and find the most suspicious ones." The captain looked up at the entrances of the pipes not far away, his brows furrowed tightly, and said, "Separate the stun batons and guns, and use the fastest time to find the miss." The officers in brown uniforms were all exchange students from the Westwoods Military Academy. To be able to represent the first-rate Westwoods Military Academy on a visit to Donglin, they were naturally the best of the best in the academy, and were also the focus of the 4th Military Region's training. After hearing this, they very sensitively sensed the strangeness. Just looking for a 6-year-old girl, did they need to take the risk of equipping the ship with guns? But none of them dared to have the slightest doubt about the captain's orders. They just suppressed their excitement and uneasiness, looked at each other, and walked out of the cabin door to begin preparing for the search. "Why do you need guns?" The secretary walked to the captain's side and asked in a low voice. He knew that the captain must have discovered something very important, otherwise he would not be so nervous. The captain's gaze lowered, staring at the mecha fragments and some strange components on the floor, and said, "This broken mecha has been here for so many years I've forgotten. That person actually tried to repair it. Mineral star walking car, self-propelled cannon, and even a fucking self-propelled sweeper." The captain's tone was full of anger and mockery, but more than that, it was a feeling of absurdity. He actually wanted to use these things to repair a mecha? If this person dares to have such an idea, then he is either a genius or a madman. Maybe that person is a madman deep down, but this mecha clearly moved and then fell apart. Although he failed, you have to admit that he is a genius. The captain's eyes stared at the secretary like an eagle. "A crazy genius is kidnapping our miss right now. Not to mention guns. Even if you want me to connect to the central computer of the Bureau of Proclamation right now, I am willing. Although the juniors in the military academy grew up eating shit, I still trust their abilities. I don't think they are stupid enough to shoot around without looking at the environment." The captain's eyes gradually became anxious. "I'm just thinking, who is the person who can kidnap the miss right under our noses? Is it a spy from the Empire, or someone from the anti-government army? The anti-government army has been disbanded for many years. They have been non-violent and non-cooperative all these years, so it shouldn't be them." The secretary was worried but still eliminated the target. The captain said sternly, "Have you been brainwashed by those people? How could someone from the Empire get on our Westwood ship? How would those refugees from Bermuda dare to enter the territory of the Federation? Other than the anti-government army, who else would keep provoking the relationship between the 4th Military Region and the Federation?" It turned out that the fat captain's worrisome judgment was a misunderstanding or a mistake. A person's vision always had blind spots, and a search job would also have blind spots. That was why the people on the ancient clock couldn't find the little girl for so many days. Once they readjusted the correct direction with the help of the powerful computer, it only took the staff 3 minutes to find the suspicious point in the video. A picture taken through the surveillance camera was enlarged and sent to the captain. In the picture, a little girl in white pajamas was standing quietly beside a young man, quietly looking at the beautiful scenery of the stars outside the large porthole. This was the day before we left the Eastwoods region, and also the day the miss went missing. The captain's expression eased a little because in the video, the staff did not find any trace of the miss being held hostage. Find this young man, find the miss. Soon all kinds of information were sent back. Once the target was confirmed, the ancient clock, which had a strong military background in the Westwoods, responded quickly. It really had the style of a field army. At that time, Sulu and little Watermelon had just taken a shower in the room. He was wrapping the little girl's shaking head with a snow-white towel and preparing to dry her hair. Suddenly, he found that the door of the room was silently opened. More than a dozen black and extremely cold muzzles were pointed at his head. Chapter 41. As the 4th Military Region Special Mecha Team was all injured, the soldiers in charge of the search on the ancient bell were all from the Westwoods Military Academy. These young officers under the age of 20 were the cream of the crop. Every one of them had excellent abilities and results, which was why they were arranged to visit the Eastwoods region. Today, every one of them had the ability to enter the 4th Military Region's Elite Special Forces Brigade. In the future, they were destined to bathe in the flames of war on the border between the Federation and the Empire. They would continue to advance. The environment around them and the process of their growth gave them a sense of pride in their bones. However, in these few days they couldn't find the young miss. The severe sense of failure made them feel extremely depressed, and their pride turned into irritation. Among these Westwoods Military Academy officers, Zhou Jin was recognized as the leader. This was because he was the strongest individual and had the strongest leadership skills. This included this moment, where he was the one who planned the surprise attack to rescue the young miss. Zhou Jin was 20 years old this year. He was handsome and his youthful face carried a strong military aura. He looked at the young man under his gun and frowned slightly. The other party shouldn't be a professional. Otherwise, it was impossible that he didn't notice the surprise attack. But why was this person still so calm under so many guns? Was it this young man who kidnapped the young miss and hid her for so many days under his search? A trace of doubt flashed through Zhou Jin's heart, but he didn't hesitate to grab the young miss in the other party's arms. With a crisp slap, Zhou Jin's heart sank. He felt a sharp pain in his wrist and his hand grabbed nothing. He frowned again, thinking that this person's grappling technique was very strange. He couldn't see how the other party stretched out his hand. Sulu sat on the edge of the bed and raised his arm to block the soldier's outstretched hand. With his right hand, he shielded little watermelon behind him. He stared at the other party warily and asked, "Who are you?" Su Li's calmness surprised Zhou Jin, because not everyone could remain calm while being aimed at by so many guns. That was because this military academy student did not know that just over a month ago, Sulu had already experienced such a situation. Moreover, in order to protect the little girl beside him, he had to remain calm. One of his hands held little watermelon behind him, protecting her tightly. His fingers clamped a corner of the snow-white towel, so that the towel was still placed on little watermelon's head, so that she wouldn't be scared when she saw the cold muzzles. Sulu raised a question but no one answered it. Because in the eyes of this group of proud officers, this young man was a criminal who had kidnapped the young miss. He was the target of their incomparable hatred. Who would chat with a criminal? Moreover, the young miss was still in his hands. A burly officer rushed forward and struck Sulu hard in the neck with his elbow. For the sake of the young miss's safety, of course they did not dare to shoot recklessly in such a small space. The safest choice was to knock the criminal out or knock him down at the first moment. Seeing this powerful elbow strike the target's neck directly, the officers from the Westwoods Military Academy simultaneously breathed a sigh of relief in their hearts. Even the always cautious Zhou Jin's expression relaxed slightly. He lowered his gun slightly and took a step forward, preparing to cut off the young miss from the criminal before he fell to the ground. In the eyes of these proud Westwoods people, anyone who took a direct hit from Wang Meng's elbow on the back of the head could only end up fainting and falling to the ground. However, what none of them expected was that Zhou Jin's hand missed again. The young criminal did not fall, but instead shrunk back and protected the little girl, who was still covered in the white towel, to the furthest corner of the room beside the window. Zhou Jin's eyes narrowed. Sulu cautiously put down his palms that were on the side of his neck. The edges of his palms were slightly red. Just a moment ago, facing the whistling elbow, he subconsciously moved according to the set of movements that the uncle had taught him. His body's natural reaction allowed his palms to enter the area faster than the opponent, and the palm that passed through his armpit cleverly neutralized the huge force. However, the current situation did not change at all. With so many guns aimed at him, Sulu did not dare to make any sudden movements, nor did he dare to try to break out of the encirclement. He could only carefully protect little watermelon behind him. He felt that this situation was a little strange and tried to explain something. If the other party was really one of those bad guys little watermelon had described, then what to do was something that needed to be considered later. However, the officers from the Westwoods Military Academy who were already in a frenzy, did not give Sulu any chance to explain. In the shortest amount of time possible, they confirmed that Sulu did not carry any weapons. Following Zhou Jin's dark and angry voice, 4 military academy students pounced at the same time. Under the suppression of the guns, Sulu was knocked to the ground. Earlier, he had clearly heard the words of the soldier who seemed to be the leader, and did not dare to take the risk. Countless fists landed on his body at the same time. The immense pain made his body curl up. Little Watermelon, who was covered in a white towel, was also snatched away by the other military academy students at the first instance and distanced herself from him. Right at this moment, a cold voice came from outside the room. Beat him up for interrogation first. Beat him until even his mother can't recognize him. The fat captain walked in with a gloomy expression. Seeing the figure of the little girl safely protected by the military academy students, he breathed a sigh of relief. He anxiously went to the little girl's side to confirm that she had not suffered any injuries. "Don't hit Big Brother." Little Watermelon's shrill voice rang out through the white towel. Her crisp childish voice was particularly piercing due to her anger. She immediately lifted the white towel on her head and glared angrily at the soldiers who had pinned Sulu to the floor. The room suddenly became quiet. The white towel was flipped up in the air, revealing the little girl's tender face and her swaying black hair. "Miss..." The fat captain picked up the little girl and prepared to take her away from this place, lest the little girl's clean eyes be sullied by the interrogation later. He did not expect that after the little Watermelon was held in his arms, she would suddenly struggle. She screamed and scratched everywhere with her 2 hands. She was as violent as a little tiger. She scratched the fat captain's face until there were streaks of blood. She screamed out loud, "Let go of Big Brother." "Name." After a slight hesitation, Sulu, who was sitting by the bed, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and replied, "Sulu." "Place of origin?" "Work." "You're actually a retired soldier." The fat captain raised his wrist and waited for the contents of the information confirmation. He looked up, looked at Sulu and said, "According to the Federation's regulations on spaceship management, I have the right to exercise limited law enforcement authority on this spaceship. I will arrest you for kidnapping a child." The crime of kidnapping a child was a felony in the Federation. It was punishable by more than 7 years of imprisonment, up to the death penalty. Sulu licked the crack on his lips, looked up and stared at the fat captain. Looking at the blood on his face, he said mockingly, "I want to see your work permit. I also want to see the management power of the little Watermelon." Zhong Huoyin's parents. "I'm a retired soldier. I don't have any law enforcement authority, but I have reason to suspect that you tried to kidnap a girl. Unless you kill me, I will report you to the police after we get off the ship." The captain looked at Sulu as if he was looking at a monster. After a long silence, he suddenly laughed. "Are you joking?" "I'm not joking. If you can't produce her family's management power of attorney, I have the right to suspect you." Sulu felt a little sweetness on his tongue. Only then did he realize how ruthless the soldiers were. "Okay, I can give you all of this, but how do you explain your behavior for so many days? Even if you accidentally ran into the little miss, don't you know that this kind of thing should be left to the staff to deal with, and not you hiding her yourself?" The fat captain interlaced his fingers and said slowly. In fact, while his heart was relaxed, he also felt that this matter was too absurd. After the little Watermelon's desperate resistance, the people in the field finally understood what happened after the little miss disappeared. The people in the Westwoods naturally understood that the young man, who they initially regarded as a spy against the government or a criminal who kidnapped a child, was actually just a pitiful person who had suffered an undeserved disaster. For some unspeakable reason, the captain did not intend to let Sulu go just like that. He still looked at the young man coldly and kept putting pressure on him. However, Sulu did not seem to feel the pressure and said calmly, "The little miss said that there are bad people in her family who want to take her away from her hometown and never let her see her parents again." At this time, the management power of attorney was finally faxed to the ancient bell from the distant West Woods. At the same time, the spaceship also confirmed the identity of the chip behind Sulu's neck. The captain handed 2 pieces of paper to Sulu and said mockingly, "You're not young anymore. How can you be so naive to believe the words of a little girl who ran away from home?" Sulu flipped a few pages and thought of the suspicious points that the little Watermelon showed during this period. He knew that the fat captain was not lying. The little Watermelon's family did want to send her to school in the capital ring, and the little Watermelon might have misunderstood something. After hearing the captain's mocking words, Sulu did not raise his head and said directly, "Why can't I believe her? I've always been willing to believe in people and help them, even if she's only 6 years old." "So you're a hothead with a strong sense of justice." The captain was slightly stunned and stood up to mock him. Sulu raised his head, stared at his face and said seriously, "Isn't it better to have a strong sense of justice? Even if it's overflowing, isn't it a good thing?" The captain was speechless and looked seriously at Sulu's sincere and honest face. It seemed that he wanted to distinguish whether such a person really existed in this world. After the captain left, the room became quiet again. Su Lu, who was under house arrest in the room, looked at the gun barrel on his forehead and said to the young soldiers, "Can you put away the gun? I'm not a criminal and I hate having a gun pointed at my head the most." A trace of disdain flashed across the faces of the officers. These people originally wanted to make him suffer a little. At this time, when they heard Su Li's words, they used their ice-cold gun barrels to poke his temples. Su Lu felt a burst of pain, and he couldn't help but raise his head to look at the other party. Chapter 42. The flight of the spaceship was basically automatically handled by the central control computer, unless there was a dangerous space jump. Under normal circumstances, the commercial captain or the battleship captain was the most idle person in the entire spaceship. The fat captain took the coffee handed by the secretary, leaned against a hatch in Area 38 and took a sip. His face showed an expression of endless satisfaction. One of the things he appreciated most about his secretary was that no matter when and where, the other party could accurately hand over a cup of coffee, regardless of the temperature. He finally found the young lady safe and healthy. It's just that her temper seems to have become a little worse, but so what? The fat captain touched the bloodstains on his face and smiled bitterly. With the coffee in his hand, the weight in his heart was lifted. After so many days of suffering, how could he be dissatisfied? Unfortunately, Area 38 was a clean area, and the smell in the air was not very clean. The fat captain sniffed and scolded in a low voice, "The Department of Defense is too stingy. Although he is a retired soldier, why did they give him money to live here?" When the young man was mentioned, the secretary smiled gently and reminded softly, "The identity of the young man has been confirmed. He has just retired from the Donglin area and has no chance to contact any anti-government parties. And this young man has no criminal record. His file is very clean. Maybe this is really a misunderstanding." The fat captain took a sip of coffee and glanced back at the hatch not far away. He wondered what happened to the young man inside. He smiled and said, "Of course I know this is a misunderstanding. Although the young lady is young, she will not be easily deceived. If she didn't believe that the kid was really a silly young man of justice, do you think he would still be alive at this time? Then why did they still lock him in the room? And let those military school officers guard him?" The secretary pushed his glasses and a trace of worry flashed in his eyes. On the way back to the young lady's room, he carefully inquired about the young man, and he admired the young man's performance these days. Are they really going to send him to the police station on the charge of kidnapping a child? When did you start wearing gold-rimmed glasses? The captain stared at him and said with a smile, "Don't worry, I don't have that kind of free time." The fat fingers gently tapped on the cabin wall, the captain's eyes narrowed and he said word by word, "I still think this young man is a bit strange. Do you remember the parts on the floor in Area 42? This is not a skill that a retired soldier can master." The secretary subconsciously spoke for Su Lu, "Didn't you fail? Besides, everyone may have their own secrets. I don't want to know that young man's secret, but I admire him." The fat captain raised the coffee cup in his hand and said with a smile, "Good moral character is often only an adjective suitable for children, but I suddenly found that this kid is also worthy of these 4 words. Let me ask you, if you were in his position and suddenly met a little girl who asked you for help, what would you do?" The secretary pushed up his glasses again. After thinking seriously for a long time, he said, "He should contact the staff of the spaceship." But he didn't. He believed Mississippi. That may be said to be a merit because he is kind, but on the other hand he is not very trusting of other people, especially grown-ups. The captain emphasized, "Except himself." That's why he was willing to risk the unknown and accompany young Miss for so many days. Moreover, he had been protecting young Miss behind him the entire time. What are you trying to say? The secretary found that he could not keep up with the captain's thoughts. I value this young man very much. I can tell you one thing. An hour ago, after the commander learned about this young man, he was also very interested in him. You can use the word value. The captain said with a smile, capable, moral, and responsible. There are not many young people with these 3 qualities. You mean, the military region is going to recruit him? Not to that extent. I'm just observing. After all, young Miss likes this young man very much. The captain shrugged, and the fat on his body made his uniform shake. But I'm really curious. Are the officials of the Department of Defense's recruit office and the assessment department all blind? A soldier with such potential was actually sent to the underground of the Donglin district to build a pit. And after 2 years they let him go home. Damn it, no wonder the quality of the recruits filling the front line is getting lower and lower. If the war from more than 10 years ago happened again, how many people do you think would have died? Then I don't understand. The secretary continued to express his doubts honestly. His identity has been confirmed and he is harmless. In the future we still have to observe and establish contact. Then why keep him locked up? What are you looking at? Don't think that I won't dare to hit you just because you're a righteous young man. Officer Wang Meng met Su Li's emotionless gaze, and for some reason, a strong sense of anger welled up in his heart. Perhaps it was because his elbow earlier had been completely ineffective, making him feel like he had lost face in front of his fellow students. Or perhaps it was because they had been pointing their guns at this young man all this time, hoping that he would show some fear to balance out their emotions, but in the end, it had been completely ineffective. So now he really wanted to punch Su Lu in the face. Su Lu raised his head and stared at the soldier in front of him, and there was a burning pain in his temples. Previously, these soldiers had been particularly ruthless. They had subdued him with punches and kicks, and all of them had applied force to his joints. If it weren't for his resistance to attacks that had inexplicably become much stronger, he would have been lying down by now. The pain and disdainful humiliation made him think of the miserable state he had been in when the soldiers had arrested him in Heshi province a month ago. Especially after hearing the other's contemptuous words, a ball of fire began to rise in his heart. Zhou Jin walked in front of Su Lu and reached out to slowly push Wang Meng's gun away. He looked at the young man beside the bed and said coldly, "I heard you're a soldier of the Donglin garrison? Why don't you know the rules at all? In terms of military rank, we should all be your officers. Be honest with your words." Su Lu ignored this handsome young sergeant. He only narrowed his eyes and thought that if he had passed the second round of the Department of Defense's Mecha Maintenance Officer exam, he should have chosen to study in one of the 3 major military academies or the Westwoods Military Academy. Perhaps he would have become colleagues with these young and proud people in front of him. Seeing that Su Lu was ignoring him, Zhou Jin narrowed his eyes and said, "You're not happy that we caught you?" Su Lu broke the silence and said, "I'll say it again. I'm not a criminal and I don't want to run. I'm just not used to having a gun pointed at my head." "You think this is very humiliating?" Zhou Jin said with a smile, but there was a trace of anger in his voice. "You kidnapped the miss. Do you know how many days you've humiliated us? We just want to humiliate you. What can you do about it?" He lowered his head and gently patted Su Li's face, making loud slapping sounds. What he said was actually the thoughts of the Westwoods Military Academy officers in the room. Su Lu lowered his head and said, "I can't do anything about it. A bunch of men who only know how to show off the guns in their hands. Maybe you've all forgotten how to use your own guns." These words were a bit vicious, but coming from the mouth of such a sincere and simple person like Su Lu, it was particularly stimulating. The expressions of the Westwoods Military Academy officers in the room suddenly changed, and they silently put their guns back into their holsters. In fact, they all now knew that this young man was not the criminal who kidnapped the miss. The reason they had been holding their guns just now was to scare the other party. Now that they wanted to teach the other party a lesson in private, they naturally had to put away their guns. Zhou Jin stared into Su Li's eyes and said, "I could see just now that you seem to be very good at fighting. Then I'll teach you what real military combat skills should be like. Remember, when you're in pain, don't cry for your mommy." Without warning, a headbutt directly interrupted Zhou Jin's verbal attack. Su Lu was used to setting off in silence, especially when facing a soldier from the West Woods. He had a strong desire to beat the other party up, not to mention that the other party had mentioned crying for his mommy. He lowered his head fiercely and directly hit the bridge of the other party's nose. Blood spurted out of the handsome officer's nostrils. At the same time, Su Lu bounced up from the side of the bed and pressed his upper body down, passing under the other party's armpit. His right arm, however, smashed backwards like steel and hit the other party's neck hard. With a muffled thud, one of the most outstanding officers from the Westwoods Military Academy was hit hard by Su Lu and fell to the ground, unable to sit up again. Su Lu did not stop there. With a spring of his knee, he kicked the waist of the officer who was pouncing from the right. His movements were simple but extremely clean. At this time, the stocky Wang Meng reacted the fastest. With a wild howl, he pounced over, but his body remained taut without any openings, fully displaying the qualities of an outstanding military academy officer. Su Lu was not afraid at all. With the tips of his feet on the ground, he skillfully displayed the set of moves that he had practiced for 4 years, easily dodging the fist that was coming at him. He grabbed the cartilage of the other party's wrist and twisted it forcefully. At the same time, his right elbow brushed past the other party's shoulder like lightning and hit the other party's temple. Just like that, Wang Meng's burly body fainted and fell to the ground with a loud thud. The seemingly simple three-hit combo was, in fact, extremely fast and exhausting. Su Lu panted a few times and spread his fingers apart, maintaining a distance of 30 centimeters from the top to the bottom. He guarded in front of his body, ready to attack and defend. He vigilantly looked at the Westwood soldiers who were still standing in the room. He stared at their hands and said in a slightly hoarse voice, "My mother died many years ago. I really want to know, if you don't use a gun, who would be the one calling for her mother?" Looking at the bloodstains on the floor and listening to the moans, Su Li's gloomy mood finally dissipated a little. Colonel Lake, who was responsible for killing his boss, was also a soldier from the Westwoods? Even if he could not avenge his boss, he had to give these little bastards from the Westwoods a good beating. Yes, Su Lu was a simple and sincere young man. Sometimes he would forget that on that night many years ago, he had personally used half of a sharp hydraulic pipe to kill a gang leader. But being simple did not mean that he had no guts, and being sincere did not mean that he was willing to be humiliated by others. He was also not a pedantic and simple-minded person. When faced with people or things that he hated, he naturally had a flexible way of dealing with them. When faced with people who looked down on him, under this simple and honest shell, there was actually a young man's competitiveness and valiance. Chapter 43. The fight in the room was already a mess, but outside the room the captain and the secretary were still talking. "Didn't you notice? As I said just now, this kid looks honest, but deep down he doesn't trust people. No, it seems that he doesn't trust the authorities." The fat captain frowned. Could it be that this kid was bribed by someone when he was a recruit? Ha ha ha. The secretary did not laugh and the captain also stopped laughing. After coughing twice he said, "Probably because he's been in Eastwood for too long, this kid's personality is just like the people of Eastwood. He's just a rock, too straight and stubborn. We need to soften his temper, soften it a little. We need to let him know that in this world, you won't have a bright future just because you keep pushing forward. You want to let him know that power comes first? That's poisoning the ambitious youth." The secretary shook his head disapprovingly. "No wonder you want those cadets to watch him. I'm afraid that young man is going to get a beating later. Even if you want to let him know the horrors of reality, there's no need to make him bleed. What if the miss asks, 'You said the commander is also interested in him. What if he hates our 4th military region? He's just a little brat. If he can't even bear this little bit of humiliation, what use is he? Besides, when did our military region ever get any less hate?" The captain said mockingly, "This little brat making me worry for so long. Getting a beating is already a light punishment. Right, that kid's called Sulu? Why does this name sound so familiar, like I've heard it somewhere before?" The fat captain yawned and turned to look at the room not far away. These days he had cursed those Westwoods cadets to the point that they were worse than shit. Those proud young officers had long been harboring anger in their hearts. Being alone with Sulu for such a long time, the room must have been burning with dry wood for a long time. The captain thought to himself, that kid is probably already beaten into a pig's head. It's time to end all this. Otherwise, if those shit-eating juniors in the military academy really did not stop and something bad happened to them, how would he explain it to the miss tomorrow? The captain pushed open the cabin door and walked in with his secretary. Then the expression on his face suddenly froze. The sound of punches and kicks breaking through the air suddenly rang out in the room and then stopped abruptly. In the blink of an eye, 3 people had fallen beside Sulu. Pa 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 pa. 2 steps forward, 1 hand in a seal and 1 hand in a cross, he neatly entered and knocked down 2 people again. Sulu crossed his legs and retreated to the side of the bed, vigilantly scanning the surroundings. After knocking down 5 people in the blink of an eye, he who was already injured was already feeling tired. Because he had used too much force, the corner of his lips was torn and blood flowed out again. He wiped it away with his sleeve and glared fiercely at those people in the room who had not rushed up in time. Watching as their hands slowly moved to their waists, he cursed in his heart. Are they still going to draw their guns when they can't win? While thinking this, Sulu crouched down and put his hands on his head. This was not a surrender, but just so that when he was beaten up later he would not be too badly injured. After all, if he did not resist, these Westwoods cadets could not draw their guns and shoot him full of holes. As he crouched down he calculated very seriously. He had knocked out 2 people, and it seemed that the joints of 2 people had been shaken off by his arm muscles. The young leader who seemed to be the proudest had been beaten up by him until his face was covered in blood. Calculating this, even if he was beaten up a few more times and knocked unconscious, he would still have profited no matter what. Just as Sulu was about to be beaten up with a trace of unwillingness, a trace of stubbornness, a trace of defiance and a trace of seriousness, the cabin door opened. The fat captain looked at the mess in the room and the unconscious and painful NCOs. A trace of shock flashed across his face. When he saw that the NCOs who were still standing had already pulled out their guns, his face was so gloomy that it was somewhat frightening. He walked over and slapped the back of the head of one of the NCOs. He scolded sternly, "Shameless prodigal son of a bitch. Is this how your teachers teach you? Since when did the 4th Military Region have so many good-for-nothings like you?" A female cadet with a pretty face was startled and immediately explained, "The suspect injured people, we." Without waiting for her to finish, the captain coldly cut her off and slowly walked up to Sulu. Looking at this youth who was crouching on the floor with his head covered like an innocent white rabbit, countless questions arose in his heart. Who exactly was this youth? 18-year-old veterans were not rare, but to be able to knock down 5 outstanding officers in such a short period of time, this was too inconceivable. It should be known that although the Westwoods Military Academy was not the top military academy in the Federation, the outstanding officers there would still be the best candidates for the tip of the spear if they were placed in any army. Yet this youth was actually able to take on 5 of them by himself? Taking a quick look at the injuries of those officers, the captain's brow furrowed. From the looks of the technique, it was indeed the style of military combat, but to be so ruthless, how could it be as harmless and down-to-earth as this brat appeared? Without warning, the fat captain kicked out at Sulu on the floor. In that instant, his fat body seemed to have been forged from steel. That thick leg carried a terrifying presence as it swept directly at Sulu's upper body. Sulu had already given up at the muzzle of the gun, but he did not expect those officers to actually pull back their guns. Even more so, he did not expect that this captain who looked like he had trouble even walking would actually launch an attack at him without warning, and with such ferocity and terror at that. Sulu did not even think about it. The instinctive awareness he had developed from stiff dancing and butchering cows these past 4 years made him squint his eyes to prevent the strong wind from affecting his vision. Meanwhile, the 2 arms protecting his head also separated in the shortest amount of time, one arm extended forward, the other slightly behind, forming a 3-dimensional figure 8, blocking in front of that terrifyingly thick leg. Suddenly transforming from a fat captain into a cold-faced, stout killing machine, the leg that suddenly arrived vibrated with a terrifying whistling sound. Carrying a shocking strength, it very easily broke through the arm that Sulu had barely blocked in front of him. With a speed that could not be seen clearly by the naked eye, it swept towards the last arm that Sulu had protected in front of his face. In a series of afterimages, apart from the captain and Sulu, no one else could have noticed that terrifyingly thick leg. After easily breaking through Sulu's first arm, its speed had decreased slightly, but its strength was still terrifying to the extreme. His fingers touched the wind in the air and the texture of the fabric of the trousers. With his head lowered, Sulu's knuckles turned white. With a shake of his wrist, he grabbed downwards, intending to grab the opponent's ankle and use his fingers to pinch into the tendons to make the opponent lose his strength. However, this was ultimately just an extravagant hope. The strength of the fat captain's terrifying leg was too great. In that instant, Sulu felt a numbing pain in his fingertips, which then dissipated. He could no longer hold on, and could only sorrowfully wait for the result of being swept by this thick leg. Instinct, as usual, had become an instinctive reaction from familiarity. At this most dangerous moment, he let that mysterious tremor emanate from every pair of intertwined muscle fibers of Sulu's body, gathering into a powerful force that was transmitted to his arms, his fingers. However, at the same time, rationality, the mechanic Feng Yu most admired his calmness took effect. He gave up on the tremors in his body and released his strength, allowing the captain's thick leg to sweep over him. Knocking down these military academy students could still be said to be due to his amazing ability. If he had used his combat ability to block this terrifying leg, it could also be said that he had an excuse. However, Sulu did not dare to let outsiders discover that mysterious force in his body. As for what that tremor was all about, he did not know. However, he knew that if anyone with ulterior motives discovered that the tremor in his body had anything to do with Uncle Feng, then what awaited him would definitely be the Federation's all-out investigation. His disguise would definitely be exposed. In this lightning-fast exchange of blows, there was no room for any hesitation or giving up. Sulu swayed in that instant, and the captain's fierce and tyrannical leg sweep landed squarely on his chest. That tremendous force was not something he could block with just his two arms. After a muffled thud, Sulu fell heavily onto the bed. He grunted in pain, but a trace of doubt flashed through his eyes. The fat captain's leg was still maintained 30 degrees downward. It did not move at all, as if it was made of steel. It was so stable that it was frightening. His leg was not a full sweep. Otherwise, that powerful force would have been enough to kick Sulu until he vomited blood and fainted. After a moment of silence, the fat captain frowned. He slowly retracted his right leg and walked out of the room without looking back. That kid's skill is not bad, but it's a pity that he's not that kind of genius. The fat captain walked lazily in the corridor. There seemed to be some regret in his tone. This comment seemed to be very ordinary, but the secretary who had been following beside him was shocked. He knew very well that the captain he served looked like an ordinary fat man, but in reality he was the strongest Special Forces soldier in the 4th Military Region. He was not a special mecha team member like Lake and the others. He was the real ace of the military region and was deeply trusted by the commander. Otherwise, the military region would not have handed over the ancient bell to him to manage, and would not have let the captain send the young miss to school on the capital planet without worry. For example, the secretary knew very well that the captain could have let this kick hit Suli's chest and retreated after using 30% of his strength. If he had really used his full strength, that young man would definitely have his bones broken and his life lost. Such an unfathomable captain actually judged that kid's skill level to be not bad. It seemed that the 3 retired young men that the young miss bumped into when she disappeared this time were really powerful. Geniuses in the military are all trained. He has already retired, so it is not difficult for the military region to recruit him again. There are many examples in the past. The secretary gave an idea. The captain did not stop walking. He shook his head and said, "Although ordinary talents are precious, they can be found anywhere. Real geniuses are hard to find. Since that kid is not the good material that the commander is looking for, there is no point in keeping him." What kind of genius? The secretary did not understand. The kind from old Lee's family. The captain smiled bitterly. The geniuses of the Federation who cultivate seem to be in his family. The secretary smiled and said, "Of course. His old man is that one." The next day, Sulu cleaned himself up and put on his white clothes. Under the guidance of the staff, he came to the upper floor of the antique bell. He didn't know what was waiting for him, but he reminded himself that the capital was not far away, so he should keep a low profile. Chapter 44. Sulu sat on one side of the long table in the restaurant's private room. He looked at the snow-white tablecloth that stretched out like a carpet in front of him and lowered his head slightly. He did not understand why the rich people of the Federation would be so wasteful when eating a meal. There was a glass of water in front of him. The food had not been served yet because the host who was treating him to the meal had not arrived yet. 2 waiters stood calmly to the side and waited. Sulu could not find anyone to talk to, nor was he interested in talking. He lowered his head, held a silver knife and fork, and gestured on the snow-white tablecloth. After a night, the pain on his body had healed a lot. He began to recall the fat captain's kick that came whistling over. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that kick was terrifying. He lay on the bed and thought for a long time. He realized that in that moment, even if he could allow his muscles to tremble and release the magical power in his body, he might not have been able to completely block that kick. Because of this kick, Sulu thought of 2 problems. The first problem was how to deal with the magical power in his body. Once he used all his strength, he could break the special military plastic handcuffs. This was not something an ordinary person could do. It was just that the trembling of his body was too obvious, and it was too easy for people to associate it with the mechanic uncle. Could he find a way to make this trembling only run in his body and not be seen through his appearance? The second problem was how to defend against a kick as fierce as the fat captain's. That kick was obviously a super powerful combat skill in the military. It swept directly at an angle of 30 degrees downward. It was clean and neat, and it carried a huge amount of power. It looked extremely simple, but whether it was the speed, the angle, or the estimated recovery, they were all calculated to the extreme without any loopholes. If he had been standing at that moment, he might have been able to close in and elbow the crotch. Even if his leg was broken, he would still be able to make the other party suffer some hidden losses. But the problem was that he was sitting. How could he deal with it when he was sitting? He held a shiny silver knife and fork and set them up on the snow-white tablecloth, simulating the other party's kick and his possible responses. The boss had taught him 10 stances, which were undoubtedly very powerful moves. Otherwise, he would not have been able to defeat 5 of the top students from the West Woods Military Academy in one go. But these 10 postures were very fixed and all of them were advanced techniques. Not a single step back was taken. Although it was extremely powerful, it was too stiff. It couldn't be helped. It was a stiff dance to begin with. Sulu scratched his head in distress, immersed in his thoughts about combat and unable to extricate himself. At first, he did not have much interest in the ability to fight. In his opinion, the Federation was no longer a battlefield for individual heroism. However, Uncle Feng had convinced him by saying that he was the #1 machine. After that, the thrilling experience of the past few days made him realize how important it was to grow individual strength. Most importantly, he was a person who liked to compete and study. He was like this when he was learning mechanics from Uncle Feng, and now he was like this when he was pondering about fighting. It was very easy for him to become engrossed in his studies without realizing it. Of course, this was an extremely rare learning potential. Only when you are obsessed with certain things can you practice these things well. Now I have a general understanding of how you were able to defeat those arrogant dog's hits. I think that these past 2 years of military service in the mines of Donglin, you were probably also posing in combat postures all the time. At some point, the fat captain had walked into the restaurant's private room and was looking at him with a strange expression. A few crisp sounds reverberated in the empty room. The silver knife and fork that had been placed together fell onto the table. Su Li's fingers, which had been gesturing non-stop, also froze in the air. He looked at the fat captain's blood-stained face and scratched his head with a smile. The other party seemed to have misunderstood something, but this was also good. Otherwise, he would not know how to explain what had happened yesterday. The fat captain walked to his side and sat down, letting out a satisfied sigh. It seemed that the lazy him hated walking. How could such a person send out such a fierce kick? Sulu certainly did not believe this appearance at this time, but he had a good impression of this fat captain, so he maintained a polite silence. There are many talented people buried in the army, and there are also many people like you who study fighting all day long. I saw the surveillance video yesterday. The combat skills you used were very strange. It was probably the result of simplifying military boxing. I don't know if it was good, but in any case, it was a little too strong and did not leave any room for retreat. The fat captain panted as he took the water in front of Sulu and drank it. He said, "With this kind of self-development method, you won't be able to learn anything deeper in the army. If you are interested in this, when the ship arrives at the capital, I can introduce you to a few of the more famous cultivation halls." Cultivation halls? Sulu did not know why the captain had suddenly removed the guards outside the room and formally invited him to eat in front of him. He wanted to remain cautious and silent, but when he heard this unfamiliar term, he could not help but ask curiously, "What is that place? Is there a place in the Federation that specializes in learning how to fight?" The fat captain looked at him as if he was looking at a fool. "Although you have been a mouse in Donglin for 2 years, you are still from Shanglin. How can you not know about cultivation halls?" Sulu knew that he had given himself away. He smiled and shook his head, not saying anything or explaining. From the fat captain's description, he knew what cultivation halls meant. In today's society, thermal weapons had been developed to the peak, and individual martial arts were relatively insignificant. The purpose of the martial arts halls in ancient times was no longer to teach combat skills, but to train one's mind with skills, to calm one's mind and to cultivate one's body and mind. It was also for this reason that the people who trained in the cultivation hall were not very competitive and did not attract much attention. The cultivation classes in the military academy have long been changed to combat skills classes. Young people nowadays are too stupid. They don't know what is really good. The fat captain shook his head in disdain and said, "If the cultivation halls were really useless, why would the Li family require every generation of descendants to study in the cultivation halls from the age of 12 for 2 years before coming out?" The Li family? Sulu knew that as an orphan from Donglin, he was a country bumpkin in the eyes of most people, so he did not mind speaking his doubts frankly. "Are you talking about the Lees of Philadelphia?" The fat captain nodded. Sulu sucked in a breath of cold air. A glittering name suddenly appeared in his mind. A noble existence, a low-key but extremely famous family. This family was not in the Federation's traditional 7 families, but in the past few decades because of that old man, they had gained the collective respect of the Federation's citizens. "I just want you to go and learn. What are you thinking about? Do you also expect to assassinate the emperor of an empire?" The fat captain looked at the young man's expression and said sarcastically. Sulu chuckled and suddenly asked seriously, "Mr. Captain, this is a misunderstanding. I think you're already clear about it. I don't know why you asked me to come here today. The fat captain put on a serious smile and said softly, "Of course, I want to build a good relationship with you, young master. At the same time, I want to ask you to do me a small favor." Suddenly, the fat captain became so flattering and so natural. It really scared Sulu. He was stunned on the spot and did not know what to say. At this time, the cabin door slowly opened on both sides. Two women in suits walked in, holding hands. Under the protection of 7 or 8 service staff, a little girl wearing a pink floral dress and a sky blue hair clip on her head walked in. She looked very cute. The fat captain lowered his voice and said fawningly, "Little brother, this is what I want to ask of you. If you can let the little miss eat, then the things in the past can be discussed, and the things in the future can also be discussed." Sulu was speechless. He did not expect the captain's serious request to be this. However, when he saw the little watermelon's face change from gloomy to surprised, and saw the swaying black hair on the little girl's forehead, he could not help but laugh happily. He shouted over there, "Little watermelon. Big brother Sulu." Little watermelon broke free from the hands of the two female staff. Under the helpless gazes of those people, she ran to Sulu and sat directly next to him. She opened her black eyes and asked curiously, "Big brother, why are you here?" "I'm here to eat with you," Sulu said with a smile. In the next few days, Sulu got rid of his identity as a criminal suspect and moved from cleaning Area 38 to the upper level of the spaceship with more advanced facilities. He began to eat, play and tell stories with Little Watermelon. He liked Little Watermelon very much. He did not think the little girl was as difficult as the captain said, so he did not think this job was difficult. But, if Sulu knew that this was the prelude to the heavy responsibility he would have to bear in 2 years, would he still feel as happy as he did now? Or would he say that he wanted to do this internship better? That afternoon, Little Watermelon began to take an afternoon nap. Sulu opened the cabin door and prepared to go back to his room to study how the tremors in his body could be hidden under his skin. As he walked, he unexpectedly saw a few familiar faces at the corner of the corridor. The Westwoods Military Academy students who were knocked unconscious by him had been treated in the ship's medical room and recuperated for the past few days. They had basically all recovered. Colonel Lake's special mecha team was still heavily injured, so the protection of the upper level of the spaceship was still handed over to them. It was very strange. The two most powerful forces on the Ancient Bell were all injured because of the teacher-student pair of Feng Yu and Sulu. Sulu was slightly taken aback. He looked at the red and swollen temple of the officer named Wang Meng. After a moment of silence, he nodded his head and walked past him. He did not greet him, nor did he show any signs of hostility. Zhou Jin, who was standing beside the space porthole, looked at the back of that ordinary person and subconsciously touched his throat. He seemed to feel a faint pain. Chapter 45. Su Li's back disappeared around the corner. The few Westwoods Military Academy officers who had been staring at him all this time retracted their gazes. Their expressions did not change, but perhaps they all breathed a sigh of relief in their hearts. At this time they already knew that the young miss seemed to be very reliant on that youth. As soldiers of the Westwoods, they naturally could not take the initiative to provoke her. Moreover, it looked like that young man named Sulu was not a person who held grudges. But for some reason they were still a little nervous and a little resentful. Officer Wang Meng rubbed his throbbing forehead and lowered his head to curse something. 5 of their group had been defeated by Sulu. This was the most embarrassing scene of the entire journey. Zhou Jin sighed. He clasped his hands behind his back by the window and said to his classmates, "There's nothing to complain about. If you can't beat him, you can't beat him. There's no point in holding a grudge. Yes, after all, we are professional soldiers. We don't specialize in the study of combat skills." The female officer comforted everyone softly. What she said was not wrong. Although the military academies nowadays still put a lot of emphasis on the training of combat skills in the military, what really determined the quality of a soldier was still the consideration of overall quality. For example, the skills to operate all kinds of vehicles and even aircrafts, the control of all kinds of standard weapons. When it came to personal strength, so what if you were extremely strong? Don't forget, he's just a young soldier who retired. Zhou Jin turned his body slightly and looked at these students who regarded him as the leader. He could not help but sigh and shake his head. It's not just you guys. Including me, all the students from the Westwoods are used to have their eyes on the top of their heads. Even the 3 major military academies of the upper woods don't look up to us. But who would have thought that with so many of us, we would actually be defeated by a young soldier who just retired? What a tragedy, Zhou Jin said self-deprecatingly with a quirk of his lips. The corner of the corridor fell silent. The female officer felt helpless and subconsciously kicked the wall with her military boots. Suddenly Wang Meng put down his hand from rubbing his temples and said in a muffled voice, "That kid looks honest, but he's actually quite vicious. I don't believe that he's really good to the young miss." "Don't find excuses." Zhou Jin glared at him. "If you want revenge, then you want revenge. I just want to get my face back." Wang Meng angrily said, "I don't believe that I can't beat a little brat. No, we're going to Upper Forest tomorrow. I'm going to look for him tonight. Don't worry, this is purely a competition. Don't mess around." Zhou Jin's expression darkened slightly as he reprimanded, "Last time, you were able to make a move in the room because of the captain's tacit approval. Now, in this situation, what's the point of competing? Don't cause trouble on the ship. If you do, I won't take care of you if your credits are deducted." "Then this matter is over? There's a big bump on my head, your face is covered in blood, and Hailin is still wearing bandages. I won't do it. We have to do it even if we don't want to." Zhou Jin's voice was very hoarse. He subconsciously touched his throat again. When he thought of the arm that had hit his throat like a piece of metal, he felt a chill in his heart. "Train yourself. Don't humiliate yourself. When you have the confidence, you can go and find him. Don't worry, I think you'll have many chances to meet him in the future." Wang Meng asked, "I heard that kid is from Upper Forest. The Ministry of Defense arranged for him to hitch a ride. Where can I find him in the future?" "I don't think so. The military is in need of talents right now. The military won't let go of such an inconspicuous but powerful person like him." Zhou Jin's judgment was not wrong. Although the fat captain had told his secretary that Sulu was not the kind of genius he was curious about, the combat ability Sulu had displayed, especially the mecha fragments all over the ground, had still made the captain extend an invitation to him. In a private setting, the secretary took out 3 documents and showed them to Sulu. One was a special admission document for the Westwoods Military Academy, one was a secondary recruitment document that did not go through the Ministry of Defense, and the last was a job application document from a company in the capital ring. Sulu flipped through the 3 documents with some confusion. Only then did he understand what the captain meant. Regardless of whether it was the Westwoods Military Academy or the secondary recruitment for a newly discharged soldier, it was definitely a great opportunity that fell from the sky. The company in the capital ring was also very generous. The company that mainly built aircraft engines could provide Sulu with good food, lodging, and salary. Think about it. The secretary looked at Sulu with some happiness. Like the young lady, he could also see the honesty in this young man's bones. He really hoped that the young man would join his side. Although his current strength was very average and his talent in mechanics still needed to be confirmed, a rock with potential would always attract more attention. Sulu looked through the documents carefully and sighed regretfully in his heart. If it had been him in the past, no matter which condition it was, he would have gladly accepted it because he could leave East Woods and do what he liked. Wasn't this the reason why he took the NCO exam in the Ministry of Defense? But now he had to reject it because he was a fugitive. A fugitive who had to deceive the entire Federation. He did not want to have too much to do with the government. Uncle Boss once said that the most dangerous place was also the safest place. This sentence could only be believed 3 times. Sulu wanted to use up these 3 chances easily. Moreover, regarding the Westwoods Military Region, or the 4th Military Region, Sulu still had a strong resistance in his heart. The 4th Military Region was probably related to the boss' death. Although it was definitely an order from the Federation, and the 4th Military Region was only an executor, Sulu still could not get along with these people. If it was not for Little Watermelon, perhaps he would not even want to talk to these people. "Sorry, I don't want to return to the army, and the Ministry of Defense seems to have arranged a reception unit for me." Sulu shook his head apologetically. He could see that the secretary in front of him was really thinking about him. The secretary shook his head regretfully, but he was not too disappointed. After all, he did try his best and also tried to repay the other party on behalf of the young miss. It was just that the other party did not want to accept for some unknown reason. The quiet and long journey in space ended. A heavy roar sounded in the huge commercial spaceship Ancient Bell. The powerful force was helping the huge spaceship to adjust its attitude and direction. Sulu, who had already packed his luggage and carried a backpack, looked at the light blue planet outside the porthole with eyes full of excitement. The planet was very beautiful. It had a light blue sea, light brown land, and white clouds floating on it. Outside the porthole, 2 small, streamlined blue spaceships were leaving the Ancient Bell's hull and heading towards the white clouds. It was really a heartwarming scene. This was the capital ring, also known as the administrative planet of the Upper Forest region, the center of the entire Federation civilization. The White President's office, the Gray Management Committee's conference building, and the legendary Bureau of Proclamation were all symbols of power that could control the entire Federation. All of these symbols of power were on this beautiful planet. Sulu followed the prompts of the electronic voice and suppressed his excitement. With the help of the staff, he entered the separation cabin. Since he rejected the secretary's suggestion yesterday, he had not seen anyone from the West Woods, not even Little Watermelon. Although it was a little regretful, he knew that with his identity as the Federation's top fugitive, he could only keep a distance from Little Watermelon, who obviously had a noble background. The land-to-air transfer spaceship unfolded its alloy wings at an altitude of 8,000 meters and turned into a bird in the blue sky and white clouds. It maintained absolute stability and flew towards the surface of the planet. The spaceship flew lower and lower. Finally, it skimmed over the edge of the white clouds and plunged into the thick, almost solid clouds. Sulu, who had a slight fear of flying, had seen enough of the scenery outside the window and the flame-like ion current. He closed his eyes tightly and waited for the moment of landing. The waiting time seemed to be a little long, so long that he almost fell asleep. He only felt a slight vibration when he opened his eyes. Like the other passengers beside him, he heaved a sigh of relief at the same time. He looked at the flat runway outside the window and the black and white electronic command tower not far away and laughed. Walking out of the cabin door, a gust of cold wind hit him in the face. Sulu looked at the ground in front of him and the buildings in the distance. His expression froze and he almost could not move his legs. These white, soft, and cold things, are they the legendary snow? He walked down the gangway under the urging of the passengers behind him, but the more he walked, the stiffer he became. It looked like he was practicing martial arts in a mine. The weather in Upper Forest was too cold. He was so cold that he wanted to stomp his feet, but he did not want to attract the attention of the people in the airport. In fact, it was impossible for him not to attract people's attention. In this area, everyone was wearing slightly thick thermal clothing, hats, and gloves. He was the only one who was still wearing the thin clothes of early autumn and carrying a broken backpack. He looked very pitiful. Sulu breathed into his slightly red hands. He was completely frozen. When he left Eastern Forest, it was also winter. However, the 4 seasons in Eastern Forest were not very different. It had not snowed for thousands of years. He did not expect the winter in the capital ring to be so cold. A snowflake drifted down and landed on his face, making him shiver. He wondered if he had made a big mistake by coming to the capital. This was the first time Sulu had seen snow in his life, but he could not feel the purity of the snow. He could only feel the coldness of the snow. This was all because he was not prepared. It was a tragedy. Chapter 46. Sulu squinted his eyes and looked at the snowflakes falling from the sky. He thought that these fluttering ice crystals were quite beautiful. This was the first time he had seen real snow. In his surprise, he seemed to have forgotten the thin clothes he was wearing. He also did not notice the sympathetic gazes of the passengers around him. Standing in the middle of the snowstorm in the square with only a thin layer of clothing, he did look quite pitiful. The passengers thought that Sulu had mistakenly put his thick clothing in his luggage and could not help but shake their heads. However, sympathy was one thing. They did not have many clothes on them, so no one would take off their clothes and put them on Sulu. In the capital city, the wind was getting stronger and stronger. Sulu's face felt like it was being scraped by a few small knives. He immediately woke up from the snowy scene in front of him and felt the cold on his body. He shrunk his body and hugged his backpack in reverse to get some warmth. He turned his body and avoided the wind. He squinted his eyes and looked at the entrance of the airport in the distance. He wondered why the spaceship did not fly directly to the entrance of the airport but stopped in the middle of the snowstorm. The ancient bell was still in space outside the capital planet. The officials of the West Woods and the East Woods who were returning to visit would soon embark on their journey again. At this time, those who landed on the surface of the capital planet were basically officials with official duties. Sulu did not have much knowledge, but the passengers on the ancient bell were all upper-class people. They began to discuss the current strange situation. The medical vehicles from the army hospital just left. Are there wounded people on board? Why haven't I heard of this before? Didn't we come from the East Woods? What's going on? A middle-aged official frowned and asked his companion. Behind him, Sulu heard this and squinted his eyes even more. He hid behind the crowd and looked through the gaps in the crowd. He saw a few ambulances covered in snow disappear into the distance of the airport. He vaguely thought that those on board must be the Westwood soldiers who had captured him. Those soldiers were affected by the strange beam of light and had been recuperating on the ancient bell. It seemed that the 4th Military Region did not dare to take the risk of sending them back to the Westwoods for treatment. Instead, they were sent directly to the capital planet where the medical standards were the most advanced. Thinking of that sunglasses-wearing Colonel Lake in the ambulance, and thinking of how he had been so close to that colonel and those injured mecha warriors for so many days, Sulu suddenly felt a trace of fear in his heart. That Colonel Lake had seen his face before. If the two of them had really met on the spaceship, what would he have done? In the cold weather, Suli's back was dripping with sweat. He knew that he was too careless. Fortunately, he probably would not have any relationship with the people from the Westwoods in the future. Once he entered the capital planet, the fat captain and the secretary would not be able to find him easily. But little Watermelon. Well, they were not on the same level to begin with. It might be better if they did not meet again. Just as Sulu was thinking about all these things, the electric vehicles of the airport finally arrived in front of many passengers. Of course, the airport was greeted with loud complaints and threats of complaints. However, the airport staff only apologized politely, but they refused to explain what had happened earlier. The ambulances are there to save people. We can understand that. Why could those passengers be driven directly to the passage? Why could they be in front of us? The airport staff only smiled and comforted them. Sulu looked in the direction the passengers were pointing at. He saw a silver-white aircraft slowly parking in front of the special passage in the distance. He narrowed his eyes and seemed to see a little girl holding a doll getting off the spaceship under the protection of many people and entering the passage. Sulu smiled and whispered to himself, "Little Watermelon, you have to eat properly in the future." It was as warm as spring in the electric vehicle. The complaining officials and passengers finally stopped. The long-term space travel had made everyone a little tired. The carriage fell into silence. This silence was maintained until they passed through the X-ray inspection passage and entered the interior of the airport building. The crowd dispersed like birds and beasts. According to each other's following journey and the location of their luggage, they scattered into several routes and disappeared into the magnificent space of the building. Sulu was obviously stunned by the interior structure and architectural style of the airport. He didn't know what the beautiful metallic materials were, but he subconsciously thought it was beautiful. This airport was too big. The interior space was 10 stories high. There were no steel beams in the middle to support the weight. He didn't know how it was built. He had basically lived in the rundown city of Heshi State all his life. He had never seen such a scene. Even when he passed by the military airport in the garrison area of Fuji State, the military airport looked like nothing more than cold cement. Sulu patted off the snow on his body and carefully carried his backpack. He was like a country bumpkin who had just entered the city. No, he was a country bumpkin who had just entered the city. He hesitantly and shyly walked in front of a flight attendant. He mustered up his courage and asked about the relevant matters. The flight attendant in the sky blue uniform had a pretty face. She was very polite and patient, and she clearly answered all of his complicated questions. Sulu thanked her very sincerely and found a quieter passage to leave. The flight attendant looked at the young man and couldn't help but smile slightly. She felt that this foreigner was very interesting. It looked like it was his first time on a spaceship, but his questions were so detailed and didn't miss any details. Perhaps he had looked up a lot of travel information on the internet before coming. Looking at the passage in front of him that was completely made of metal, Suli's footsteps slowed down. He felt his scalp go numb. At this time, he already knew that the back of this 5-meter-long passage was hidden with the Federation's electronic surveillance system. Every passenger had to go through a scan here. This was a very normal thing. Otherwise, wouldn't those people from the Empire or refugees from Bermuda who were born without microchips be able to sneak into the Federation at any time? Sulu swallowed a mouthful of saliva. His head was slightly lowered, but his eyes were looking at the exit not far away. He knew that the surveillance here was the most powerful in the Federation. If he could pass through here, then it meant that the microchip given to him by his boss was enough to allow him to survive in the entire Federation society with a disguised identity. But what if he was discovered by the Federation's surveillance system when he walked through the passage? Would there be 20 or so taser guns sticking out from the wall and roasting him into a roasted chicken? Sulu couldn't help but shiver. This scene fell into the crowd in the distance and felt a little strange. This was because no one in the Federation seemed to care about this surveillance passage. More often than not, people seemed to have forgotten the existence of electronic surveillance. Looks like this kid was really frozen just now. Prepare a windbreaker for him, said a pleasant voice. Su Li's footsteps slowed down for only a moment. After a moment, he raised his head and walked as calmly as possible toward the empty passage. Only the change in his trouser pocket could feel his nervousness and trembling, but there wasn't a trace of it on his face. A distance of 5 meters wasn't long, but it wasn't short either. However, when Su Li calmly walked through this passage, his legs felt a little weak. He felt a kind of joy as if he had walked from hell to heaven, as well as a kind of joyful release after nervousness. However, his relaxed ecstasy didn't last long. This was because he realized that the people outside the passage were looking at him with a strange gaze. Su Li frowned slightly. He thought to himself that even the electronic surveillance system didn't find anything wrong. Could it be that there was something strange about him? He subconsciously touched his face and continued to walk forward. Then he realized why so many people were welcoming him with strange gazes. It was because outside this quiet passage, there was a large group of people welcoming him. Except for the young woman at the front and the little girl in the young woman's hand, this group of people were all fully armed soldiers. Such a large formation was used to welcome one person, especially a young man in a thin shirt who shrunk like a country bumpkin. It was no wonder that the people in the airport were looking at him strangely. Looking at the little girl's happy face, Su Li knew that he couldn't avoid this. He couldn't slip away quietly. With a bitter face, he walked to the front of the crowd, hoping that there wouldn't be any too horrible developments. Brother Su Li. Little Watermelon was wearing a red fur coat and a hat. The brim of the hat pressed down on her hair, revealing a black line. She looked very cute. Su Li smiled at her, then turned to the young woman holding the little girl's hand and said politely, "Hello." "Hello, Su Li." The young woman was about 30 years old. Her eyebrows were soft and she had a comforting beauty. But from time to time, her eyes lit up with a hint of pride. This kind of pride wasn't repulsive. Instead, it made people feel that it was natural. The so-called environment of growth affected one's mentality was probably referring to this kind of person. She looked at Su Li gently and said, "I am Fireworks' mother. Thank you very much, Mr. Su, for taking care of her along the way." Su Li looked at the beautiful and gentle face, and his mind was slightly shaken. He subconsciously felt that this young woman was very trustworthy. He forcibly suppressed the absurd idea of asking her why she gave Little Watermelon such a strange name and prepared to say a few polite words. Unexpectedly, the noble young woman handed over a business card with a smile and said, "I'm here to express my gratitude. I have to go to the army hospital right away. I'm very sorry. Mr. Su, if you have any difficulties in the Federation, I hope you don't mind contacting us. We also want to express our gratitude to you." "Thank you, sister." Su Li looked into the young woman's eyes and blurted out an extremely absurd name, "Thank you, sister." This name made the faces of the soldiers in the crowd change dramatically. Even the gentle and peaceful young woman had a strange look in her eyes, but then it turned into a sympathetic smile. She shook her head and asked the soldier next to her to hand her a military windbreaker. Without saying anything, she held Little Watermelon's hand and walked to the VIP passage under the protection of the soldiers. Su Li held the windbreaker in one hand and the natural fiber business card in the other. He was in a daze. Although he didn't know the goods, he knew how expensive this kind of business card was. He looked at the back of the young woman who was faintly discernible among the soldiers and couldn't help but shake his head with a wry smile. He also felt that he had been too nervous before. The boss was right. Too little contact with the opposite sex was indeed easy to cause problems. At this time he had vaguely guessed Little Watermelon's family background. Of course, he didn't think it was rude for the young woman to hand over a business card and then turn around and leave. In fact, Su Li didn't think that what he had done was worth the other party thanking him. With the other party's identity, it was already very polite of her to wait here and say a few words to him. What's more, he knew that this young woman must be anxious to go to the army hospital to see her husband's trusted subordinates. Unlike the self-confident and self-reliant male protagonists in novels, Su Li didn't tear up this precious business card and throw it into the trash can. Instead, he carefully kept it close to his body. Then he took out the address left by the boss, put on a warm windbreaker, and walked out of the airport in the increasingly heavy snow. Chapter 47. A low-key but expensive black car, like a black ghost, silently walked on the highway in the suburbs of the capital district. A few days of low temperature and snowy weather had accumulated a thick layer of snow on the flat road. Even the slightly heated pipes at the bottom of the asphalt couldn't make the snow melt faster. "Why did you come down?" The young woman in the back of the black car lovingly hugged the little girl who was looking out of the window in a daze. She looked at the fat captain opposite her and said with a smile, "A captain who doesn't stay on his own ship, aren't you afraid of being chased away?" The young woman's smile was gentle and charming, which didn't match her age. The atmosphere in the car suddenly improved a lot. The fat captain looked at the young woman and said with a flattering smile, "Little sister-in-law, such a big thing happened to the miss, of course I have to come personally to apologize to you. The spaceship needs to be replenished anyway, I don't care." "Are you apologizing to me, or do you want me to plead with him?" The young woman looked at him with interest and asked. The fat captain said with a bitter face, "The miss has been missing under my nose for so long. After returning to the military, the boss will definitely drill me. Little sister-in-law, you must help me say a few words." "Isn't Fireworks fine? Why would he blame you? We all know how mischievous Fireworks is. This time Brother Tion brought her here. It's already troublesome for you." The young woman smiled gently, looked at the daughter in her arms and said softly, "Fireworks, don't run around in the future. You are an obedient child. Don't you know how anxious Uncle Zhang will be?" Zhong Fireworks stubbornly looked at the silent cedar trees outside the window and refused to answer her mother's question. She thought in her heart, except for Brother Sulu, no one in this world is willing to believe what she says. Even her father and mother are like this. They always don't listen to her opinion and always think that she is a child. They didn't ask for her opinion and wanted to send her to this cold and snowy place to study. As if guessing what the child was thinking, a trace of sadness and regret flashed across the young woman's face. She turned her head and said to the fat captain, "This child just doesn't want to leave home. It seems that I have no choice but to stay here with her for a few more years." The fat captain, surnamed Tion, immediately understood the underlying meaning of this sentence. He smiled and said, "Don't worry, little sister-in-law. I'll keep a close eye on the boss." In the blink of an eye, his expression became heavy. He said, "The commander has asked us to seal off the news of Mrs. disappearance. I've also told that child called Sulu, so he shouldn't have leaked the news. I just don't understand. If Miss isn't sent to the capital, could it be that those old members of the management committee dare to do anything?" The young woman laughed. "The Federation isn't the Empire, so there's no such thing as a hostage. It's just that our Zhong family has been stationed in the West Woods for too long, and the people in the capital are always worried. Sending Fireworks back to the Federation to study isn't necessarily a bad idea. They probably want the descendants of the Zhong family to have a greater sense of belonging to the Federation from a young age." After saying this, she suddenly frowned slightly and asked, "Does that little guy called Sulu know Fireworks' identity? That kid looks honest and reliable, but he's actually very shrewd. I'm afraid he's already guessed it, but he didn't say it out loud. He probably also knows that some things are better to pretend not to know." The fat captain shrugged his shoulders, and the fat on his body began to tremble again. Little Watermelon, who had been staring out the window, suddenly turned his head and looked at the two adults in the car. With all his strength he said loudly, "Big Brother Sulu is a good person." The young woman laughed and said, "Of course he's a good person. He obviously knows that we're from the Zhong family, but he didn't ask for anything just because you like him. Instead he hid far away. The key is that he hid very cutely, not that kind of hypocritical pretentiousness. Fireworks, Mother believes in your judgment of people." Little Watermelon proudly turned his head away. The young woman looked at the fat captain and said calmly, "Since that little guy doesn't want to have anything to do with us, then forget it. I've left him a military district office card. If he needs it in the future, we can help him." The fat captain nodded and then said, "The company's energy quota was reduced by half in one shot. I've already sent the report. The key is the management committee's energy committee. The other ministries should be easy to run to, but the energy committee needs to be personally talked to by the chairman." The fat captain had changed the way he addressed her. When it came to business, the young woman's expression became slightly more serious, but her tone was still gentle. "Leave this matter to me. But you really wasted so much of the quota in one shot. As a result, the Donglin Garrison District reimbursed an entire formation of Special Forces soldiers. There will be a lawsuit, and even Lake and the others were injured by you. When you return to the military district, you'll have to answer to them yourself." The fat captain's expression was unchanged and he calmly replied, "The commander shouldn't make things difficult for me in this regard. That traitorous mechanic is a big enemy of the 4th Military District." After hearing this news, his mood will definitely be much better. The young woman's eyebrows slightly furrowed and she curiously asked, "But the problem is that mechanic really so powerful?" Even the Special Forces team led by Lake couldn't deal with it, so why did they have to do it from space? Next month, we must ask the Department of Defense to come forward and take over the ancient bell, otherwise we can't explain this problem. That mechanic is very powerful. The fat captain closed his eyes and recalled the strange jump of the black mecha on the thermal imaging device and satellite images that day. After a moment of silence, he opened his eyes and said, "He's much stronger than me. Lake and the others are no match for him at all. The Federation's mission this time is not easy to take over. No wonder the Department of Defense gave this credit to us." The young woman's expression became serious and she asked, "How is he compared to him?" The fat captain knew that the him the chairman was referring to was the head, the commander of the 4th Military District. After thinking for a while, he objectively replied, "If it was a field battle and they both used mechas, the head wouldn't be his opponent. But don't worry, the chairman, that guy can't be any more dead. More than 10 years ago, more than 10,000 lives in the military district were finally recovered." The young woman nodded, looked at the wind and snow outside the window, and lowered her head to look at her daughter who was sleeping soundly. Suddenly she softly said, How strong is that mechanic? Other people definitely wouldn't understand, but I spent some time in the Lee family's training hall when I was young." The fat man lowered his voice and said very seriously, "I always felt that the mechanic was related to the Lees of Philadelphia." Hearing the Lees of Philadelphia, the young woman couldn't help but be a little moved. She knew that Fatty Tian was a rare expert in the 4th Military District, and his judgment was especially sharp, so the conclusion he came up with should be somewhat credible. After thinking for a moment, she softly said, "Since Mechanic Yu Feng is already dead, this matter ends here. Don't tell the commander either. The Lee family definitely wouldn't betray the Federation. If those politicians find out, there will definitely be some commotion. As soldiers, of course we can't let old Lee get into trouble." As a soldier, the fat captain also had incomparable respect for that old man surnamed Lee in his heart, so he nodded seriously in agreement. The 7 great families of the Federation were a privileged class with no special privileges. Countless years of history and countless great achievements made these 7 families become the pillars of the Federation. In a modern society where the laws of the Federation were the cornerstone, these somewhat ancient families only quietly lurked in the shadows, rarely showing their true identities for the general public to see. The citizens of the Federation all knew about the 7 great families, but they would never know why the 7 great families were so strong, or what kind of power and influence they had. With the status and position of the 7 great families, it was naturally impossible for them to bully an ordinary citizen of the Federation. It was even possible that there would never be any relationship between the two. For ordinary citizens, the 7 great families were like distant existences above the clouds. They existed in the idle conversations after a meal, in the illegally sold literature and publications, but they would never exist in their own lives. 6 of the 7 great families lived on the 3 administrative planets of the capital ring, and the only one not in the upper forest area was the Zhong family of the West Woods. There was only one Zhong family in the West Woods. Compared to the other families, the Zhong family was more transparent in the eyes of the people because since the founding of the Federation countless years ago, the Zhong family's 4th military district had taken on the responsibility of guarding the border of the Federation. Other than that accident in the Eastwood area, the 4th military district had never let down the expectations of the Federation people. Sulu finished buttoning up his windbreaker and stood in the wind and snow, waiting for the bus to arrive. From time to time, he would raise his head to look at the snowy sky, feeling rather baffled. He was just a fugitive. Who would have thought that he would actually be able to meet a legendary figure of the Zhong family, and even spend so many days with the young lady of the Zhong family? Moreover, he even saw the madam of the Zhong family at the airport. That was the wife of the commander of the 4th military district. It turned out that there was nothing strange about the legendary figure after all, and she actually looked quite gentle. At this time, Sulu did not know that Little Watermelon's mother was not only the wife of the commander of the 4th military district, but also the chairman of a large company. Otherwise he would have been even more shocked. Squinting his eyes at the snow falling from the sky, the young man's heart had long since calmed down. He only felt slightly regretful. That broken M02 would probably continue to drift in space until one day it would be thrown into the endless void and become trash. After mourning for the first time he had intimate contact with a broken mecha, the first time he had personally repaired it, Sulu looked at the time of the bus. After thinking for a while, he turned back to the airport and bought a pack of Shang Lin's specialty dog biscuits. A happy smile instantly appeared on his face. Back when he was in Eastwood, he already knew about Xiang Lin's dog biscuits. He had seen the advertisements on Channel 23 quite a few times, but had never had the chance to try them for himself. After all, the two administrative districts were too far apart, and not all commercial companies were willing to do such a low-margin business like selling biscuits. The dog biscuits were very crispy and Sulu ate them happily. He thought to himself, I really am a country bumpkin. In fact, everything in the airport was very expensive, but he did not care about that. Throughout the journey, he had been using his credit card to pay for everything. He had been using the Sanlin United Bank card that the boss uncle had left for him. He did not know how much money was in the card, but it seemed like there was no end to it no matter how much he swiped. When the bus arrived, Sulu followed a large leather suitcase onto the bus. After finding a seat with much difficulty, he took off his windbreaker and sat down. He placed the entire bag of dog biscuits on the food rack beside him and was about to slowly and happily eat them for the rest of the journey. Suddenly, his fingers brushed against two cold, slender fingers, giving him a fright. Sulu turned his head in shock and saw a girl wearing a hat reaching into the bag, unceremoniously preparing to take the biscuits. Chapter 48. The puppy biscuit was very crispy and no matter how much one chewed it, it would still make a crunching sound. The puppy biscuit was very fragrant, and the two of them were surrounded by that kind of alluring grain fragrance. Sulu stared at the girl beside him, dumbfounded. He felt that this scene was too ridiculous. Why was this girl eating his biscuit and eating it so naturally? Subconsciously, when the girl's fingers left the biscuit bag, Sulu quickly reached in to take a biscuit and put it in his mouth, as if he was afraid that he would be taken advantage of. The girl lowered her head and was concentrating on reading a magazine. Only the occasional flickering of her eyes let Sulu know that the other party was actually also paying attention to him. The dark green hat covered most of the girl's face, only revealing her delicate lips and fair skin. Sulu was stunned and felt that his gaze might make the other party feel awkward, so he turned his head away. In the wind and snow, the warm and spring bus started moving. What surprised Sulu was that the girl actually reached into the biscuit bag and started taking biscuits, one after another. Sulu liked to eat puppy biscuits and this was the first time he ate puppy biscuits, so he cherished them. Although he didn't think much of a bag of biscuits, he always felt that even if you wanted to eat my biscuits, shouldn't you tell the owner first? Ask for my permission first? It was hard to avoid a trace of anger in his heart. It was obvious that the girl didn't have this kind of self-awareness. She didn't even look at Sulu, and just quickly and openly stole the biscuits, chewing them loudly without any trace of politeness. Sulu was dumbfounded and quickly reached out to take the biscuits. Otherwise, if this girl snatched them away, what else could he eat? Wouldn't that be a huge loss? Therefore, as the bus moved on the road, the young man and woman sitting at the back of the bus didn't look at each other. One was looking out the window, the other was looking down at the magazine on his lap. They took the biscuits one by one, and no one was willing to take one less, and no one was willing to be slow for a second. Their hands were like the wind, and they took the biscuits one after another. It looked like they had a tacit understanding, but who knew that there was actually an endless amount of hidden killing intent? This is really strange. If she didn't meet me, this hateful biscuit-stealing thief would definitely be severely scolded. Looking at the snowy scenery outside the window, Sulu, who was chewing the biscuit, rolled his eyes. As time passed by, the anger in his heart had long disappeared. He was originally a broad-minded person, and it was impossible for him to care about such trivial matters. Instead, he secretly smiled and thought to himself that it was rare to meet someone who loved the dog biscuits as much as he did. Today's bag of biscuits would be considered as sharing. Sulu was a stingy person and sharing anything good with others was something he was willing to do. Although the behavior of the long-haired girl wearing a hat was a bit ridiculous, he didn't plan to argue with her. He just felt that the situation was a bit awkward, or rather he was worried that the girl would feel awkward, so he didn't speak to her. He even paid close attention to her and didn't look in her direction. The bus slowly moved on the snowy road, and went around the highway outside the suburbs, heading towards the ordinary airport northwest of the capital. A cedar tree that stretched to the inner side of the road brushed against the window of the bus, and the sound it made woke up the sleepy people on the bus. The girl beside Sulu raised her head, revealing a beautiful face. The two people's eyes met and Sulu gently smiled. Who knew that the girl's pure eyes flashed with a trace of disgust, and she immediately lowered her head to read the magazine again. A moment later, she seemed to feel that this wasn't enough to express her unapproachable attitude, so she took out a pair of black-framed glasses from her purse and put them on the bridge of her nose, blocking Sulu's strange gaze. The girl with her head down was wearing black-rimmed glasses. She looked really pure, especially from Su Li's angle. He scratched his head and thought to himself, such a pure girl secretly ate my biscuits, so why is she so fierce to me? After all, he was a youth from a remote area, and when facing the opposite sex he was always a bit reserved. He just sighed in his heart and didn't say anything. Every time the girl with black-framed glasses took a biscuit, Sulu also took a biscuit, no more and no less. He smiled and ate happily. Although he was a very kind person, he didn't want to lose out too much. Just like that, there was only one biscuit left in the bag. According to the silent order from before, it should be Su Li's turn to take a biscuit. Su Li clearly noticed that the girl's pretty nose under the black-framed glasses wrinkled cutely, as if she was worried about something. Su Li silently grinned and took out the last biscuit from the bag. After thinking for a while, he broke it in half, and with a kind smile on his face, he cautiously handed one half to the girl. The girl looked up, somewhat surprised and somewhat angry. Like a kitten fighting for food, she snatched the biscuit and swallowed it, but almost choked. Su Li chewed the last half of the biscuit while looking at her in a daze, thinking, what's the hurry? Is she that hungry? He wanted to pass his water to her to drink, but he was worried that this eccentric girl would dislike him. Fortunately, the sound of brakes broke this puppet-like performance. He didn't even say thank you. What a shameless scum. Zhang Xiaoming dragged her heavy luggage, lowered her head, and walked toward the airport counter. She had been on a spaceship for 7 days from District S2, and now she had to immediately transfer to the university town. The tiredness of the journey was already a little unbearable, and her heart was constantly weighed down by that heavy stone. Unfortunately, on the bus she met an extremely untactful, repulsive and shameful young man. He looks quite pleasing to the eye and his smile is as sincere as a pig's. Who knew that underneath his bones, he was an ungrateful villain? He ate my biscuit like it was charity. Small Eyes, you really are not good people. Zhang Xiaoming put her heavy luggage on the conveyor belt and couldn't help but complain in a low voice. Entering the departure lounge, Zhang Xiaoming took off her black-rimmed glasses and carefully wiped them, as if she wanted to use this action to vent her anger. She never thought that there would be such a man in the world, who would so blatantly eat her favorite dog biscuit since she was a child. Her destination was the university town. The university town was located in the northern latitudes of administrative planet S1 of the capital ring. The flight would arrive in half an hour. She noticed the crowd around her, forced herself to calm down, and carried her small bag into the bathroom. She casually flushed the toilet. Amidst the splashing sound of water, she pressed the button on her black-rimmed glasses. On the originally empty glass surface, a few rows of characters suddenly appeared. This information appeared in front of her in the shortest amount of time possible through the wireless network that covered the entire planet. After memorizing all the words and missions, Zhang Xiaoming gently exhaled and appeared to be much more relaxed. The senator was still negotiating with the president's office. The situation was relatively calm now. Due to the first charter, the Bureau of Proclamation had to remain neutral. As a low-level worker, she didn't have to worry too much about her true identity being discovered. Even if the Federation found out that she was a spy sent by the anti-government party, the most they could do was expel her back to S2. But what exactly was in the university town? Why did the senator want her to return to the capital planet? Was it because the senator knew that she was homesick? Once she thought of her stale family, Zhang Xiaoming's expression became gloomy again. In order to complete the mission given by the organization, it seemed that she had to play the role of a lost sheep. This was really a painful thing. Sitting in the comfortable seat, Zhang Xiaoming tidied up the hair hanging beside her black-rimmed glasses. She subconsciously put her hand into her bag, but she found that the touch of her fingers was a little strange. She opened the bag in shock and was surprised to find an unopened bag of dog biscuits. If this bag of biscuits was hers, then what about the bag of biscuits on the bus? Did she eat someone else's biscuits? She had wronged him, but he had been quietly sharing things that belonged to him with her. Zhang Xiaoming stood up and looked around for the small-eyed boy, trying to find a way to apologize. However, how many flights were there in the capital airport? How could that boy appear on this plane so coincidentally? She sat down in confusion and shook her head regretfully. She knew that she had wronged the boy. More importantly, when she thought of the boy's gentle smile and the half-biscuit that he handed over, other than the thick embarrassment, there was also a trace of indescribable warmth. She hadn't felt such warmth in a long time. The world was so big. Perhaps she would never see that boy with that amiable smile again. There was no way she could apologize anymore. Zhang Xiaoming thought regretfully. She felt like she had missed out on something very precious. She felt empty and uncomfortable. She didn't know that right at the front of the plane, in the luxurious first-class cabin, Sulu was fidgeting as he adjusted the comfortable sofa position. He cautiously and carefully asked the stewardess, "Are you sure there's a free steak? The semi-synthetic kind?" "Yes." The stewardess almost couldn't hold back her laughter as she looked at the honest boy. Sulu breathed a sigh of relief. Only now did he feel that the expensive ticket was somewhat worth it. Although he was a fugitive and should keep a low profile, and a soldier who had just returned home from military service shouldn't have the money to sit in the first-class cabin, when he bought the ticket, he really couldn't resist the temptation of the semi-synthetic steak. Moreover, there was too much money in the card, so the young man's heart made him take the risk and buy a first-class ticket. He looked at the stewardess who was half squatting in front of him and said with concern, "Don't squat so much. You'll get tired." The stewardess was happy from the inside out and gave him a free charming smile. Sulu was flustered by the bright light and quickly asked, "Excuse me, how long does it take to get to the university town?" Chapter 49. It had to be admitted that the group of 5 that built the foundation of the Federation Society did indeed possess wisdom and foresight that the later generations could not hope to reach. The words that glittered with the brilliance of civilization and the social structure that was improving day by day proved this point. Among the 3 districts of the capital ring that had beautiful environments and distinct seasons, the university town that had been established in the northern latitudes a long time ago was a reflection of the great efforts of the ancestors of the Federation. Only the 70 days of winter every year could allow the young people of the Federation to experience the cruelty of nature and the hardships of life in a prosperous and peaceful environment. The university town was actually not a city. It was a university campus that was built sporadically along the plains on both sides of the Rose River. Most of the universities on the capital planet were established here. As the development of the Federation Society increased day by day, the education level improved day by day, and the area of the various universities grew larger and larger. In the 34th Constitution era, they were gradually connected together and became a large community. The people of the Federation habitually called this large area the university town. However, the Federation of today seemed to have forgotten the good intentions of the ancestors of the Federation when they established the university here. The heating in the building was available 24 hours a day, and the air conditioning system kept the air that people breathed absolutely fresh. Once winter came, the students who were unwilling to go out of the building and spent their boring time in front of the crystal screen every day. How could they experience the so-called cruelty of nature? In the southeast area of the university town, there was an inconspicuous but extremely beautiful second-level college named Wuxia University. Behind the dormitory of the university, on the road that led to the living area of the Federation, there was an even more inconspicuous gray bungalow. It stood awkwardly at the back door of Wuxia University, making the scenery that was like pear blossoms in the garden become stiff. It was such a small bungalow that was far away from the main building of the campus, yet it still enjoyed central heating. The interior was as warm as spring, and the glass that was not coated with anti-frost was filled with a pleasant mist. Wiping away the mist on the glass with one hand, Sulu looked through the window at the snowflakes and frost on the pear trees in the garden. He smiled happily, thinking that this was a really nice place. It was still so beautiful in such a cold winter. When had he ever seen such a scenery when he was in Donglin? The sky in her hometown was overcast and gloomy. How could there be snowflakes that were whiter than pear blossoms? He had been at Wuxia University for more than 10 days, following the suggestion left behind by his boss, Fengyu, on the holographic screen before his death. Furthermore, he was a fugitive with a disguised chip in his body, so naturally he was unwilling to follow the information on the chip and go to the Department of National Defense's Retirement Resettlement Office to find a job. Thus, he decided to come here himself, submitting a job application and the strange recommendation letter in his backpack to the school, and easily obtained his current job. At first, he was a little puzzled as to why it was so easy to find a job, but later on, he realized that other than guarding the back door of Wuxia University, this job only required him to be responsible for cleaning the road within 10 meters of him. On the surface, he was a member of the logistics department, but in reality he was just a doorman. Without a doubt, he belonged to the lowest rung of society, and his salary was so low that it was pitiful. Fortunately, there was still a lot of money in that Zhongsanlin Union Bank card. Sulu did not come to Shanglin for money, nor did he have any strong desire to be below others, so he happily accepted this job and obtained this small, gray bungalow that belonged exclusively to him. If it was a normal citizen of the Federation, No matter how beautiful Ua University's snowy scenery was, after looking at the plain white for more than 10 days, they would have long since gotten sick of it. However, Sulu was the same. He had never seen snow in his entire life, and looking at the snow for more than 10 days was just a small enjoyment for him. Right now, it was still the winter holidays and there were not many students staying behind at Ua University, so his work had not officially started yet. Every day, other than cleaning the snow, he had nothing else to do, so he was very free. Through the CD-ROM computer that the logistics department had placed in the doorway, Sulu would also go online every day when he was free. He seriously looked through the information on Ua University, and only then did he know that this seemingly unremarkable school was, other than the schools directly under the Ministry of National Defense, one of the most outstanding universities in terms of the 3 major self-propelled mobile armor systems and the standard repair of warship installations. Of course, the 3 major military academies directly under the Ministry of National Defense and the West Woods Military Academy could not possibly be located in a university town, so it was not a place that Sulu could casually blend into. Therefore, if Sulu wanted to satisfy his interests, the unremarkable Ua University was indeed the best choice. Only now did he understand that his boss was still considering his own ideals and his arrangements, and his mood could not help but warm up like the air in the room. When he had just arrived at the university town, Sulu had tried to apply for an audit student certificate. After all, he still had quite a bit of money in his cart, so he should be able to afford enough sponsorship. Unfortunately, the school's principal and dean in charge of reviewing new students had all returned to the various major cities on the capital planet for their holidays, just like the students. What made Sulu feel even more regretful was that Ua University's library had also been closed for the past few days due to the update of the system and the holidays. This meant that he had no way of accessing the knowledge he was most interested in regarding the M-series mecha structure and maintenance. He also had no way of searching through the ancient books to see if there were any words or phrases regarding the mysterious trembling power within his body. In these 10 days of cold wind and snow, Sulu, who had nothing to do, other than watching Channel 23 every night and searching the internet for mecha maintenance knowledge that interested him, spent most of his remaining time nestled in his warm bed, closing his eyes to try to feel the slight changes in the trembling power within his body. He also tried to hide this dizzying trembling power as he thought about it on the ancient bell. It was snowing heavily outside and he had not practiced that set of 10 postures for quite some time. He was also worried that others would see it, but the trembling in his muscles had gradually become more and more practiced as he slept. It even felt as though it could surge out at will. That night, accompanied by the familiar soreness in the deepest parts of his muscles and joints, Sulu fell into a deep sleep accompanied by the howling of the wind and snow. In his dreams, he seemed to see a cute girl with a head of purple hair marrying him as his wife, and him becoming the chief mechanic of a large company in the capital. He could repair all sorts of fun things every day, and he seemed to faintly hear some big shot announcing on the television that the truth behind the explosion had been exposed. There were so many happy things. In his deep sleep, Sulu's lips curved into a sweet smile. He smiled so much that his body started to tremble. This trembling did not stop until the muscles under his skin started to twitch slightly. It seemed that with every twitch, his body would become a little stronger. Spring was bright and beautiful, with colorful flags fluttering in the wind. Shanglin Administrative Region S1, which was also the capital planet's snow and cold, always came and went quickly. However, just as February entered, the snow on the banks of the Rose River had completely melted away, merging into the tranquil river that flowed south. Not a trace of it could be found anymore, leaving behind only a vast expanse of green fields and lush spring forests, as well as blocks of academy buildings that harmonized with the environment very well among the grass and trees. Today was the first day of school, and countless students took all sorts of transportation back to the big city academy. The campus, which had been quiet for 2 months, was once again bustling with noise and excitement. From time to time, there would be cars driving into the quiet Ua University, accompanied by even more youthful female students walking in. A youthful atmosphere that made people yearn for rippled through the campus with them. Because there were too many students going to the Federation's living area to shop, the back gate, which had always been somewhat deserted, was now bustling with noise and chatter. It even drowned out the voices of the male students who were passionately criticizing the government by the fountain. Suddenly, there was a commotion at the entrance of the campus, followed by a buzz of discussion that abruptly stopped. The attention of the youths in the school was attracted by something, and they subconsciously stopped in their tracks, casting complicated gazes towards the entrance. The few male students by the fountain who were deeply influenced by Carlinism also stopped spurting out hot blood and walked over. However, they did not approach the back gate, but instead looked at it with a very strange gaze. A girl with shoulder-length hair, black-rimmed glasses, and a stack of books, calmly and slightly coldly walked in from the back gate of Wuxia University under the gazes of countless people. The surrounding gazes contained too many emotions: pity, sympathy, disgust, disdain, envy, jealousy. The students of Wuxia University easily recognized who this girl was because a year ago she was a popular figure among the freshmen of Wuxia University, or rather, the rebellious child, Zhang Xiaoming. Zhang Xiaoming, who was born in a good family, began to come into contact with Carlinism after entering her first year of university. Unexpectedly, this girl resolutely gave up on her good life, gave up on her studies, and went to the faraway S2 administrative district, where the anti-government faction had the strongest influence in New Jersey. She began to shout for the people at the bottom of society, participating in one demonstration after another. As for what Zhang Xiaoming did after leaving Wuxia University, her classmates did not know the exact details, but they knew that the rumor was true. This girl who had once shocked countless people was indeed tired of the so-called romance of justice, abandoned the darkness for the light, and returned to the embrace of the Federation. There was an awkward silence at the back gate of Wuxia University. No one came forward to greet this black-rimmed girl. There was no welcome, only faint hostility and complicated gazes. Yes, when she left this campus a year ago, she should have known that there was no possibility of her coming back. If her ideals in the past were childish and laughable, but for the sake of an ordinary and comfortable life, she easily gave up her so-called ideals, then why did she leave in the first place? Why did she come back after leaving? Isn't that preposterous? This was probably the thought in the minds of most of the students. They looked at Zhang Xiaoming calmly but full of pressure. Zhang Xiaoming, however, did not have the slightest bit of uneasiness. Her face was slightly lifted, and there was pride in her calmness as she walked towards her dormitory building. At this moment, the few male students who were preaching Carlinism at the fountain suddenly blocked her path and said angrily, "You betrayed your ideals." "My ideal is to live a good life." Zhang Xiaoming pushed up her black-rimmed glasses, ignored these people and walked past them. The surrounding students looked at Zhang Xiaoming's back with strange and mocking expressions. The male student who was giving the speech was stunned for a moment, then he spat a mouthful of spittle behind her back. "The student, please wipe away these stains." A young man wearing a red cufflink walked to the side of the male student, handed him a piece of cloth and said seriously, "Also, according to the regulations, I will recommend that the student office deduct 3 credits from you." The male student asked angrily, "Who are you?" The young man pulled on the red cufflink and answered, "I am a doorman." Chapter 50. At the corner of the road outside of Wuxia University's back gate, there was a completely black Land Rover parked there. The body of the Land Rover looked particularly thick and heavy. The window film reflected the beautiful skylight, covering everything inside the car. The inside of this completely black Land Rover was strangely without a seat. Instead, it was filled with all kinds of electronic equipment and a camp bed. Even more strangely, there were a few staff members wearing gray uniforms who were vigilantly looking at the electronic equipment, and on the camp bed laid a lazy young man. This young man was about 24 or 25 years old. He had a pair of high-fidelity headphones in his ears. It was unknown what he was listening to, but looking at his squinted eyes, it gave people the impression that he had fallen asleep long ago. If Sulu were to see this young man's behavior, he would definitely think of the lazy boss uncle in any situation. To be able to maintain such a state in such a tense and busy working environment, if it wasn't that he was a little tired of the world, then it was that he didn't care about anything. A staff member took off the young man's headphones and said with a bitter smile, "Team leader, even if you're too lazy to listen to it, can you not use public equipment to listen to music? Otherwise, if the director finds out, you'll be scolded again." The young man opened his eyes and yawned. His beautiful face had a trace of hangover fatigue. He muttered, "It's such a good thing, it's a pity that I don't use it to listen to music." Then he looked at the small holographic screen of the electronic equipment and asked in boredom, "What's wrong? Nothing happened to that hot-blooded young woman, right?" "Nothing happened. There are a lot of young people coming back from S2. Why does the Bureau want us to keep an eye on her?" The staff member shrugged and pointed in the direction of Wuxia University. "How big of a problem can a female student have? Zhang Xiaoming coming back so casually like this. If there's no problem, then I'm an idiot." The young man yawned again. His name was Shi Qinghai. He graduated from the 1st Military Academy and was now working in the Federation Investigation Bureau. All the staff members in this completely black Land Rover were his subordinates. Bored, he looked in the direction of the back door of UA University and said in a seemingly casual manner, "A little lamb who knows how to mend its ways?" Her parents are both civil servants of the Federation government. If there really was no problem, this little lamb should have cried and jumped into her parents' arms at the capital airport. She shouldn't have directly transferred to the university town alone and worked hard for more than 10 days before she regained her student status. Why didn't she meet with her parents? She's still rebellious and hasn't grown up yet. How could she be a pitiful girl who had her head injured? A hint of mockery flashed across Shi Qinghai's beautiful face. Although there are a lot of useless people in the bureau, it's not a big problem to choose a surveillance target. As he spoke, the 6 people in the front and back of the black land vehicle stopped what they were doing. They listened to the leader's analysis and nodded in agreement. One of them looked at Shi Qinghai and said with a smile, "Leader, of course we know you're not an idiot." Of course Shi Qinghai was not an idiot. He graduated from the 1st Military Academy with the highest grades. In his first year in the Federation Investigation Bureau, he successfully cracked a few spy cases. His ability was obvious to all. If he had followed this path steadily, everyone in the Investigation Bureau believed that the youngest deputy director in history would have been born. But no one would have thought that such a young talent would fall so quickly. An officer of the Investigation Bureau who was addicted to alcohol and women all day long was equivalent to giving up his future. Don't drink so much in the future. What's the difference if those women turn off the lights? Do you need to change every day? Shi Qinghai's subordinate said with a headache, "Don't always offend the boss. Otherwise you would have been promoted long ago and we would have followed suit. Don't talk nonsense with me. Who hasn't been promoted under me? I'm too lazy to move. Isn't this university town good? There are so many beauties, especially young beauties." Shi Qinghai smacked his thin lips. His eyes were blurred and intoxicated. "How can I leave when I'm surrounded by the fresh scent of young bodies?" He got up from the single bed and rubbed his face that he forgot to wash in the morning. He said vaguely, "What career advancement? Bullshit. I want to be transferred to the Bureau of Proclamation. Those bastards, they only have one computer every day. They don't have to worry about anything. It's a fucking good place to retire." Having said that, he still had to do what he had to do, even if it was just on the surface. Shi Qinghai pretended to pick up the monitor and put it next to his ear to listen for a long time. At first, everything was normal, but gradually, his facial expression became wonderful, and finally, it turned into an uncontrollable laughter. The concierge? I'm dying of laughter. Does he know that the student he asked to wipe off his saliva is the son of a senator? Shi Qinghai was rocking back and forth with laughter. He slapped his thigh and said, "This little concierge is interesting. It's rare to see such a serious person in this fucking society." "Shoot, team leader, lower your voice." A team member stared angrily at the unconscious Shi Qinghai and shouted in a low voice, "We are monitoring the situation. Not in the cinema." "Oh, that's right." Shi Qinghai came back to his senses and laughed. He opened the car door and walked out of the car. He said, "I have to watch UA University for at least a semester. It's too boring. I'm going to check out that fun concierge." The staff members of the Bureau of Investigation looked at each other. They didn't know what to do with this crazy and absurd team leader. Under the sun, the young team leader walked lazily like a hooligan. The staff members couldn't help but cover their eyes in embarrassment. One of them muttered, "Breaking the rules again? But why does team leader look like a hooligan?" Team leader grew up in the countryside. His father is a farmer. Is that so? That's a rare occupation. But what does this have to do with team leader being a hooligan? Didn't George Carlin once say that? The root of hooliganism is the unfair distribution of wealth. At the back gate of UA University, there was no class struggle between the rich students and the poor concierge. The male student who preached Carlinism left in anger. Sulu didn't pull him back. He forced him to kneel on the ground and wipe off his saliva. If he really did that, Sulu would doubt his own intelligence. He just followed the school rules and wrote a note about what happened today. He sent it to the special mailbox of the student office through the computer. Then he pulled out the hose and washed the sidewalk that had just been cleaned in the morning. He walked out earlier because he found that the male student seemed to have the intention to continue pestering the girl. So he thought of a way to stop him. If he hadn't seen that pair of black-rimmed glasses, Sulu wouldn't have remembered that the girl was the one who secretly ate his biscuits on the bus. Sulu didn't know what Carlinism was and didn't care about the negotiations between the government and anti-government. He just felt that the girl was too lonely with so many students coldly looking at her. What made him feel even more uncomfortable was that the male student actually blocked the girl's path. Of course, the more important reason was that he knew the girl. Even though the girl might not remember him and even though the girl was rude to him back then. After cleaning the sidewalk, Sulu took a chair and sat next to the gate. He faithfully carried out his task. He closed his eyes under the warm sunlight and listened to the chips beeping sound from the monitor beside him. He was so comfortable that he almost fell asleep. In fact, he was still thinking about when he would be able to complete his bypass hearing, when he would be able to enter the library, and when he would be able to visit the experimental grounds. As an official of the investigation bureau, Shi Qinghai naturally didn't want to get acquainted with this inconspicuous concierge. It was just that he had spent the whole night with the blonde beauty and drank too much alcohol. His mind was too tired and he couldn't sleep comfortably on the military bed of the land shuttle, so he decided to just walk around in the car. He bought a pack of cigarettes from the convenience store next to the school gate and lit one. He walked to the sidewalk and squatted down. He casually glanced at the young concierge from the corner of his eyes. It was just this glance, but Shi Qinghai's pupils slightly shrank. He didn't move his eyes away for a long time. He stood up and walked towards Sulu, who was sitting on the chair. After a moment of silence, he said with a smile, "I really envy your job. You can openly bask in the sun every day." Sulu raised his head in surprise. He didn't expect that on this strange planet, in this strange place, someone would actually take the initiative to talk to him. When he raised his head, he saw a street full of green trees and clear sunlight. A handsome young man in a wrinkled black suit was looking at him with a smile. Maybe it's quite comfortable. Sulu knew how to answer this question. He squinted his eyes, blocked the sunlight and carefully said, "Do you want one?" Shi Qinghai smiled and passed a long filter cigarette. Sulu originally wanted to refuse, but he suddenly remembered that the boss uncle never left his cigarettes. He suddenly had an idea. He took the cigarette, put it in his lighter and lit it up. He said thank you. Separated by the iron gates of Yue University, the two of them smoked without knowing what to do. Under the sunlight they both seemed to have endless worries. Shi Qinghai threw the cigarette butt to the ground and stepped on it to extinguish it. He used his fingers to tidy up his messy hair. He suddenly stared at Sulu and said, "Sitting on the chair but your body is hanging in the air. You're really hard-working to be able to practice the horse stance like this." Chapter 51. Sulu was shocked, but his expression didn't change. He didn't expect that this person's eyes would be so sharp that he could see through his strange sitting posture. He wasn't a professional spy, and he wasn't even a professional fugitive. He was just an ordinary young man with some talent in some areas. For some reason he was forced to go into exile and hiding. After leaving Donglin, he kept reminding himself that he should keep a low profile and be inconspicuous. But after all, he hadn't received professional training, so there were always some problems in inappropriate places. Fortunately, with the help of the disguise chip, he didn't need to worry too much about his safety in the Federation society. After passing the airport scan, he was full of confidence. He knew that as long as no one found out about his relationship with the boss, no one would suspect him. But today was only the first day of university, and a passerby had found out about his strange behavior. Sulu was so ashamed that he had the urge to face the wall. In fact, Sulu still underestimated himself and overestimated all the passers-by in the Federation. In the Federation society, there weren't many people like Shi Qinghai. He had studied observation in the first military academy and received 3 years of espionage training. Naturally, he had developed a completely different vision. "Don't throw the cigarette butts." Sulu was a little flustered, but his voice didn't tremble at all as he said seriously to Shi Qinghai. Shi Qinghai smiled and picked up the cigarette butt. He had a strong interest in this little doorman. He felt that the doorman had a very wonderful feeling and was very similar to himself. It seemed that they were both keeping a big secret in their hearts. Shi Qinghai didn't want his secret to be known by others, so he didn't want to explore other people's secrets. After all, this person had nothing to do with him. Shi Qinghai looked at Sulu, yawned, leaned against the iron gate and asked lazily, "There aren't many people in the training center now. You're still young, so I didn't expect you to like this kind of thing." Sulu could have chosen not to answer any of his questions, but first of all, that would be too strange. He did not know what this man in the suit did, and second of all, his small eyes had always been very good at judging people. In his opinion, this man in the suit was full of boredom and tiredness, and he did not have any malicious intentions. I've never been to a body cultivation hall. Sulu shook his head and said, "What's the horse stance?" "Oh, the horse stance is the posture where your butt doesn't touch the ground. But that posture of yours is much more difficult than a normal horse stance. Don't be surprised that I know all this. You should know that I spent some time in a body cultivation hall." Shi Qinghai smiled, then extended his hand and nodded. Shi Qinghai, government worker. Then he said in a more serious tone, "Does guarding the door for the government count as a staff member?" Sulu was stunned for a moment, then he smiled as well. He extended his hand to shake the other party's hand and introduced himself. "Sulu, school worker. If guarding the door really counts as a proper job." The two people's hands passed through the bars of the metal gate and shook each other. A moment later they let go. Shi Qinghai raised his eyebrows and said, "It's a bit like visiting a friend in prison. Looks like I'm the one locked up in prison. Why not me? I'm leaving first. I'll come and chat with you when I have the chance." Shi Qinghai looked at the figure of a woman walking over from not far away. He nodded slightly at Sulu, then left the school gate with an extinguished cigarette in his left hand. After closing the heavy car door, Shi Qinghai sat on the camp bed and stared at the female student passing through the school gate on the holographic screen. He used his index finger to point at her face, which was a bit blurry due to the pixels, and said, "Keep an eye on her. I don't care why this woman called Zhang Xiaoming came back, and I don't care what she wants from Yue University. All you need to do is surround her and cut off all connections between her and any suspicious points." "Not fishing?" One of the team members asked curiously. "If there's really something wrong with this female student, this is a good opportunity." "I'm not interested in that." Shi Qinghai tidied up his wrinkled suit, lowered his head and said, "If we want to fish, we have to get close to her. That's the only way to ensure that we don't miss any clues. But the problem is that in our team, other than me, we all look like we've been through a lot. How are we going to pretend to be students?" "How about pretending to be a teacher?" another team member suggested. Shi Qinghai raised his head, looked at him with pity and said, "If you think that your knowledge is enough to prevent you from being coaxed off the podium by the students, then you can give it a try." The team's time-sharing, monitoring, and social relations were methodically issued one order after another. The routine work of the Bureau of Investigation came to an end. Only Shi Qinghai and one of his subordinates were left in the black Land Rover. He suddenly lowered his voice and said, "Help me investigate a person. His name is Sulu." "Do we need to file a record?" "No, I'm just interested in a personal matter." "A personal matter? If there's no record, there's no way to get a secret level. I don't think we'll find anything interesting." The team member obviously thought that the person he was investigating was a woman. At this time, Sulu did not know that Wrinkled Suit, whom he had just met, had begun to secretly investigate him. He just calmly looked at the girl in front of him, hoping that she would turn around and look at him. Unfortunately, the naked Zhang Xiaoming seemed to have a lot on her mind. She lowered her head and hugged her books as she walked out of the school gate. She didn't notice his existence at all. The night was getting late. The Federation Bureau of Investigation's Linhai State Field Office building was still brightly lit. The busy staff walked through the floors. Linhai State was one of the big states in the capital Ring's S1 administrative region. Especially after the university town area was transferred to Linhai State, the area of Linhai State and the workload of the civil servants had greatly increased. The fourth section of the office was responsible for preventing the infiltration of the anti-government forces. Now that the Federation was stable, the anti-government forces had already given up on the policy of armed struggle. Under the pressure of the empire, they were negotiating cooperation with the government and officially participating in the election. The fourth section had become the most leisurely department in the entire Federation Bureau of Investigation. The most leisurely official in the most leisurely department, Shi Qinghai, wasn't going in and out of the major nightclubs in the city to flirt with beautiful women and drink liquor like his colleagues had imagined. Instead, he was sitting in his own office, staring blankly at the holographic screen in front of him. Shi Qinghai didn't want to investigate the secret of the little gatekeeper, but he subconsciously wanted to get closer to the young man. He also had a secret in his heart that he couldn't let others know, so he had to find out whether the gatekeeper who knew how to do the horse stance had any kind of background. The results of the investigation quickly came out. It was a very clean file. A recently retired tunnel repairer had returned to the capital and was doing a very ordinary job. There didn't seem to be anything out of the ordinary. So it's a field mouse and a very clean one at that. Shi Qinghai smiled as he looked at the holographic screen. It's a pity that I can't find out more specific information about this guy called Su Lu. But, why is it so coincidental that he came to the same university town as Zhang Xiaoming? Such an obvious loophole. It seems that he's not in the same field but just an interesting guy. All the information of the Federation's citizens from birth was stored in the vast Federation's computer monitoring network. The most comprehensive information could be obtained through the chip at the back of their neck. However, the Federation's first charter protected the privacy of every citizen to the strictest extent. Unless the relevant department issued an application, the privacy of the citizens was strictly prohibited from being known by anyone. The spirit of the first charter had been deeply ingrained in people's hearts for countless years, so Shi Qinghai didn't find it strange. He didn't continue to investigate Su Li's relationships. His beautiful but tired face suddenly showed a trace of sadness. After a moment of silence, he threw all the information he found about Su Lu into the document processor. He believed that for a long time, no one would investigate Su Lu again. I can finally find a blank piece of paper to draw on. Damn it, I've been lonely for so long. I need to find a playmate, right? Shi Qinghai said something that he didn't believe himself. He inserted the car remote key into the standard interface of the computer. An inconspicuous small program began to lurk in the internal network. According to Su Li's filter, from this moment on, if the Federation Investigation Bureau's field office wanted to investigate the little concierge, they couldn't hide it from him. Under the sun, Su Lu hugged the alloy steel ball casting and walked down the high stairs while panting. As he walked, he complained in his heart about the professor's discrimination against audit students. After every component class, he was responsible for returning the courseware. It had been 3 months since he came to Yue University. After paying a sponsorship fee, he finally obtained the school's audit student certificate. The school didn't mind this retired soldier who seemed to have some savings to become a member of the class. The Federation implemented a 5-hour workday. Su Lu was too lazy to look for a house in Linhai, so he simply continued to work as a concierge, which had no future. Every day, other than eagerly learning the mechanical engineering knowledge that he was interested in, he didn't have much to do. At night he just slept in the concierge's room. As for the other old men who were responsible for guarding the door, he didn't have much contact with them. Everything seemed to have returned to the ordinary but fulfilling life in Donglin district. The only difference was that today, Su Lu didn't have a boss lying lazily on the sofa beside him. Well, he was wrong. There was another difference, and it was the same lazy government official in front of him. Why are you here again? Su Lu saw the guy wearing a tattered, expensive suit under the stone stairs of the teaching building. His mind was in a mess and he almost dropped the casting on his foot. Chapter 52. Su Lu had always been puzzled by this beautiful man in front of him, who had a split hairstyle and liked to smoke a 37 brand long filter cigarette. They had only chatted for a while under the sun, but in the past few months, this man had been coming to him frequently, inviting him to drink and chat with him. But he was not a man who looked like a woman, and this man seemed to be more charming. Su Lu found it a little hard to understand the other party's persistence, but what was strange was that he didn't seem to resist interacting with this official. Perhaps, it was because the other party's laziness and world-weariness was somewhat similar to that of a certain person who had passed away. Su Lu walked past him with the cast in his arms and begged for mercy in a low voice. I vomited for a long time last night. Please forgive me. I can't hold my liquor and I can't take it anymore. Put this broken thing down first. Shi Qinghai looked at him with a smile, his handsome face glowing under the sun. He said, I won't drink today. I'll take you to find a woman. A woman? Su Lu opened his mouth wide and could not react for a long time. Mr. Shi? Are we that close? Su Lu looked at him helplessly. Mr. Shi was Shi Qinghai's self-proclaimed name. This young official seemed to have always yearned for the evil feudal society of the empire. After 20 rounds of drinking in 2 months, you should be cooked, right? Apart from stones, what in the world can't be cooked? Yes, I was a soldier in Donglin. The people of the Federation have always thought that the people of Donglin are stones. Stones also need friends. Is it that simple to be friends? Of course. If you are pleasing to the eye and comfortable to get along with, you are a friend. Su Lu seemed to understand something and nodded with a smile. Shi Qinghai very seriously pulled out the bangs on his forehead and said to him, I'm very bored by myself. I see that in addition to working every day you do experiments in class and eat bread in the library. You're even more bored than me. I really can't stand it, so I decided to let you see what real life is like. Real life is a woman? No. Shi Qinghai shook his slightly oily hair and said seriously, it's a beauty. Beside the busiest street in Linhai, the door of the biggest nightclub, 13, was shut tight. Inside the iron gate, the rhythm of the music was constantly changing. The dazzling spotlights in the spacious venue and the dim environment did not contradict each other. The amber liquid in the open-mouthed glass on the table released an intoxicating wine aroma, mixing with the alluring perfume that pervaded the entire nightclub, weaving a charming environment. We used to drink in taverns, so I thought you were a very simple veteran. I didn't expect you to be so familiar with this kind of place. Shi Qinghai lowered his head and looked at the wine in the glass in front of him. He seemed to be trying to distinguish how many colors would be reflected in the dim light of the wine. At this time, Sulu was looking at the girls dancing on the bar counter in tight-fitting shorts, exposing their snow-white thighs. She tried her best to open her eyes wider, but because she was so focused, she didn't understand Shi Qinghai's words for a moment. She was stunned for a moment before she turned around and looked at Shi Qinghai. Shi Qinghai's black hair drooped on the table in front of him. He said weakly, an 18-year-old veteran can sit so comfortably in the most expensive nightclub in Linhai, and you don't have a nosebleed looking at those beautiful girls. I don't believe that you haven't been to such a place before. I just passed the legal drinking age not long ago. Sulu sat up straight on the sofa and said with a smile. Of course he was no stranger to nightclubs. Although he rarely went there, he had mixed with a group of orphans since he was young. Although he lived in the remote Donglin, he had developed a sense of dry and spicy temperament. Although his honest and simple face did reflect a part of his way of thinking, it more successfully concealed the natural calmness and firmness of an orphan, the decisiveness with which he did things, and the hardships and experiences that could make people calmer. You look a little older than your actual age. Shi Qinghai raised the wine glass in his hand and signaled to a girl on the table not far away. His eyes returned to Su Li's face again, and he was silent for a moment. He had drunk with Su 23 Sierra Leonean Leone's times, and it seemed that the little concierge would get drunk at the end of each time. But the problem was, no matter how drunk he was, he didn't mention anything about the past in his drunken ramblings. This small detail made the sensitive Shi Qinghai feel strange. He didn't ask the concierge, but patiently waited for the day when the mystery would be revealed. A young official of the Federation and a college student, a concierge, were originally people from two different worlds, but Shi Qinghai wanted to be friends with him. On the one hand it was because he was bored, and on the other hand it was because he had a certain sense of closeness to Sulu. And the fact that Sulu dared to be his friend made Shi Qinghai think more highly of Sulu. He had long found that he had underestimated Sulu from the beginning. Although he was indeed a blank piece of paper, he was very stubborn. It was not easy to paint him with external colors. I know you have your secrets. Shi Qinghai lazily laid down his upper body again and looked at Su Li's face across the wine glass. I never believed that you had a goduncle who gave you a large sum of money, enough for you to sit in first class luxuriously. But don't worry, you are not a government official, and no one will be interested in investigating you. You are interested in me, aren't you? Sulu looked at him and said after a moment of silence, if you didn't insist on asking me these things, maybe I wouldn't have talked to you. After all, you and I are from two different worlds. I don't know which world you are from. To be exact, I don't even know which world I am from. Shi Qinghai glanced at him mockingly, drank all the wine in the cup and said, I just find you pleasing to the eye, that's all. By the way, you will pay for today's wine. This month's bonus has not been paid yet, so you have to pay for it. Sulu carefully looked at the label of the wine bottle on the table. After drinking for a period of time, he could roughly tell the price of this bottle of wine. Although it was a little expensive, it was not that he could not afford it. Since the boss left him the money, he would spend it on his behalf. After all, there did not seem to be much to spend on over there. He was about to say something when he suddenly saw a group of young men and women drinking a tube of blue liquid at a table not far away. It seemed to be very tasty. What is that? Should we try one? Sulu asked. A new drug, sky blue. Shi Qinghai looked at him mockingly. Do you want to try it? Sulu shook his head. He thought that the capital planet was a bustling and scary place. He could not help but sigh when he thought that there were people who dared to take drugs in broad daylight. At that moment, another fragrant wind blew over and into Shi Qinghai's arms. He could not help but sigh again. He thought that he was a country bumpkin from a remote and underdeveloped area. He was still not used to this kind of situation. Shi Qinghai was very handsome, or rather, very beautiful. Although he often didn't wash his hair, that pair of extremely deep and charming eyes of his were always emitting electricity. Under the dim lights of the nightclub, the electricity in his eyes gradually blurred, attracting countless women. During these days of drinking, Sulu had seen many waitresses looking at Mr. Sher with resentful eyes. Tonight he was used to the scene of flying women pouncing on men. However, Sulu could see that Shi Qinghai was not happy. If he probably would not have asked him to drink. Shi Qinghai said that he was lonely. How could such a literary phrase come out of the mouth of a government official? Although he said that he was a gatekeeper for the government, who would believe him? However, since Shi Qinghai did not ask about his past, he did not want to ask about Shi Qinghai's background. It had been a long time since he left Donglin, but the disguised chip in his body had never malfunctioned. Sulu could already face everything in life naturally and not always treat himself as a fugitive. It was good that he could live naturally and keep his past a secret. If he treated everything and everyone in life with vigilance and suspicion, what was the point of such a life? It was getting late. Shi Qinghai was intoxicated by the night, the beautiful women, and his friends. He mumbled something and fell asleep on the sofa. Sulu, who had drunk more than half a bottle of strong liquor, did not feel drunk. Instead, he became slightly excited because of the alcohol. He reluctantly moved his gaze away from the beautiful women and called the waiter. He paid the bill on the card machine held respectfully in the waiter's hand and walked out of the nightclub with Shi Qinghai. This was the busiest time in the nightclub. However, Shi Qinghai and Sulu drank too fast, so they left earlier than the others. Sulu, who was carrying a heavy body, could not find his way in the dim light. He did not know how many people he bumped into, but he apologized profusely. He knew that under the influence of alcohol and the countless eyes of the opposite sex, a small friction could cause big trouble. After walking to the entrance of the nightclub with great difficulty, Sulu was refreshed by the breeze in his face. However, he immediately smelled a fragrance and a sense of danger. He looked up and saw 3 expensive cars parked in front of the nightclub. About 7 or 8 people got out of the cars and walked towards the nightclub. The people walking beside them were all dressed in black. They were of average build and looked indifferent. They seemed to be bodyguards. The 2 men and 1 woman walking in the middle were dressed in bright clothes. Their temperaments were cold and reserved. The woman was wearing a short red trench coat. Her charming face carried a trace of arrogance and meanness. The 2 men beside her were wearing a blue suit while the other was arrogantly wearing a student uniform. The only thing they had in common was that their eyes were looking straight ahead. They walked with the wind and did not shift their gaze at all. They were not simple people and did not walk the usual path. Sulu did not want to block the way of such arrogant people. He quickly dragged the drunk Shi Qinghai to the side of the corridor. However, as luck would have it, when the beautiful woman in red brushed past the 2 of them, Shi Qinghai seemed to have smelled the perfume on her. He opened his blurry eyes and woke up. He whistled in her direction and said vaguely, "Beauty, you sprayed too much on your DVC." When they heard these 2 words, their footsteps stopped at the same time. The leading man smiled and turned to look at the corridor, as if he wanted to know who had the guts to flirt with his sister. There was a hint of coldness in his gentle smile. Chapter 53. DVC was a type of perfume, a very expensive perfume produced in the Bali region of the northern continent of planet S3. The annual production was extremely low, and it was impossible to come into contact with such a luxury item unless one was extremely wealthy or had an extremely high social status. Shi Qinghai had been wandering among women for the past few years. Whether it was a convenience store clerk, a lonely and bored young married woman, or a cold-looking career woman, he wanted to lift the curtain and become a guest of all of them. To be able to reach such a standard, he was naturally no stranger to women's products. Furthermore, he had indeed had a one-night stand with 1 or 2 women of high status. Therefore, even if he was drunk to the point of delirium, he could still call out the name of the DVC. Furthermore, he was extremely dissatisfied with the red-clothed woman for spraying too much. Women who could afford luxury items were naturally not simple women. To them, everything that represented money and status was not important, but style was the key. It was not important to use DVC, the key was to use it well. Saying that she sprayed it too much was like saying that she burned money to light cigarettes. It was tasteless. In the eyes of a woman of this level, being accused of having no style was the most unacceptable thing. Therefore, a flame of anger suddenly rose in her pair of charming but cold eyes. Seeing that the group of people who were walking with a swagger suddenly stopped because of Shi Qinghai's words, especially when he saw the cold smile on the leader's face, Su Li's heart unsurprisingly jumped. From a glance at the nightclub corridor from afar, he knew that these people were not simple, and was afraid of provoking them. Just as he was about to walk past them, something really happened. Sulu knew what DVC was, and he did not know how much the black cars in front of the nightclub were worth, but this did not prevent him from seeing the background of the other party and their displeasure. A bitter smile appeared on his face and he turned his head to look at Shi Qinghai, thinking to himself that this kid was not doing it on purpose, right? It seemed that Shi Qinghai was not doing it on purpose because at this time, he had fallen asleep sweetly on Su Li's shoulder. His body reeked of alcohol and his eyelids did not even blink. Su Lu sighed in his heart and sincerely said to those people, "I'm really sorry, my friend drank too much and spoke nonsense." Su Li's appearance was very ordinary, only his pair of straight eyebrows that were as sharp as a knife was somewhat unique. But what was very strange was that his pair of eyes that were often squinted always revealed a trustworthy expression, and his tone of voice was extremely sincere, which made it very easy for people to have a good impression of him. It was probably because of this that the little girl on the ancient clock chose to trust him without hesitation. He didn't know if his sincerity and honesty would be of any use today. The man, who was obviously the core of the group, narrowed his eyes slightly. He looked at Sulu and paused for a moment. Suddenly he smiled. The green robe on his body was like a willow leaf in the harsh winter, like a knife. The man's of course, of the woman of the group, of the group. The young man in the student's uniform beside them had a strange expression. He looked deeply at Sulu, who was supporting the drunk man. No wonder the uniform looked familiar, it was the uniform of Yue University. Sulu recognized him. This arrogant young man who dared to wear a student's uniform and enter a nightclub for entertainment was the male student who had a small conflict with him 2 months ago at the back door. Sulu had stayed in the school for several months. After all, he had the status of a gatekeeper and auditing student, so he didn't have much interaction with the real students. However, he knew that this male student's father was a state representative of Linhai, and could be considered to be born into an influential family. However, what did the other party's last glance mean? It seemed to be a warning or a reminder. Sulu did not think too deeply about that student's gaze. He only thought that the son of a state senator was actually the follower of that pair of man and woman. It seemed that these people were indeed important people that he could not afford to offend. Looking at the man in the green suit and the woman in the red trench coat walking into the nightclub, he let out a sigh of relief. At least he did not cause any trouble. He grew up with the orphans on Zhonglo Street since he was a child. He believed in the philosophy of life that if you respect me, I will respect you back 10 times. He always thought that since Shi Qinghai had offended the other party with a slip of the tongue when he was drunk, he had already humbled himself and sincerely apologized to the other party. The other party should be appeased and there would not be any follow-up development. But soon after, he understood the warning in the eyes of the man in the student's uniform. Only then did he realize that he was indeed a country bumpkin from a remote area. He actually naively thought that these people were so easy to deal with. Throw that drunkard into the washroom to sober up. Feed him 2 piles of feces to rinse his mouth. His mouth stinks even more than the toilet bowl. The woman in the red trench coat walked into the nightclub, coldly leaving behind a sentence. The wind at the entrance of the nightclub lifted the hem of her trench coat, revealing a pair of straight and tender legs. It was extremely pleasing to the eye, but the words that came out of her mouth were extremely cold. Hearing this sentence, Sulu stood there in a daze, thinking that he had misheard. He couldn't understand why the other party wanted to humiliate him in such a way with just a few words. Moreover, he had already apologized. Most importantly, he could tell that the woman in red wasn't joking when she said those cold words. Her tone was calm, but there was an irresistible air to it. Su Li's heart seemed to have fallen into an ice cellar. Only now did he realize that the attitudes of different social classes towards each other were completely different. In the face of the other party's strength, he who was at the bottom should have felt angry. He was indeed angry, but what he felt more was a kind of helpless sorrow. He looked at the back of the woman in the red and said with a last glimmer of hope, "I apologize to you on his behalf." In this world, some people never accept apologies. Even if a ladyboy knows a few bottles of perfume, he is still a ladyboy in the end. A drunkard who said the wrong thing has to pay the price. Little friend, if you want to leave safely, don't talk anymore. The slender thighs of the woman in the red windbreaker could be seen under the hem of her clothes. She did not turn around and walked deeper into the nightclub. The ladyboy she was talking about was naturally the beautiful Mr. Shi. From her words, it seemed that this woman with a strong background did not have any ill feelings towards Su Lu. The man in the blue suit patted her affectionately. He did not care about what happened behind him at all. It seemed that this kind of thing often happened to these people. Only the son of the state senator who was following them turned around and gave Sulu a sympathetic look. He thought to himself that Sister Yuzi's mood seemed to be really gloomy recently. However, although he sympathized with the little gatekeeper at the school, he did not have the courage to speak up for him, because he knew that this pair of brother and sister always meant what they said. At the end of the corridor, the owner of the nightclub was already respectfully waiting for the arrival of this group of people with a group of people. The expression in the eyes of the man in the blue suit changed slightly. He looked ahead and said to his sister beside him, "In the future, don't be so childish. If you are really angry, don't use this kind of method. I know you have been in a bad mood recently. But you have to know that he has always disliked your temper. If his family had not asked him to go out and train, and if he had not happened to be in the same school as us, and if we had not known his identity by chance, maybe we would not have had the chance to know him at all." The woman in red raised her thin eyebrows slightly and said, "We have known each other for so many years, but he still avoids me like I am a fly. I can't take this lying down." The man in the blue suit frowned slightly. He lowered his voice and scolded seriously, "Don't forget his identity. Why would he bother to avoid you? If he doesn't want to see you, you can forget about getting close to him for the rest of your life." While speaking, this pair of brother and sister completely forgot about the matter at the end of the corridor. In their opinion, since those insignificant people made them feel a little unhappy, they should naturally pay the price and let their mood return to normal. Since they had already spoken, there would naturally be someone who would handle this matter properly. That drunkard must eat shit, not a mouthful less. At the entrance of the VIP aisle, this group of people gathered together with the nightclub's behind-the-scenes boss. In the face of this behind-the-scenes boss's extremely polite greeting, the man in the blue suit's expression appeared much gentler. This was because he knew that although his family's influence seemed strong, in fact, its foundation was not solid. Moreover, the military division was thousands of miles away, and its influence in Linhai was not as strong as imagined. At this time he was in Linhai, so he had to be careful about everything and not be too arrogant. Although the other party was only a nightclub owner, being able to have such influence near the university town, he presumably was not a simple character. Of course, the so-called careful in his heart did not include the two people at the entrance of the nightclub. After exchanging a few pleasantries, the man in the blue suit suddenly frowned. This was because he found that the nightclub owner in front of him seemed to be somewhat restless, and his eyes kept glancing over his shoulder and outside. The nightclub owner noticed the change in the man's expression, and his heart thumped. Fearing that the other party would be unhappy, he asked as calmly as possible, "Is that big guy outside your subordinate?" The man in the blue suit frowned, and his heart was slightly surprised. He knew that the other party was talking about Hook. At this time, Hook was doing that thing outside the nightclub according to his sister's instructions. Hook was the brother and sister's playmate since childhood, and later became their personal bodyguard in name. He had worked hard in the first academy for 3 years, and his strength was amazing. The man in the blue suit had never thought that Hook would have any problems doing such a small thing. The group of people turned around and looked outside the nightclub. The brother and sister's faces stiffened slightly, and then immediately returned to normal. However, the brother's pupils shrank imperceptibly, and he was somewhat shocked. In a place like the nightclub, Hook had met with a tough opponent. In the open space outside the nightclub, Sulu was holding the drunk Qinghai in his arms, vigilantly watching the big guy in front of him. A trace of blood was flowing from the corner of his mouth, and the big guy opposite him was not doing well either. There was a deep footprint on his chest and he was coughing incessantly. Chapter 54. The pair of siblings left without looking back, leaving behind a cold and disdainful back view. Sulu had already shaken off his previous anxiety and became much calmer. There were many unfairness in this world, and those who were born with a golden spoon in their mouths did not seem to care about the lives and dignity of others. Since that was the case, he would not apologize or plead any more. He had done what he had to do and he was no longer in the wrong. But what should he do next? Looking at the big guy walking towards him, Suli's heels left the ground and he quietly tiptoed. It was the starting position of the lower body that the uncle had taught him. At this time, Sulu did not know that the big guy with the oppressive aura was called Hook, and he did not know that the other party was a powerful figure who had been honed in the first military academy. However, he could see that the other party was powerful because the big guy was not very strong. It was just that his frame was particularly large, and the muscles hidden under his black clothes were not very strong. In this world, there were not many people who had a deeper understanding of muscle strength than Sulu. He could see at a glance that the big guy's bones were strong, and the muscles under his clothes were not thick. In conclusion, this big guy was a natural at close combat. More importantly, Su Li's heart was still hesitating. The shadow of his identity as a fugitive had gradually faded under the sunshine of Yue University, but in the face of today's situation, he couldn't help but think twice about it. The big guy walked in front of him, lowered his body and said, "Get out of the way." Su Li's nose twitched, and he suddenly smelled the other party's identity as a soldier. Probably only a soldier could reveal such a stern feeling, just like the fat captain on the ancient bell. Of course, the big guy in front of him was not as oppressive as the fat captain, but he was still a very powerful figure. The siblings were not very old, and it seemed that their father was definitely a big shot in some military region. Besides the 4th military region, there were 3 other military regions in the capital ring. No matter which military region they were from, they were all people that Sulu could only look up to. If he had a conflict with such a person, would the other party investigate him afterward and dig up the details of his identity as a fugitive? While Sulu was still thinking, Hook, who was now the internal security officer of the 2nd Military Region's logistics department, had already arrived in front of him. He reached out his hand to grab Shi Qinghai's neck, who was in Su Li's arms. The mission he accepted was to drag this drunken transvestite to the toilet to eat shit. Other than that, he didn't have any other thoughts. The sudden attack interrupted Su Li's train of thought. At this time he was holding Shi Qinghai in his arms. Subconsciously, he raised his left hand and placed it vertically on Hook's pulse. Hook's arm was as hard as a rock, but when his meridian was suddenly pushed, he couldn't help but feel numb. He subconsciously lowered his elbow. Sulu didn't have time to think. He still relied on his body's instincts to step forward and block his opponent's knee. Hook exerted force and continued to lower his elbow, but because of Su Li's forearm in front of him, he couldn't do it. Hook's rock-like arm ruthlessly smashed into Su Li's left shoulder, and the tip of his elbow touched Su Li's cheek. At the same time, Su Li's left leg, which was previously pressing against his opponent's knee, suddenly bounced up and kicked his opponent's chest like a flying rock. Hook let out a muffled groan and retreated 2 meters away, coughing non-stop. From the first contact of skin to the last separation, the 2 combatants had been fighting within a very small area. They moved according to the touch of skin and the instinctive reaction of their muscles. In the blink of an eye, the fight had already ended. The soldier Hook had underestimated his opponent at the beginning, while Sulu couldn't use his full strength because he was holding on to Shi Qinghai. Both parties were at a disadvantage and the fight could barely be considered a draw. Hook looked at the footprint on his chest and was a little shocked. He couldn't understand how this ordinary-looking young man in front of him could react so quickly. From the moment his foot touched the ground to the moment it landed on his chest, it was so fast that it was a little dazzling. What made him feel even more inexplicable was how such an ordinary-looking thin body could be so resilient. Although his elbow didn't connect, his arm had hit his opponent's shoulder and the tip of his elbow had brushed past his opponent's cheek. If it was a normal person, they would have already fainted. Even if they didn't faint, they would definitely feel unbearable pain. However, the kid in front of him didn't have any expression on his face. There was only a small cut in his mouth and some blood, but there was no sign of him collapsing. It seemed that the person that sister you wanted to deal with today wasn't an ordinary person. A trace of ruthlessness flashed across Hook's eyes. He heavily hammered his own chest and used the shock of his strength to stop coughing. Once again he walked towards the ordinary-looking young man. Sulu knew why, and when he made his move, he mocked himself in his heart. Keep a low profile, keep a low profile. Shi Qinghai, dog shit, dog shit. The other party wanted to make Shi Qinghai eat shit. He couldn't just watch this playboy get dragged to the toilet. Although the 2 of them were just fair-weather friends, he was still the first and only friend he had in a foreign land. If Shi Qinghai was sober at this time, Sulu might have tried to hide himself. However, the problem was that Shi Qinghai was drunk and unconscious. When his friend didn't have the ability to resist, he couldn't just let his friend be humiliated. This was one of Su Li's principles, and it even exceeded his fear in certain aspects. Since he had already made his move, there was no need to care about anything else. The current situation was like this, and so was life. When one was pressured to a certain extent and still had to hide because of their identity, that wasn't being cautious. Instead, it was being a useless bitch that was famous because of the Federation's Women's Day. Living without principles or dignity was not something that Sulu could accept easily. Looking at the tall soldier approaching him, Sulu felt a sense of danger. He knew that the other party wouldn't underestimate him this time and would attack him with all his strength. Just like the angry bull on the green grassland on the other side of the electronic fence, when it felt hurt and humiliated, it would burst forth with its greatest strength. Sulu looked at the other party vigilantly. He loosened his right hand and threw the drunk Shi Qinghai to the ground. His feet were slightly apart and he tiptoed again, maintaining a posture that could explode at any time. Shi Qinghai was thrown onto the cold, hard marble floor with a muffled thud. Under the pain, he mumbled a few words and actually fell asleep again. Sulu wasn't worried about whether this young master would feel uncomfortable. Although the other party was too much of a bastard today, if Shi Qinghai hadn't said those drunken words, nothing would have happened. Sulu couldn't wait to throw this drunkard to his death. Hook walked in front of Sulu. His well-defined face suddenly tightened. With a muffled groan, he swept his arms horizontally like two stone pillars. Sulu seemed to have reacted at the same time. He flipped his arms up and blocked the attack. However, he did not expect that the other party would use his arms to wrap around him. Relying on the enormous strength, he took a step forward. The distance between the two was instantly reduced to an extremely small size. The big soldier's posture was very ugly. It was as clumsy as a bear hugging someone, but in reality, it was a reflection of his incomparably rich combat experience. He discovered that Su Li's movements were fast, so he used this clumsy method to prevent Su Lu from displaying his speed. If the two of them were tied together, what would Su Lu do if he lifted his leg? Hook was already determined. His left hand tightly gripped the back of Su Li's head, and he lowered his head to smash it. If this hammer landed on Su Li's head, the bridge of his nose would immediately break, and blood would definitely flow out wildly. At the same time, he increased the strength of his other arm, forcibly pushing back Su Li's defense. He twisted his shoulder, and the tip of his elbow once again smashed towards Su Li's temple. With these two moves, if Su Li didn't react properly, his head would bleed and he would faint on the spot. However, the hammer didn't land. Su Li's palm had unknowingly blocked the space between his eyebrows. His 5 fingers spread out like a cotton flower, blocking the other party's face. Although this hastily extended palm couldn't completely block the other party's heavy hammer, Sulu only felt a slight pain in his palm with his palm as a buffer. His head was a little dizzy, but he wasn't really injured. Su Li's other arm didn't forcefully block the other party's elbow. Instead, it viciously smashed towards the exposed armpit behind the other party's twisted shoulder. The middle finger of his fist protruded slightly, and he viciously smashed that spot. His left leg went in again. The distance between the two was too close. Sulu couldn't raise his leg, but his body suddenly shrunk, and his knee was raised, landing squarely on the other party's thigh. If not for the other party's quick reflexes, this knee would have hit the man's vital point. The two separated again. The back of Su Li's neck was smashed by the elbow. Blood flowed out from his nostrils, and his forehead was slightly red and swollen. Other than that, he wasn't injured. On the other hand, Hook's armpit was hit by a jab, and his thigh was hit by a treacherous jab. An unbearable numbing pain spread through his taut muscles, and he couldn't stand properly. Hook's gaze was like a hook, as if he wanted to hook out all of Su Li's internal organs. Ever since he graduated from the first academy, how long had it been since he was injured? This brat in front of him didn't have any tricks up his sleeve, so how could he possibly defeat him? Su Li used his sleeve to wipe the blood from his nose. He stared vigilantly at the tall soldier with astonishing strength. There was actually a pattern to his attacks, and they were all variations of the 10 postures that Uncle Boss had taught him. Perhaps it was because he had practiced for too long that it had become instinct, or perhaps it was because he had mastered the postures over the past few months at Yue University where he had practiced very little. Now, he seemed to be able to perform the 10 postures as he pleased. After defeating a strong enemy who was probably a soldier, Sulu wasn't excited at all. Instead, he vigilantly observed the movements around him. He didn't manage to knock Hook down because his strength was far inferior to his opponent's. Of course, if he dared to release the fiery and trembling power in his body, perhaps he would only need 1 round to knock Hook down. The problem was, no matter how hard he tried, he had to protect Mr. Shi from eating shit. Unless he was in a desperate situation, Sulu would definitely not release the magical power in his body. You're pretty good to be able to fight Hook to a draw. The crowd that had been attracted by the fight surrounded Sulu. The man in the green suit looked at Sulu playfully. A strange look flashed across his eyes, but it soon turned into calm disdain. He said, "I won't kill you." Chapter 55. At the entrance of the 13 nightclub in Lin Hai, a large group of people were watching the scene with different expressions. The irrelevant people had already been cleared away by the staff of the nightclub and would not affect what was happening here. You are all people of status. Sulu heard the words clearly. He looked at him and said, "Why bother arguing with people like us?" This ordinary-looking young man and the bodyguards of the siblings were at least evenly matched. Under such circumstances, the words that seemed to show weakness were naturally more powerful. The man looked at Sulu and said with a smile, "My sister wants to teach that drunkard a lesson. No one can stop her." Why was the smile of a privileged person so hateful and cold? Su Li's ordinary-looking face did not show much expression. He said, "He is my friend and this is your fault. If you did something wrong you should not continue to do it." Donglin people? The man recognized Su Li's accent and said, "They say that Donglin people are like rocks in the toilet, smelly and hard. It is true. But even if you are a rock, I will crush you today." The nightclub owner had been quietly accompanying the man. He said softly, "Major Zhou, these two people ruined your mood. Why do you have to do it yourself? Let us deal with them." Zhou Yu, the current major of the operations department of the 3rd Military Region, was able to get such a rank at his age and sit in such a position. His family was naturally very powerful. According to reliable sources, the father of this pair of siblings should be the deputy director of the logistics department of the National Defense Department. The nightclub owner had received a hint from some people in Lin Hai and deliberately made friends with this young major. At this time he carefully asked for help. He was worried that the young major would think that he was a busybody because after all, he rarely interacted with people in that circle. The nightclub owner had never thought that the young man in front of him could fight against the siblings. So what if he could fight? Today's society relied on strength, and strength was definitely not the ability to fight. "Thank you." Zhou Yu understood the meaning of the nightclub owner's words. He gently smiled and pointed at Su Li's nose and said, "I don't want to waste too much time. Why don't you step aside? I'll treat this drunkard to shit or you can eat it for him." "I don't have the habit of eating shit." Su Lu wiped the blood from his nose. Looking at the people surrounding him, he finally couldn't control the anger in his heart. No matter how weak they were, they couldn't let others bully them all the time. He stared at the siblings and said in a deep voice, "If you have a habit of eating shit, you can show it to me." Hearing this, Major Zhou Yu's face darkened. This time, the brother and sister came to Lin Hai mainly to see if there was an opportunity to arrange a chance encounter with that important person and re-establish the friendly relationship they had in the past. Originally, they wanted to keep a low profile, but they didn't expect that they would meet a tough opponent today. It was just that these people had always looked down on ordinary people, not to mention that he had always doted on this proud and arrogant sister of his. Zhou Yu's face instantly darkened. The bodyguard-like people around him became even more gloomy, like dark clouds that were full of rain on a cloudy day. They took out pistols from their arms and pointed them at Su Li's head. 4 pistols were pointed at Su Li's head, and the triggers could be pulled at any time. This scene shocked everyone present, especially the escorts from the nightclub. After all, this was the capital ring's S1 Lin Hai state. The scene of guns being drawn in public was extremely shocking. Sulu looked at the 4 black barrels pointed at his head. Of course, he was scared because he realized that these powerful people on the capital planet didn't seem to take human life seriously. They might actually dare to shoot. His face was slightly pale, but a bitter smile appeared on his lips. In the past 6 months, this was the 3rd time someone had pointed a gun at his head. Could it be that his fate was destined to not be able to escape from these tragic things? I don't know who you are, but as I said before, you must be people of status. The Federation is a society ruled by law. How bad is the impact of pulling out a gun in public? Will the elders in your family allow you to do this? Su Lu clenched his fists tightly and didn't dare to move as he spoke to the man in the green suit. This sentence was exactly what Zhou Yu was thinking, but this major wasn't prepared to change his way of doing things. This was because at certain times, especially in front of unfamiliar people, their reputation was the most important. Reputation often represented power or influence. Hook retreated to the Zhou siblings' side and frowned at the scene before him while rubbing his aching armpit. On the other side, the student from Yue University, the son of a Lin Hai state senator, seemed to want to say something, but he was scared by the guns and kept quiet. At this moment, it seemed that no one could save Su Lu, or rather no one could change Shi Qinghai's fate of eating shit. Zhou Yu was the woman in the red trench coat. Her hair was soft and wavy as it draped over her shoulders, but her personality wasn't soft at all. Looking at the pale-faced Su Lu, her heart flashed with a trace of perverted pleasure. She admired this young man's stubbornness to not admit defeat, so she liked this kind of Donglin stone to show a frightened expression under the muzzle of a gun. She looked at Sulu with disdain, tightened her trench coat and said mockingly, "What era is it now? You still want to live by relying on your fists? I like you. Kneel down and kowtow and I'll let it go. But that drunkard won't be let off so easily." When she said this, Hook's expression changed, but he didn't say anything. Sulu pursed his lips tightly and squinted his eyes at the siblings outside of the gun's line of sight, as if he wanted to remember their faces clearly. Under such circumstances, an ordinary person like him had no other choice. Even if he released the tremors in his body, how could he dodge a bullet? The Federation strictly controlled firearms. Who would have thought that the people around the siblings would carry guns, and even dare to take them out in public like this? "I won't kneel because I didn't do anything wrong and you aren't my parents." Sulu narrowed his eyes and stared at the man in the green suit who was in control of everything. He said, "Unless you beat me to the ground. Or you can try to kill me with a single shot." This was a gamble. He was betting that these people with status wouldn't be willing to get into trouble because of a nobody like him. So you looked coldly at the stubborn Sulu. He didn't know why this person was so scared, but he still insisted on stubbornly holding on. Donglin's rock, he really lived up to his name. A fist landed heavily on Suli's abdomen, and the pain almost made him vomit out the food in his stomach. Since he would only kneel after being beaten to the ground, the people around the Zhou siblings naturally wouldn't be polite. They threw punches and kicks at Suli's body. Anyway, under the threat of the gun, this guy with the Donglin accent didn't dare to resist. In just a short period of time, Suli's body was injured a lot. No matter how strong his resistance was, it wasn't easy to stand still and be beaten. There was a dull pain in the right side of his chest. He didn't know if it was because his ribs were broken or because there was a small crack on the surface. Zhou Yu, wearing a red windbreaker, looked at the scene with appreciation. The harder the beating, the more the resentment in her heart would be vented. Her charming and cold face gradually emitted a happy glow. "I only said that you put on too much perfume. Do you have to be so cruel?" An uninvited hand rested on Miss Zhou family's shoulder and patted her face very intimately. However, it seemed to be a little too hard, leaving a red mark on her cheek. Zhou Yu screamed in shock, but didn't realize what had happened. On the other hand, the people around them, especially the soldiers she and her brother brought, reacted quickly. In the first moment, the 4 barrels that were originally pointed at Sulu changed direction and aimed at her. After Zhou Yu screamed, she immediately stopped talking and turned around. Then she saw a face that was so beautiful that it didn't look like a man's. When these privileged people in the Federation were beating Sulu, no one noticed the mud on the ground, because the focus of the matter had already shifted. Shi Qinghai, who had drunk too much, was awakened by the cold ground, or by the pain of Su Li's fall. He staggered behind the woman in red and put his hand on her shoulder like a hooligan. There were many people watching the scene, and Zhou Yu happened to be at the edge of the crowd. No one would have thought that the drunkard on the ground would silently sneak behind her and hold her shoulder. Shi Qinghai was hugging Zhou Yu like a lover at this time, intimately and lightly patting her face. Perhaps he was still drunk, so his words were a little unclear. "Damn, this little girl has a bad temper. How dare you touch my friend?" One slap after another fell on Zhou Yu's face, but it fell on everyone's heart. Everyone looked at this scene dumbfoundedly, wondering how regretful this beautiful young man would be when he woke up. Zhou Yu had never felt so humiliated in her life. The increasingly heavy pats gradually developed into slaps, and the words of the man holding her, mixed with the stench of alcohol, entered her ears. Her face instantly turned red, not knowing whether it was because of Shi Qinghai's slaps or because she was angry. She looked at the bodyguards in front of her, who were pointing guns at her, and screamed, "Kill him! Kill him!" No one dared to do anything, even her own brother, who just looked in this direction indifferently, watching the increasingly heavy palms falling on his sister's face. This was because they realized that the drunkard holding the little girl of the Zhou family seemed to have lost his mind. His entire weight was placed on Zhou Yu's delicate body. The worst thing was that the drunkard's half-unbuttoned suit revealed a small leather accessory, which everyone was very familiar with. It was a holster. Major Zhou Yu's eyes were extremely cold. He looked at the drunkard holding his sister hostage and said, "I'm Zhou Yu, the staff officer of the 3rd Military Region's Operations Department. May I ask who you are?" Chapter 56. Shi Qinghai ignored the guy with the onion in his nose. He looked at Sulu drunkenly and asked, "Are you okay?" Sulu shook his head and looked at the familiar yet strange face. He suddenly shouted, "Are you fucking drunk or sober?" Sure, Qinghai was really drunk, at least in the beginning. As for how much he had sobered up, no one knew. However, everyone knew that a drunk man with a gun did not have much rationality. None of the people surrounding the two of them dared to take the risk. Zhou Yu opened his mouth to ask, but Sure Qinghai ignored him. This humiliation, combined with the palm that landed on Zhou Yu's face, made everyone's expression turn extremely ugly. "Let her go or you'll regret it when you wake up." Zhou Yu controlled his emotions and said calmly. This kind of threat was actually not a good one, but facing a drunk man with a gun, he didn't have any good ideas. First, he had to solve the current situation and ensure his sister's safety. "You want me to eat shit? You want my brother to kneel?" Sure, Qinghai still didn't pay attention to him. His body reeked of alcohol as he hugged the trembling red-clothed woman. He stopped slapping her cheeks and said, "You foreigners are really used to running amok. You actually came to Linhai to put on airs. I told you that you didn't want to admit defeat after using too much perfume? Except for the women in the 13 Avenues who use DVC like you do, who else would use it like you do?" The 13 Avenues was a famous street for high-class prostitutes in the special administrative region of the capital. It was said that the president's aides and officials of various ministries and commissions liked to hang out there. Sure, Qinghai's words were extremely vicious, comparing the Zhou family's miss to a high-class prostitute. Su Lu, who was wiping the blood, only noticed that Sure Qinghai had changed from calling him a friend to a brother. His arms slightly stiffened. "Tell me your name. It's not good to bully a woman." Zhou Yu's eyes twitched, but he still said calmly, "You have to solve this problem. If you let the government handle it, I believe you'll suffer more. All my life, I only know how to bully women." After drinking, Sure Qinghai was even more like a hooligan than usual. He stretched his neck and rolled his eyes, as if it was the first time he heard that person speak. He immediately spat. "What? Are you going to bite me?" Zhou Yu was so angry that he laughed and praised, "Very good, very good." At this moment, Hook, who had been silent all this while, suddenly spoke, "You're Sure Qinghai? He's one rank lower than me, but he was a famous figure in the academy back then. Everyone, from the principal to the teachers, liked him very much. Now that he had graduated so many years ago, he should be doing well in Linhai. As for which bureau, I'm not too sure." Hook recognized Sure Qinghai, who had graduated from the same school as Zhou Yu. He whispered in Zhou Yu's ear, "When we were in school, no one was willing to provoke him. No matter if it was in terms of fighting, marksmanship, or mental strength, not many people were his match. Fortunately, this person doesn't have any background, so he won't cause too much trouble." Hearing this, Zhou Yu calmed down. He looked coldly at Sure Qinghai, who was behind his sister, and had a score in his heart. A top student from the academy, no matter how drunk he was still rational. This made his biggest worry disappear. He looked at Sure Qinghai and smiled. "Let go. I'll count to 3. If you don't, my people will shoot. Maybe they won't shoot you, but maybe they'll shoot your stone-like friend, brother? Well, I'm sure the brother you're talking about won't be so cheap. Besides, I believe in your judgment after you're drunk. You should be able to guess who we are, and you should know our abilities. Hurting us is something you don't dare to do because you know how terrible the consequences will be." After saying this, Major Zhou Yu saw the worry in Sure Qinghai's blurred eyes. He knew that he had made the right bet. No matter how drunk this drunkard was, he still had some rationality. "I'm Sure Qinghai, the head of Section 4 of the Linhai Field Office of the Federation's Investigation Bureau." Sure Qinghai's voice was dry because of the alcohol. He stared at the man and a work permit appeared in his hand next to the woman's cheek like magic. Major Zhou Yu smiled even more happily. First of all, his opponent was gradually sobering up. More importantly, he was just a small head of the Federation's Investigation Bureau, so he had no reason to back down. At this time he ignored the previous humiliation and counted with a smile. 1, 2. After sobering up, Mr. Sure naturally didn't dare to take out his gun and kill the brother and sister. Even though he was an official of the Federation's Investigation Bureau, he was still not strong enough to face these privileged people. In front of him, there seemed to be no other way but to let go of the woman in his arms. At the entrance of the 13 nightclub, everyone was waiting for this beautiful young official to surrender, except for Su Lu, who was on the other side. The response to these confident people was the sound of a gunshot. The gunshot was just before Major Zhou Yu said the last 3 words. No one saw how the standard police gun in the holster of his suit appeared in Sure Qinghai's hand. His hand holding the gun seemed to be trembling. Under the muzzle of the gun, a military bodyguard of the Zhou family, was shot in the thigh and fell to the ground. Did this person shoot? Everyone couldn't believe their eyes. They knew that the other party was a person with a very strong background, but this small head of the Federation's investigation bureau actually shot first. And he shot so decisively, leaving no way out, showing his tyranny and arrogance. The scene was in chaos. The other 3 military bodyguards with guns were shocked. They wanted to shoot back, but they were afraid that their young lady would be hurt. In this panic, Shi Qinghai took back his hand holding the gun and put it on Zhou Yu's shoulder. He tilted his head and looked at Major Zhou Yu's face with great interest. At this time, the young lady of the Zhou family was so scared that she didn't dare to open her mouth or move. Only Shi Qinghai's hoarse voice could be heard. Do you need to count when you shoot? Do you think you're setting off firecrackers in the snow? Shi Qinghai looked at the major's face and said sarcastically, I admire you. I've told you that I'm an official of the Federation's Investigation Bureau, and I even showed you my ID. How dare you point your gun at me? Assaulting a police officer. What is this if not assaulting a police officer? Harsh words seemed to come out of his mouth endlessly. The siren of a police car came from the distance. Major Zhou Yu stared into his eyes and said, You shot an active-duty soldier on the street. You're going to jail. I didn't see any active-duty soldier. At this time, Shi Qinghai had sobered up a lot. He looked at the other person and said with a hiccup, You call yourself the staff officer of the operations department of the 3rd Military Region, but you're too, pig head. You didn't even show your ID. I can't find the camera in Chang Saner's room. But maybe you don't know that there are 17 cameras in our field office. As long as you don't kill me tonight, I can find them. The Federation's electronic surveillance network was divided into 3 levels. The top level was the central charter, which was responsible for collecting signals from human chips, and the rest of the cameras belonged to different government departments. Chang Saner, who Shi Qinghai was talking about, was the boss behind the 13 nightclub. He saw that Zhou Yu seemed to be kind, but in fact he was extremely mean, so he reminded him. Zhou Yu's face was very dark. He didn't expect to encounter such a difficult person and be humiliated like this in Linhai. Now the situation had been completely reversed. Since the other person dared to shoot, what could he do? The other person's cold-bloodedness and decisiveness when shooting made him realize that this person was not easy to deal with. He took a deep breath, looked at the unfamiliar night sky of Linhai, and then stared at Shi Qinghai and said word by word, I can assure you that you're finished. Finished is a matter for the future. At least I'm satisfied tonight. Shi Qinghai tilted his head and found Sulu. He shouted, Hey, why are you still standing there? Hurry up and come here. We have to go to the police station to record a statement. Sulu looked much worse than Mr. Shi. His short-sleeved shirt had been torn into pieces, and his face was covered with bruises and dust. He looked like a refugee. He moved closer to Shi Qinghai. When he brushed past the major, who had been suppressing his killing intent, he suddenly heard the other person's cold voice ring in his ears. And you Dong Linstone, you're finished too. Major Zhou Yu looked at him coldly and said, You have a gun to protect you today. Wait until I bend that gun, then I'll come back and kill you. I want to know who else can help you. Sulu didn't look at him at all. He just lowered his head and wiped his sweat and blood as he walked over. When he heard this cold and disdainful threat, he suddenly felt a pain in his bones. It seemed that his ribs had been cracked earlier. The pain made him extremely angry, and he successfully changed from a country bumpkin pretending to be autistic to an angry bull that had barged into the city. He turned around, looked at the noble major in front of him, and asked seriously, I have a few questions. First, now that your crazy sister is caught by my brother, you don't dare to shoot me because you found that my brother is crazier than her, right? Second, since you don't dare to shoot me, then none of you can beat me, right? Third, no matter how much I beg you, you won't let me go. There's no such thing as face between us, and there's no such thing as falling out. You'll kill me one day, right? Fourth, since you don't dare to kill me now and you can't beat me with your fists and you'll definitely kill me in the future, and you're still threatening me so stupidly, isn't that telling me that I have to take this rare opportunity to beat you up? After saying these 4 sentences, Sulu, who had found the absolute reason, punched Major Zhou Yu in the nose. His punch made Major Zhou Yu's face look as wonderful as a cocktail. It was the Bloody Mary type. Chapter 57. The Linhai Police Headquarters Temporary Detention Center was set up in the police headquarters building. Chip scans, electronic keys, internal fingerprint verification, and layers upon layers of protective measures made the building seem particularly secure. Anyone who had any ideas about the building would lose their ideas as soon as they entered the building. The people locked in the temporary detention center would never be able to escape. Of course, the two young men who were caught here tonight definitely had no intention of escaping. How did Mr. Sher get caught? A policeman who had finished patrolling threw his key card on the table and made himself a cup of tea. He looked at his colleague and asked with a gloating smile on his face. Although the police headquarters and the Federation Bureau of Investigation field office were not in the same system, they were both under the government structure. In order to solve cases, the two sides often had to cooperate. Shi Qinghai, the infamous rogue officer of the Federation Bureau of Investigation, was also quite famous in the police headquarters. However, there were elements of competition and rivalry between the two departments, so when the police put Shi Qinghai in the detention center today, these policemen were very happy. Shooting in the middle of the street, I heard that the other party is a big shot with a strong background. The policeman sighed and said, "If you offend this kind of person, you'll be in trouble no matter how good the reason is. Even if the field office intervenes and doesn't let him go to court, at least he'll have to hand in his gun and resign." Is it the wounded person that the director respectfully sent out just now? What's his background? I'm not sure, but I think he's from the 3 military regions. The policeman shrugged. He didn't like the people from the Federation Bureau of Investigation, but after all, they were a powerful organization that belonged to the Federation. Seeing Shi Qinghai locked in prison, he couldn't help but feel a little sad and angry. Who dares to offend these people? But it's strange, although Mr. Shi is always a rogue and can cause trouble when he's drunk, he doesn't seem to have a bad temper. Why did he dare to shoot in front of so many people? I heard this from Helens. He was probably influenced by his partner's bad temper and couldn't control himself after drinking. Another person came up to him and exclaimed, "It's the one who was locked up with Mr. Shi. He looks like an honest young man, but no one expected him to be so ruthless. Do you know? The 3rd Precinct's rapid response vehicle has already arrived at the scene. Mr. Shi is pointing his gun at the young lady. That seemingly honest young man actually beat up the people over there one by one. He's so ruthless. Beat him up in front of the police? How violent." The policeman shook his head. "After drinking 24 times, I realized that I've been influenced by you too much. I've talked too much and my temper has become irritable." Inside the cold iron fence, Sulu leaned against the fully sculpted wall and stared blankly at the ceiling. He sighed. It had been 4 hours since he and Shi Qinghai had been arrested by the police. Outside the window, he could vaguely see the light of dawn. However, no one had come to ask for any evidence. All these signs made him a little worried and his eyes were a little blurred. He didn't know if it was because of Shi Qinghai's status as an official of the Federation's Investigation Bureau, but only the two of them were locked up in this temporary detention room. Shi Qinghai, who reeked of alcohol, leaned against the narrow single bed. Looking at Su Li's worried face, he couldn't help but laugh. "Looks like you're quite ruthless. You don't look like the honest doorman at all. But why are you scared now? It's a waste not to beat him up. Anyway, because of you, I've offended a big shot that I can't afford to offend." Su Li's expression was a little bitter. He thought to himself, if I could leave the police station, would I have to start running again? But he had just settled down in Yue University, especially since there was knowledge that he liked here. He might come in contact with things that he hadn't come in contact with yet. The key was to have a stable life. It would be a pity if it was destroyed like this. Only a small part of the worry on his face was because he was worried about the threat of the major from the aristocratic family, but more of it was because his mood was a little complicated. Sulu lowered his head and gently rubbed the metal bracelet on his left wrist. Thinking about the chips inside, his mood gradually calmed down. At worst, he could just change his identity. The Federation was so big, there was nowhere he couldn't settle down. Don't worry about anything. Believe me, by tomorrow morning at the latest. No, it should be 8 o'clock today. The two of us can walk out of the police station openly. Shi Qinghai saw the worry between his eyebrows. He laughed and said in a hoarse voice, "Don't listen to that brat's bragging. Although the Federation government is like a pile of shit, it's not real shit. It's a society ruled by law. All the evidence is biased towards us. What can they do? If the people of the 3 military regions want to stretch their hands into Linhai, it won't be that convenient. If they walk in the open, they'll be more worried than us. After all, their identities are different. Do you think it's a good thing for a soldier to pull out a gun in a residential area?" Sulu knew very well about things related to political power. He subconsciously believed Mr. Sher's judgment, but he still wasn't sure. He asked doubtfully, "So this matter is left unsettled? I don't believe it. What's the major's surname? What's his background?" "You have to believe it even if you don't believe it. When these young masters do things, they can either suppress us on the spot. Once this matter is brought to the court, they can only shut up. If this matter is brought to court, how can their parents show their face?" Shi Qinghai said with disdain. "Major Zhou Yu of the Operations Department of the 3 military regions is really something. I don't believe that his father, who has a fat job in the Ministry of National Defense, will really let him do whatever he wants." "You know a lot." Sulu praised him sincerely. "Of course. I'm a general of the Federation Investigation Bureau. What does the field office do? Isn't it spying on spies on the outside and officials on the inside?" Shi Qinghai raised his eyebrows. He was about to say something arrogant when he suddenly realized something was wrong. He stared at Sulu and said, "Wait, why do I feel like you're mocking me?" "Don't think so, it's just mocking." Sulu looked at the ceiling and said, "Aren't you supposed to be a guard for the government? How did you become the chief of the Federation Investigation Bureau? You know that the other party is not easy to mess with, but you still pretended to be drunk." No, you have to listen to my explanation. The Federation Investigation Bureau is supposed to be a guard for the government. It's not much different from your job with no future. As for pretending to be drunk, your words hurt our relationship." Shi Qinghai said very seriously, "I don't want to find out anything about you. Even if I wanted to test you, I wouldn't use this pair of bastard siblings as my arrows. I don't have any secrets." Sulu finally got angry. After drinking for dozens of days and working with an outsider under the breath of life and death, he and Shi Qinghai couldn't not be close. However, Shi Qinghai always looked at him mysteriously every time, and he was a little sensitive to the meaning hidden in his eyes. "Nonsense. You're just a squat soldier, how could you beat up an expert from the military security office? Don't forget, that person is my senior, a graduate of the 1st Military Academy." Shi Qinghai looked at him mockingly and waved his hand. "If you say you don't have any secrets, I won't believe it even if you kill me. But I'm too lazy to care. Today I fired a shot in order to protect you. Even if the other party wants to deal with it secretly and not openly, I reckon I won't be able to keep my job. Brat, you don't feel sorry for me and tell me a good story. That's another matter." Sulu stared at him angrily and said, "You have to understand. That crazy woman wanted to feed you shit, so I stopped her. How come I owe you a favor in the end? Besides, what does it have to do with me if you lose your job? Do you want me to introduce you to an hourly guard job?" Shi Qinghai laughed and suddenly looked at him seriously. "I know you're good at fighting, but the problem is that Zhou Yu knows it too. Although this pair of brother and sister are not very powerful, they're more than enough to take care of us. On the surface, that narrow-minded major will definitely cover up what happened last night, but secretly he won't let us go. I'm sure I'll be kicked out of the investigation bureau, and they won't let you go. Especially, that stupid woman." Shi Qinghai sat up, shook his head and said, "I did drag you down this time. You have to be more careful in the future. Speaking of which, although that stupid woman is tasteless, her white legs are quite tasty." Sulu was still very serious at the beginning, but when he heard Mr. Sher's boring words, he couldn't help but sigh. He shook his head and said, "It's my bad luck to have met a jinx like you. I've thought about it. If those people really want to deal with me, I can't do anything about it. I'll just hide far away. Don't think too much about it. Just stay in school. The government is very strict with the university town, especially with the recent spread of Carlinism. No one dares to provoke those aggressive students at this time. Although you're a gatekeeper and auditing student, if you hide in Yue University, no matter how powerful you are, you can only wait outside for the time being." How powerful is the Zhou family? Sulu had to figure out how powerful the people who wanted to kill him were. Suddenly, he thought of a little girl's clean face and asked curiously, 7 big families? 7 big families? Shi Qinghai lay down, crossed his legs and said mockingly, "Why would that kind of people go to a place like 13? Why would they let people see how powerful they are? Only upstarts like the Zhou family would get involved with 2 hooligans like us. They don't think it's embarrassing." "I'm not a hooligan, you are." Sulu felt that talking was too tiring. He turned over and faced the wall, smelling the faint smell of plastic. He closed his eyes to rest and think about the future. Looking at his bruised back, Shi Qinghai's peach blossom eyes flashed with sincerity and a bitter smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Today's development was a little out of his plan. Maybe he subconsciously wanted to test Sulu, but he really didn't expect that Sulu would dare to go against those people for him, and even risk exposing his secret. Until now, he still didn't know Su Li's secret, but he knew what his decision at that moment meant. It was also from that moment on that Mr. Shi felt that Sulu could really be a good friend. "Thank you," Shi Qinghai said in a very low voice. "You're welcome. It's what I should do." Sulu didn't turn his head and said, "If it was some other innocent bystander who was dragged to eat shit, I wouldn't care, so you don't have to thank me." Shi Qinghai smiled and said, "I understand. The 3 young men who serve the citizens promoted by the president's office are you? But you really won't tell me about your adventures?" Chapter 58. Shi Qinghai was a very strange person. He didn't want to pry into other people's secrets, but he couldn't help but be curious. Maybe it was because of his stubbornness or the nature of his job. Well, since people like to hear about adventures, Sulu had no choice but to fabricate a completely new adventure. Otherwise, he really couldn't explain how he was able to defeat an expert from the army at the entrance of the nightclub. Thinking about this, Sulu had a headache. He realized that he still didn't have much experience in dealing with people. In order to explain something, he always had to tell more lies. Moreover, he also thought of a very troublesome problem, and that was the identity that the boss uncle arranged for him. Should he find some time to go to his hometown in the remote area of S1? The new adventure story was similar to the one he told to the fat guy on the ancient bell, but this time Sulu was more cautious. He arranged for the fake class monitor to be a hidden master with a vague face. What's the class monitor's surname? Shi Qinghai obviously didn't believe him. He laughed and asked. Su Li's heart skipped a beat. A surname appeared in his mind and he said, "I think his surname is Li." Shi Qinghai didn't seem to care, but he seemed to have thought of something. He frowned and fell into deep thought. Shi Qinghai thought about this family name in his heart and did not dare to think in that direction. However, if what Sulu said was true, it could explain everything. However, Shi Qinghai had not heard of any children of that family in Feiqing City wandering outside. Shi Qinghai looked at Su Li's back and shook his head. He somewhat believed in Su Li's bizarre experience. He smiled and thought to himself, "I'm afraid this kid doesn't even know the background of the awesome person who taught him how to fight." Since he had a confirmed idea, satisfied his curiosity, and had some interesting things to think about, Shi Qinghai naturally changed the topic. "Are you going to be a janitor in Yue University? The Department of National Defense's Office of Retired Soldiers can arrange a job. It's better than this." In his opinion, Sulu, this young man, had a very outstanding character. Although he did not know what special skills he had in other aspects, with his fighting skills, it was not impossible for him to enter the security company under the police station, or even find some connections to enter the police system. "I'm an auditor at Yue University." Sulu turned around, looked at him and said, "Anyway, I still have some spare money. Let's talk about it after I finish attending the classes for the next 2 years. Auditing students can't get a diploma." Shi Qinghai fished out a crumpled pack of cigarettes from his trousers pocket. He put one in his mouth and threw the other one at him. He said vaguely, "You don't have a future. Do you know what you want to do in the future?" Sulu took the cigarette and lighter and lit it up. He took a deep breath and tried to puff out a few perfect smoke rings, just like how the boss used to do in the past. However, what he puffed out was the scattered steam from the humidifier. He coughed twice, looked at Shi Qinghai and smiled. He thought to himself, this guy obviously doesn't know what he wants to do in the future, so why is he asking me? I used to want to be a battleship mechanic assistant, but I changed my mind. I want to get a mechanic's license and then find a job in a big manufacturing company in S1. No matter what position I get in the future, as long as I can do something I like, it's not bad. Sulu looked at the dissipating smoke in front of him and said in a daze. This was one of his life goals, but when it came out of his mouth, it sounded ridiculous and unconfident. Ever since he was implanted with the disguise chip, perhaps his life was destined to not be so happy and peaceful. There was always a shadow in the young man's heart, a shadow that he did not want others to see. He wanted to find the real inside story of that incident, but with his current status and ability, not to mention uncovering the inside story of that uncle's death, even getting close to that black cloth was wishful thinking. Shi Qinghai saw the heaviness and sadness in his eyes. After a moment of silence, he suddenly said, "Do your best to fulfill your life goals. If you need my help in the future, just let me know." The development of the situation was not out of Shi Qinghai's expectations. At around 7 o'clock in the morning, The Linhai Police Headquarters received a direct order from the higher-ups to open the door of the detention center and release the two of them. The police officers who were drinking coffee to refresh themselves joked with Shi Qinghai, and Shi Qinghai scolded them back. During this kind of conversation, Su Lu, who was quietly listening on the side, roughly understood what was going on. The Zhou family used their connections to forcefully suppress the conflict in front of the nightclub. The people of the 3rd Military Region had a conflict with the people of the Linhai Field Office, and they even pulled out guns. If this incident was used by someone with bad intentions, it would definitely involve the big boss in the Ministry of National Defense. The Zhou family would not let this happen, so they would rather deal with it in a low-key manner. Sulu walked out of the police station. Facing the slightly cold morning breeze, he couldn't help but shake his head. The so-called Democratic and Free Federation Society was actually still so hierarchical. A Zhou family that wasn't very famous among the people could reach into the police system and suppress a vicious case, causing the shooting at the entrance of 13 to go up in smoke. Shi Qinghai drove Su Lu to the back gate of Yue University. He leaned against the car and looked at the few female students who were exercising in the morning. He stared at their tight-fitting sportswear and said in a very serious tone, "For the next few days, don't leave the school gate. Be careful." The Zhou family officially suppressed this incident. However, they were ruthlessly humiliated by two small fry. How could a young master and a young lady from such a family take this lying down? What followed closely was probably the other party's secret and merciless revenge. Shi Qinghai looked at him with some worry and said, "You don't have to worry about me. Even if I get expelled, I'm still an outstanding student from the same school. Those frighteningly high-ranking professors in the school can always protect me." "I don't know why you had a conflict with that pair of siblings." When Sulu was about to walk through the iron gate, he suddenly stopped. He turned around and said seriously, "Maybe you have your own motives, but that pair of siblings really aren't playthings. So I'll let it go this time. Don't do it again." Shi Qinghai held the cigarette in his mouth and tilted it down, like a leaf that had been hit by frost. His expression was calm, but his heart was somewhat moved. He thought to himself that his little brother's eyes were indeed sharp. He couldn't hide it from him. The spring of the 66th year of the constitutional era was hotter than the previous years. It was only the end of April, but it made people feel like the scorching summer was coming early. The integrated air conditioning system inside the buildings in Linhai had already been turned on, providing a wonderful cool air to those busy working. However, in the slightly hot twilight on the rooftop of the tallest building in Linhai, two people were talking without fear of the high temperature or the heat. One of them was about 40 years old, with a serious face and a trace of majesty in his gentle eyes. The other person was sour and had a trace of residual alcohol smell. His wrinkled suit was even more annoying than the wrinkled cigarette in his mouth. The 005 series of electronic spy satellites from A to Z are constantly moving in the space 588 kilometers above our heads. Don't you think it's a bit stupid to always let me meet you in this place? The rooftop is indeed high. It's a 40-story building, so I'm not afraid of people seeing my face with binoculars. But the problem is, do you know how hot it is here? How cold is the winter? You don't allow me to take the elevator. How tiring is it to climb up the stairs? And how uncreative is this kind of meeting place? Shi Qinghai looked at the middle-aged man in front of him and said angrily. The eyes of the middle-aged man in his 40s did not shift in the slightest as he coldly stared at Shi Qinghai's face. He suddenly opened his mouth and said, "For the past 2 years, you have never complained. Now that you know you did something wrong, you want to seize the initiative to gain the psychological advantage? Give up this idea. Don't forget that I taught you psychology." Shi Qinghai laughed at himself. He put the cigarette in his mouth and took a puff. Looking back at the city at dusk, he felt that the city was becoming more and more like a monster. If he didn't escape, he was afraid that one day he would be eaten. "What happened last night?" the middle-aged man asked sternly. "Do you know how many connections the organization used to keep your position in the investigation bureau? And they couldn't let others know. The cost was 60% more than the budget." The cigarette in Shi Qinghai's mouth trembled slightly. He didn't turn around. When he heard that he wasn't fired, there was a trace of sadness and disappointment in his charming eyes. When he turned around, the emotions in his eyes were all gone. He said calmly, "The Zhou family and the Crown Prince used to have a good relationship. They came to Linhai this time to see the Crown Prince. Since my goal was to prevent the Ministry of National Defense from establishing a good relationship with the Crown Prince, last night's action was naturally for this purpose. So don't blame me. The supreme leader of the Federation was the president. The passage of relevant budget bills was handled by more than 300 members of the management committee, and the adjudication of cases was handled by the court system. The imperial system that appeared occasionally in the long history of the Federation had ended 37 constitutional years ago. Of course, there was no emperor in this society. Of course, there was no such thing as a crown prince. The crown prince that Shi Qinghai and the middle-aged man were talking about was obviously a code name. Of course, they couldn't be talking about the crown prince of the empire. It was said that the current emperor of the distant interstellar empire only had one daughter. But what kind of person could make the Zhou family travel thousands of miles to Linhai just to see him? What kind of person could be called the crown prince by Shi Qinghai? The middle-aged man lowered his head and thought for a moment. He seemed to accept Shi Qinghai's explanation. Suddenly he said, "Who is that guy called Sulu? What's your purpose for getting close to him? Do you need to put it on record?" Shi Qinghai frowned slightly and spat out the cigarette in his mouth. The red butt of the cigarette splashed out sparks on the ground. He narrowed his eyes and looked at the middle-aged man. He said seriously, "That's my personal friend. I'm warning you." Shi Qinghai's warning seemed to have worked. The middle-aged man didn't continue to ask this question, but his tone became very strict. "Many years ago, when you were willing to join this great cause, you had already made a promise. You don't have the right to have friends and you can't have friends. At that time, I didn't understand friendship." Shi Qinghai didn't care about him and answered indifferently. The middle-aged man looked at him quietly. Suddenly he asked, "When you opened fire last night, did you want to quit the Federation Investigation Bureau? I know you've been working hard these past few years, and you've been passively resisting the orders of the organization for the past 2 years. But don't forget, the future of the Federation requires you young people to fight and work hard for it." Shi Qinghai was silent for a long time. Then he said in a low voice, "Yes, Director." Chapter 59. The middle-aged man, who Shi Qinghai addressed as the director, said after a moment of silence, "Your judgment of the situation is correct. Zhou Yingxing has already called his children back to the capital special district. They won't be back anytime soon. Their family knows the identity of the crown prince by chance, so they definitely don't want to leave a bad impression on the crown prince. They should be disinfected in the next few days. That crown prince is really ridiculous. There are so many heavily guarded private academies in the capital special district. Why did he have to come to Linhai?" Shi Qinghai lit another cigarette. Thinking about the final target of this operation, he couldn't help but feel a little worried. The crown prince was really a high and mighty figure, not someone the Zhou family could compare with. It wasn't difficult to stop the Ministry of Defense from showing goodwill to him, and it might be possible to stop the influence of the Hawks, but it was really too difficult to get close to him. "I only know that he's in the university town." "Which one is it?" Shi Qinghai lowered his head and smoked. He subconsciously kicked the wall behind him, shaking off the dust on his leather shoes. "I don't know how many blockades there will be around such a person. Even if I can arrange some kind of coincidence, I don't know how old he is, what his temperament is, where he lives, what his route is, how can I get close to him? I don't even know what the crown prince looks like." The latest information came back. He's between 17 and 19 years old, because his family hasn't held a coming-of-age ceremony for him yet. The director said seriously, "Don't even think about three-dimensional imaging. There's not even a picture of him in the outside world. At most, there's a portrait that can be taken orally, but it's very distorted. So whether you can find him, get close to him, and gain his favor all depends on your personal ability." Shi Qinghai spat a mouthful of saliva on the ground. He felt a chill in his chest. The conflict with the Zhou family last night was indeed deliberately provoked by him. It wasn't difficult to find out the personality of the woman named Zhou Yu and her preference for DVC perfume. The reason why he brought Sulu along was that he wanted to do a better job. He was prepared to save Sulu during the conflict. This was more in line with the characteristics of his character that he left in the investigation bureau and the organization. Only then could he hide his true thoughts. He was very tired. For the past 2 years he had been playing the role of a playboy. No, a real playboy. He did not want to be promoted in the investigation bureau because it was very difficult for him to be caught in this gap. He wanted to take this opportunity to be directly fired by the investigation bureau of the Federation. This way he believed that the organization would not value him as much as before. Perhaps he would be able to have a more free life. However, he did not expect that Sulu, that brat, would actually take the initiative to stand up for him. Moreover, he had an ability that was beyond his imagination. He did not expect that the organization would value him so much that they would not hesitate to mobilize the hidden forces in the government to fight against the Zhou family and protect his position. Shi Qinghai held the cigarette but between his middle finger and index finger and fell into silence. He knew that he had to complete this mission. However, the target that had never appeared in the public eye was really not easy to approach. We all know that it is very difficult. The senator also knows that. He even said that there is no way to get in touch with him. The middle-aged director looked at him and said gently, "But as long as there is a glimmer of hope, you have to fight for it." I know that I am not qualified to know what kind of role this prince is, but I really don't understand. After all, the Federation is an election-based society. How can one person have such a strong influence? Election. The Federation has held countless elections over the years. However, in the eyes of the people who really know the inside story, the results of each election have long been predetermined. The middle-aged director's eyes flashed with deep disappointment towards the Federation's political environment. Next year there will be another presidential election. What do you think? The current president is a muddle-headed person. I hope the next one will be better. Shi Qinghai shrugged. I never vote, but I may vote for Mr. Pabre next year. It is not certain whether Pabre will participate in the election. The middle-aged director was obviously not surprised by Shi Qinghai's choice. This was because people like him had a good impression of this lawyer who had been born in the lower class of society. He said slightly worriedly, "Even if he participates in the election, so what? If those families don't recognize him, the financial groups under their control, the politicians, the media, and the omnipresent influence will be enough to knock him down in the primary election. If Pabre wins the respect and recognition of those families, then he will have to make concessions in terms of his political program. So, will Pabre still be the current Pabre?" Shi Qinghai did not speak. He knew what his boss said was true, but he still wanted to keep his naive thoughts. He hoped that after Mr. Pabre became the president, he would still dare to face the injustice of society head-on, and use a firm and gentle attitude to firmly carry out reforms. Mr. Pabre obtained his Federation lawyer's license from Donglin. Shi Qinghai suddenly said, "The people I know from Donglin are as stubborn as rocks. I believe he is the same." The sky was getting darker and the wind on the rooftop was getting stronger. The night breeze at the end of April finally dispelled the heat of the day. Shi Qinghai buttoned up his suit and said goodbye to the middle-aged man. For people like them, such a long chat was an extremely luxurious thing even if it was about politics. "When you have the chance, get me some wild rabbit meat. I won't count on you for something as good as wild beef." Shi Qinghai flicked the cigarette butt to the corner of the wall and left without looking back. He waved his hand and said, "After all, you are the director of HTD, aren't you?" The image on the gray monitor seemed to have come to a standstill. For a long time no one passed by and there was no movement. If it weren't for the pear trees swaying in the spring breeze, people would have suspected that the monitor was broken. Sulu sat in the bungalow next to the iron gate. He glanced at the monitor from the corner of his eyes, and then looked through the large transparent glass at the quiet street outside the university. He didn't see anyone suspicious, so he was slightly relieved. It seemed that the revenge of those big shots would not come so soon. When he returned to Ua University in the morning, Sulu deliberately strolled around the four most famous fountains on campus. He listened to the speeches and slogans and confirmed that Shi Qinghai was right. Although not many students were attracted by the speeches and were still focused on their homework, the atmosphere in the university was still a little tense. Sulu listened for a long time with curiosity. Only then did he find out that the annual George Carlin Day was coming. The Education Department of the Federation government and the Investigation Department of the Federation were very vigilant, afraid that some kind of spark would burn into the university. Under such circumstances, no matter how arrogant the Zhou family siblings were, they wouldn't have the guts to barge into Ua University to deal with him. Otherwise, if they caused some kind of trouble, no one would be able to bear the consequences. Sulu had no interest in politics. After searching the internet, he had a preliminary understanding of the somewhat familiar name George Carlin. This person named George Carlin was once a genius professor at the Capital University of the Federation. He was also one of the youngest professors in recorded history. His field of expertise was political history. This somewhat awkward name was actually a study of the different political forms that had appeared in history. George Carlin was never a radical scholar in front of the public. In his works, even anarchism and absolute liberalism were rarely seen. He only used a very rigorous attitude to analyze the various political structures in human history, and reconstructed the model. He analyzed why the last imperial society of human society collapsed before the 37 constitutional years ago, and why the royal family at that time chose to politely and peacefully retreat. At the same time, he also analyzed the federation system that had just had a stable structure for 600 years. He believed that this system was a false separation of three powers. In a situation where information couldn't be completely shared, the possession of information was an extremely unfair distribution of production resources. This would lead to the unfair distribution of social resources, and then a series of social problems. George Carlin pointed out that the legendary 7 great families were abnormal existences under this system. The objective was purely academic research. When the research of history was gradually extended to the research of reality, it was easy for problems to arise. Perhaps George Carlin himself did not realize that the theories he put forward, especially the detailed material analysis and data calculation, gave those who were dissatisfied with the status quo a powerful weapon. From the memories of some of the later generations, this person named George Carlin was just a very simple scholar. In the beginning, his name was only respected in the academic circle. Ordinary citizens of the Federation weren't willing to look at those incomparably boring lists of numbers. They only wanted to see the conclusion. Therefore, George Carlin's influence wasn't displayed much. The Federation still peacefully and naturally allowed him to publish his academic works. However, all of this changed in the 36th constitutional year, because on the 19th of May of that year, George Carlin was invited to attend a meeting of a certain government department. Midway, he mysteriously disappeared, and since then no trace of him could be found. George Carlin disappeared for 30 years. Gradually, some people took notice of his works and even more so of his mysterious disappearance. A story with a hint of conspiracy was enough to attract the attention of countless ordinary people. This was especially so for the anti-government side, who had just disbanded their army and given up on violent resistance. They seized this opportunity and adopted George Carlin's theory as their political program. Under the slogan of eliminating the injustice of the Federation Society, demanding greater transparency, and investigating the insider trading of the 7 great families, they participated in the parliamentary election of the administrative planet S2. From then on, George Carlin was given more color. The pioneer who exposed the dark secrets of the Federation, the courageous scholar, and the like were unknown. Every year, the 19th of May was designated as George Carlin Day. What was absurd was that this bill was actually proposed and passed by the members of the Federation Management Committee. The members of the Federation claimed that they were all believers of George Carlin, while the anti-government members were just scum who used George Carlin's theory. The members insisted that they had nothing to do with the 7 great families. As a result, the citizens of the Federation were somewhat dumbfounded. Could it be that the 7 great families didn't exist in the first place? This person who was revered as St. George was really pitiful. Perhaps he was just too lost in thought and drove into the river. He was just an honest scholar, so how did he end up like this? Su Li's gaze moved to the bottom of the screen. He wasn't interested in politics, and he didn't have a trace of goodwill toward the Federation government. As a result, he actually felt some sympathy for George Carlin. He suddenly noticed an interesting anecdote about George Carlin. He couldn't help but widen his eyes. Why was this argument so familiar? Chapter 60. After George Carlin walked up to the altar, all of the content of his lectures at Capital University, even his casual conversations, were collected by his worshippers and uploaded onto the internet. This historical and political scientist was clearly not a pedantic person who only knew how to read books. Instead, he had a wide range of interests and had dabbled in the field of art. However, his achievements in these fields were not as high as his achievements in his field. Even this scholar could not shake off his male hobbies. He often liked to comment on the late Second Great War between the Federation and the Empire when he was half drunk. He had many comments on war, but unfortunately, even his most loyal worshippers had to admit that this gentleman really did not know anything about war. Most of his comments were absurd, often far from the development of reality. In particular, his comments on mecha were hilarious to countless people. Although individual mecha are extremely mobile, the amount of energy and ammunition they can carry is seriously insufficient. They are categorized as high-energy, low-energy weapons, definitely not in line with economic principles and political needs. In modern warfare, if individual mecha are said to be beautiful and expensive diamonds, then any of the most primitive group cannons would be able to burn these diamonds into black charcoal. This conversation had taken place at a university cocktail party in the spring of the 27th year of the constitutional calendar, and later became one of St. George's anecdotes. Sulu had also seen this passage. He scratched his head curiously, feeling that this passage was unbelievably familiar. After thinking for a long time, he remembered that in the endless twilight outside the mine, whenever he showed a yearning for Mecca, Uncle Feng Yu would say this passage in an incomparably mocking tone. Uncle actually reads George Carlin's quotes? Sulu recalled that white-haired fellow with a mouthful of rotten teeth. No matter how he thought about it, the other did not seem like someone interested in history, politics, or political gossip. He could not help but laugh. Tossing the matter of George Carlin to the back of his mind, Sulu continued his night tour of the internet. With great familiarity, he entered a certain forum and began to carefully read the documents on the 300th entry. This was a propaganda forum about the spirit of the First Charter. There was everything on the First Charter. By now, Sulu had already shaken off the panic of fleeing. The camouflage chip behind his neck seemed to be able to completely evade the brilliance of the First Charter. However, he was still a little worried and wanted to know more about the First Charter. He had been working on the project since 2 months ago. After browsing the network of the Capital Ring for a long time, he was shocked to discover that the files about the Bureau of Proclamation, the electronic surveillance network of the Federation, and the central computer were all openly available on the network and in the library for the citizens of the Federation to read. The working procedures of the Bureau of Proclamation and the authority of the central computer were not secrets. Perhaps only the absolute transparency of this process could allow the citizens of the Federation to accept the existence of the First Charter? Sulu would sometimes think like this in his heart. The more he knew, the less he didn't know and the less fear he had. He stopped searching through the documents and stared at the metal bracelet on his wrist, deep in thought. The ability to create the camouflage chip was enough to defeat all the Nebula Award winners in the past 100 years. Who exactly was the boss? Why did he know so much about the Bureau of Proclamation and the central computer that gathered the crystallization of human wisdom? There was no need to continue thinking about questions that could not be answered. Gently stroking the smooth and textured surface of the metal bracelet, Su Li's finger gently tapped on the holographic screen and connected to the government bulletin board. After rummaging under the information tree for a long time, he finally found the information about the third prison in the East Forest region, Foggy State. Brother Wei will be released from prison in a week. Sulu looked at the familiar name on the bulletin board and felt inexplicably sad. He had very few friends in his life. Brother Wei and Chang Zi were 2, and Shi Qinghai, who he had just met recently, could barely be considered 1. Of course, the boss was 1. Xiao Chang, who was not yet 14 years old, was sent to the juvenile detention center. He wondered how anxious his mother would be. What about Li Wei? What could he do after he was released from prison? Would he really become a gangster when he returned to Zhonglo Street? Sulu felt anxious. He lowered his head and thought for a long time. The smile on his face that rarely disappeared at this time. He finally made up his mind and began to look for reliable ways on the internet, hoping to find a way to send a sum of money to Li Wei. The bank card that Feng Yu left him still had more than 3 million Federation coins. This was something he found out after downloading the Sanlin United Bank app a few days ago. He planned to send 1 million to Li Wei, believing that this could help Li Wei embark on a completely different path. From a rational point of view, Sulu knew that his actions were not wise. If the Federation suspected something in the future, it would be very easy to find out from Li Wei through the financial monitoring system. However, Sulu just could not watch his friend suffer in a distant place, not to mention that Li Wei was imprisoned because of him. In his opinion, there were many things in this world that were more important. Of course, he would be extremely careful and try not to leave any clues. Thinking of his boss, thinking of Li Wei, thinking of his hometown, Sulu felt frustrated. After a moment of daze, he took out the name card made of pure natural fiber from his pocket. After glancing at it, he put it away in the metal drawer. He thought of the cute little girl on the spaceship. This name card was given to him by Madame Zhong. Once he thought of the distant and terrifying existence of the 7 great families, Su Li's mood became a little strange. His boss had died at the hands of the 4th Military Region, and quite a few of Silin's soldiers knew what he looked like. If there wasn't a major change in his life, then he would never have dialed the number on the business card. He probably wouldn't have met that little girl again in this life, unless he had a death wish. If there was a day when he really needed to call that number, then it could only mean that in his life, there was already a problem that was more terrifying than death. Yue University's West Gate, which had been sealed for decades, was reopened a few days ago. Due to the shorter distance, the students chose to leave the university through the West Gate. Originally, not many people used the back gate, but now it was even more deserted. It was possible that not a single person would appear for several hours. Only the pear trees accompanied the lonely teenager in the gatehouse. At this time it was already late at night, and the spring wind quietly subsided. Sulu walked to the middle of the iron gate under the shadow of the pear trees. After locking the iron gate, he returned to his room and swiped his card. Only then did he turn off all the lights, turn on the automatic monitoring device and walk back to his bedroom. In the darkness, Sulu, who was wearing only a single piece of underwear, did the horse stance for half an hour. He wiped the sweat off his forehead and started revising the 10 stiff mechanical movements. Every time he entered his knee, raised his elbow and turned his wrist, they were all so forceful and powerful. There was no turning back and there was no other way to describe it. In the end he took a shower. Facing the mirror, he used a small knife to scrape between his eyebrows for a long time. Only then did he carry his aching and tired body to bed and fall into a deep sleep. In his sleep, in the darkness, he did not notice that there was an extremely difficult to detect wave on his naked body. It was moving along a certain path, turning back and finally circling back to its original point, forming a passage and then continuing. These waves and tremors became clearer and clearer, but also more and more inconspicuous. It was as if they were about to hide under his skin, into his muscles and joints, never to be seen by others again. Life in Yue University was unchanging. Every day Sulu would sit in on class and absorb the knowledge that was digitized and turned into blueprints. That was the most basic knowledge but also the part that he lacked the most. 4 years of working as a mechanic had made his practical ability abnormally strong. However, for some reason the mechanic, Fengyu, had never taught him any theoretical knowledge. Today Sulu was in an awkward situation. He knew how to do it but he did not know why. Yue University's professors' dry theoretical lectures just so happened to satisfy his needs in this aspect. Therefore he lived an abnormally fulfilling life. He only had to wait for the next semester's experimental class to begin, to verify the results of his combination of theory and practice. He did not know what Shi Qinghai had been busy with recently. He only came over to say hello one afternoon and then disappeared. Sulu knew that this rogue official had not been fired. He could not help but be surprised at his ability. He knew how busy the Federation Investigation Bureau was, but he did not complain about missing a few drinks. However, for some reason Sulu was not used to not seeing that guy for a few days. The revenge that the two of them had been worried about, the revenge of that pair of cold-blooded siblings, did not come as expected. However, Sulu still cautiously stayed within the campus, not taking a single step out of the iron gate. If this peaceful life continued, Sulu would definitely be very satisfied. He had already bought a summer ticket to the hometown recorded in the chip to take a look. He seemed to have gotten used to his fake identity and did not want to be disturbed by other things. However, on that day, Sulu felt that the campus's atmosphere was a little strange. The students walking between the school's experimental building and the dormitory had a normal expression, but Sulu felt that something was about to happen. Perhaps it was because the principal suddenly appeared in the deserted back door to talk to him? Sulu lowered his head and tried his best to remain calm. Although Yue University was not famous, it seemed to have a high position within the government. This seemingly ordinary principal's position was definitely not low. Why would such a person specifically come to the front door to talk to him? At this time, Sulu had already forgotten about the recommendation letter. He could only guess that the principal had come to the back door to investigate something. However, why did he not discover anything? He subconsciously looked out of the window. Chapter 61. That night, Sulu, who was equally exhausted after completing the entire set of exercises in the dark, entered the bathroom again. After taking a cold shower, he seemed to feel much better. He took out the sharp knife from the hollowed-out tile behind the mirror and began to carefully shave his eyebrows in front of the mirror. Every strand of hair was trimmed very carefully. Finally, he applied some spring toning lotion between his eyebrows. He looked at his face in the mirror and nodded with satisfaction. Sulu did not have the habit of being narcissistic, nor did he have the intention to make his ordinary face handsome. Even if he did, he would not choose to do it in the wee hours of the morning unless he was crazy. The advertisement on Channel 23 said that this toner could shrink pores, so he had been experimenting with it for the past 2 months. After scrutinizing his face in front of the mirror for a long time, He confirmed that the pores between his eyebrows were so small that they could not be seen. If he did not use a magnifying glass, he would definitely not be able to tell that there were eyebrows on his smooth skin. The most distinctive feature of his ordinary face was his pair of eyebrows. Back at the mining pit, Feng Yu had once said that his eyebrows were like knives, too straight, too straight. The purpose of trimming eyebrows was not to make his facial features more supple, but to alter the space between his eyebrows to change his appearance. After all, he did not dare to reveal his true identity. Although the West Woods and Eastwood were extremely far away from the capital ring, who could be sure about the matters of the mortal world? Perhaps at some point in time, someone who had seen Su Lu before would come to Yue University. Su Li's eyebrows were originally as dark as ink, and they were joined together in the middle, looking like a sharp and unstoppable machete. For the past 2 months, he had been trimming his eyebrows non-stop because he wanted to cut off this pair of straight eyebrows from the middle. The results were not bad. At least, the face in the mirror was indeed slightly different from his original appearance, although the difference was not too obvious. If Su Li's eyebrows were previously like machetes, then now, his eyebrows were still as straight as before, but they had become 2 small throwing knives that were pointing at his temples. It was a sleepless night. Su Lu sat in the darkness, staring at the tightly shut iron door. Intuition was actually just a sensitive judgment triggered by countless subtle changes, or even a subconscious judgment. Su Lu was a person who was good at observing things. Feng Yu had once admired this trait of his, so he trusted his own intuition. What did the sudden arrival and silent departure of the principal, the sudden reopening of Zizaman a few days ago, and the absolute silence at the back gate of the school mean? He smelled the scent of danger, just like on the green grassland on the other side of the electronic fence. There seemed to be many wild beasts lurking in the grass. What made him uneasy was that he could not find where these dangers were at all. With his fingers gently stroking the metal handle in his palm, Su Lu narrowed his eyes. He knew that as long as he pushed the button, the front end of the gadget, which looked like a data storage device, would spurt out a strong current. When the accumulated current was used up, it could even eject a sharp dagger. With such a sharp weapon to protect himself, his mood calmed down a little. However, when he thought of the arrogant people in front of the nightclub pulling out their pistols on the street, his heart was no longer so calm. Years ago, he made 2 taser batons under the guidance of Feng Yu. In addition to giving one to Li Wei, which indirectly led to the subsequent events, the other one was always by his side for self-defense. It had electrocuted a bison and stunned the police chief. It was affectionately called Handle by him. When he left Heshi State, the Handle had been cremated with the chip in the incinerator. The one in his hand was made a month ago. The department he was attending hadn't started their experimental classes yet, but it wasn't difficult to find suitable materials on campus. After ordering some special components online, Su Lu made this thing again and finally gave it a name. It was called Flying Dagger. The long night passed by as Su Lu waited. The horizon gradually brightened, and the 2 faint shadows of the moon in the sky above planet S1 gradually disappeared from the horizon. A kind of gray haze began to cover the sky. The air was filled with the smell of freshness and coolness. The morning breeze blew around Pear Garden, but it blew the light fog closer and closer, thicker and thicker. Although it was already morning, it was still the first morning. The people on campus were still sleeping, and the insects that had been chirping all night felt tired. One by one they stopped singing. The surroundings were quiet. Su Lu was already sleepy. He laughed at himself. He thought to himself that he was not as experienced as the uncle in escaping. Just a random thought had made him nervous for an entire night. If this continued, he was afraid that he would die from exhaustion even before the Federation government came to catch him. He opened the window to let the breeze in. Then he prepared to turn on the lights and go back to bed to catch up on sleep. However, just as his finger was about to touch the touch switch, he heard a strange sound. The electronic switch of Yue University's deserted rear iron gate emitted a soft beep. Then the gate slowly opened in the thin morning fog. Su Lu looked at this scene in astonishment. His hand tightened around the flying dagger. The fact that the iron gate opened without his knowledge could only mean that someone with higher authority in the university had entered a command without his knowledge. If he was still sleeping, he definitely wouldn't have heard the beep. That way, no matter who entered the campus, he wouldn't know. At this moment, although he was astonished, he also let go of the worry in his heart. He believed that the strange guest that was about to arrive was definitely not looking for trouble with him. That was because, regardless of the time period, no one would use such an open and above-board method to hunt him down. Furthermore, opening the school gate and capturing him didn't seem to be related at all. However, this scene did look a little strange. In the thin fog, the iron gate slowly opened, but there wasn't a single person around. It looked like a horror scene that was commonly seen in movies. A completely black car quickly drove in from the fog, following the road outside the university towards Pear Garden. Just by looking at the dispersing white fog, one could tell how fast the car was traveling. However, at such a speed, the black car didn't make any sound. It looked like a ghost that appeared and disappeared. What was strange was that when Sulu saw the black car, he felt that the smell of danger around him seemed to have lessened significantly. His strong curiosity made him walk to the window and secretly peek at the scene. He couldn't understand how such an extremely ordinary-looking car without a logo could drive so smoothly and naturally. It even gave off a lively feeling. Suddenly, Sulu noticed that a figure had appeared in the thin fog on campus at some point. It was a female student wearing glasses. She was wearing a set of floral pajamas and hugging a book as she walked sleepily on the road to Pear Garden. There was still some distance to the apartment building, and it had been especially quiet recently. However, there were still students who coveted the beautiful scenery of Pear Garden and came here for their morning study. However, very few students woke up this early for morning study. At this moment, Sulu didn't have time to consider why the female student would suddenly appear here. This was because he realized that the figure of the female student, whose eyes were not fully open, was blurry in the fog. And the black car driving in from outside the university didn't seem to have noticed her, continuing to drive at high speed. If nothing unexpected happened, perhaps in a few seconds, that poor female student would be hit by that strange black car and sent flying into the sky to see the scenery of Pear Garden. There was no time to shout because the person in the car couldn't hear him. Furthermore, Sulu had a feeling that even if the other party heard him, they wouldn't slow down. As for that sleepy and confused female student, Sulu didn't dare hope that he could wake her up. Therefore, he directly jumped out of the window and rushed toward the female student as fast as he could. He was even faster than when he was racing with the bison. He directly threw the female student onto the grass by the side of the road. Just as the two of them fell to the ground, the black car drove past them at high speed like a ghost. It didn't slow down, didn't stop, and didn't even pay attention to the episode that happened here. It only stirred up a few green leaves on the ground as it disappeared into the foggy campus. The moment Sulu rushed out, he suddenly felt countless gazes on him. However, following the scene that happened later, those gazes disappeared at the same time. However, at this moment the youth's mood was somewhat angry. He was angry at that car that didn't care about life or death, so he couldn't care less about these strange feelings. He angrily glared at the back of that black car and cursed under his breath. Zhang Xiaoming endured the pain in her knee and struggled to stand up from the young man's embrace. She glanced in the direction that the black car disappeared in from the corner of her eyes. Incomparable disappointment and anger welled up in her heart. The councilman arranged for her to return to Yue University in order to make contact with that person. In order to obtain information about that person entering the campus from the back door in the wee hours of the morning, how much effort did the people of S2 put in? She also understood that this kind of coincidental encounter was too risky, but she had no choice. Just as things were developing according to plan, they were interrupted by an accident. However, when she turned around to look at the person, she was surprised to see a familiar face. Especially the sincere concern on the face and the sincerity in the eyes, it made her remember who the other person was. The person who shared the puppy biscuits with her. Zhang Xiaoming stared into Su Li's eyes in shock. She felt as if Su Li's gaze was like two flying daggers staring into her eyes. For a moment she panicked and forgot her most important task. At this time Sulu was also stunned. He realized that the girl in his arms was the same innocent girl he met on the bus when school started. His palm felt very soft to the touch. He then realized that he was still hugging her waist and buttocks. A breath of spring hit him in the face, and he suddenly turned into a stiff rock in the Donglin countryside. When the young man and woman turned into statues, the black car had already passed through the thin mist. In the back seat of the car, a young man about 17 or 18 years old opened his tired eyes and subconsciously looked back. Beside him, a person who looked like a butler said respectfully, "Please rest assured, young master. Although the family still can't send anyone, the Special Task Force has taken the initiative to send 12 special agents. They will definitely ensure your safety while you study here." "Uncle Jean, please call me by my name, Tai Ziyuan," the young man said sincerely. He suddenly laughed bitterly. "I keep feeling like someone was glaring at me just now. It was so fierce, like two throwing knives. It seems that our family is quite annoying in the Federation." Chapter 62. In this S2 Regional Council election, the members of the opposition did not exceed the predictions of election experts. They successfully won 243 seats and successfully took control of the management committees of the 4 administrative states. Politicians in the Federation's capital ring have accused these members of the opposition, who are used to communicating in private. As a result, Article 2 of the Federation Charter, which has maintained the political balance of the Federation for 600 years, has become a piece of paper. The courtyard was filled with green bamboos. Against the backdrop of the natural scenery, the light screen hanging on the snow-white wall looked more like a picture. However, at this time, the famous female reporter from Channel 4 of the Federation had a serious expression on her face. She was blabbering on endlessly. 30 years ago, when the banner of George Carlin was raised, the anti-government forces gave up on resisting the Federation by force. Instead, they pursued the principle of non-violence and non-cooperation. However, starting 5 years ago, the anti-government forces began to change their attitude. Under the framework of negotiations with the Federation government, they participated in the political election affairs of the Federation. The leader of the anti-government forces, Medellin, is a strong supporter and promoter of this big change. Medellin was elected as a member of the S2 administrative region 4 years ago. According to sources, Medellin is preparing to participate in this autumn's election of the Federation Management Committee and run for the position of a member of the Federation. Deep in the courtyard, a middle-aged man wearing glasses and a black double-breasted retro suit silently watched the light screen and listened to the female reporter's analysis. This time, the anti-government forces. The female reporter's face on the screen was slightly flustered, but she quickly regained her composure. The reason why the opposition members of the parliament were able to win the local elections of the S2 administrative region was because the 4 mountainous states of S2 were the actual areas of the opposition. On the eve of the election, the results of the investigation of the strange explosion in the Eastwood region in year 65 of the constitutional calendar were announced, which dealt a heavy blow to the traditional members of the Federation. The opposition members have presented evidence to prove that the President's office, the Special Task Force, the Ministry of Defense, and the Management Committee were all involved in concealing the truth of the explosion. This has caused the public's disappointment in the political figures to reach a new level. The middle-aged man's brows furrowed slightly, shaking his head with a sigh. He listened to the female reporter on the screen speak with a trace of excitement. Although the President immediately ordered an investigation into this matter, and announced to the public through the Bureau of Proclamation that the spring of year 65 of the constitutional calendar, the accidental death of 300 soldiers in the Donglin region's Heshi province, as well as the serious damage to the surface of the residential area, resulting in an irreversible ecological disaster, was due to a secret operation by the Federation against the Bureau of Proclamation's #1 target, the treasonous mechanic Yu Feng. However, this explanation still doesn't satisfy the public, because no one can understand why such an open operation would be hidden for an entire year, and all the news media didn't receive the slightest bit of news. In the face of the opposition members' accusations, the Federation has given the most serious response. The spokesperson of the Ministry of Defense has publicly accused the opposition of not abiding by the treaty, and of still having armed forces in the S2 administrative region. Senator Macklin's office issued a press release yesterday, sternly denying this accusation, and warning the Federation government not to try to divert the public's attention. They demanded that the government explain why the operation against Mechanic Yu Feng was deliberately hidden for so long, and what secrets there are behind this matter. The following is the background information of the news. Mechanic Yu Feng, once an assistant instructor in mecha repair at the Capital Planet's 2nd Military Academy, was recruited into the army at the end of the Third War between the Federation and the Empire. The middle-aged man adjusted his glasses, shaking his head as he turned off the light screen television. He knew more about Mechanic Yu Feng's information than most people in this world, even more than the Federation government and the leader of the opposition, Macklin. He walked towards the green courtyard, passing by a few paddy fields and a few red carp ponds, and the heaviness in his heart gradually dissipated. Although his family was sparse and far from being as powerful as the legendary 7 big families, to be able to own such a large manor in Philadelphia, the middle-aged man knew how much trust and respect the people of the Federation had for his family. After walking for a few minutes, the middle-aged man came to the front of a flat lake. He looked at the side of the lake and lowered his head. "Father, the news about Uncle has been confirmed. Just as you expected, he should be gone. The information we got from the Ministry of Defense was half a year late." Philadelphia, 1,300 kilometers away from the capital, was a tourist destination that was warm in winter and cool in summer. To be able to own such a large manor in such a place where every inch of land was worth its weight in gold, it was enough to show the status of the people who lived here. This lake was so long that one couldn't tell how big it was. A gentle breeze blew, and the water was still, like a mirror reflecting the snowy peaks of the mountains in the distance, making one feel that nothing could be more beautiful than this. An old man was sitting on a bluestone by the lake. He was wearing a very simple but slightly retro long gown. His long white hair was scattered behind him and his back looked very old. However, the appearance of this old man didn't affect this picturesque scenery. The slightly thin and old body seemed to have stayed by the lake for countless years, and had already become one with the lake and the mountain. Hearing the middle-aged man's words, the old man slowly lowered his head and looked at the clear lake in front of him. He seemed to be sad but also seemed to be relieved. He said, "It's good that he's dead. He should have died 40 years ago and he should have died 14 years ago. But he didn't die and he will never die. The sooner I die, the sooner I'll be relieved. I'm already willing to die." Hearing these ominous words, the middle-aged man was shocked. He was worried that his father would be too sad because of the news of his uncle's death. Although he didn't know the strange relationship between his father and his uncle, he had heard too much about his uncle's deeds since he was a child. He knew that his father had always cared about his younger brother. He walked up behind the old man and said with concern, "Uncle was able to escape the Federation's arrest in the past. He might be able to do the same this time. I don't want to care about these things. A brother who has disappeared for several decades is no different from being dead." The old man's back view was bleak, but the middle-aged man's gaze remained respectful. Although they were father and son, he always felt that his father was more like the image that the Federation had promoted. Since he was a child, he had always felt a sense of distance from his father. The old man sighed, his voice filled with extremely complicated emotions. "Your uncle was a genius. No matter what he did, he could do it to the extreme. Back then, he made great contributions to the Federation's development. It's just that he was a liberal. The things he thought in his head were things that even I couldn't understand. He never considered what others thought when he did things. There's an old saying that if you sowed evil, you would have to bear evil consequences. Since he had violated the Federation's laws, caused the deaths of so many people and caused so much trouble, perhaps his death could be considered some form of compensation to those innocent people." The middle-aged man knew that his father wasn't referring to the great explosion that had occurred when they had attacked the Empire. He didn't know much about those things from the distant past. After a moment of silence, he said, "The President's personal letter arrived last night. Would you like to take a look?" After a moment of silence, the old man said, "I respect the spirit of the Federation, and I also respect the representative of the Federation, Mr. President. However, I don't want to look at that letter. I don't want an outsider to tell me that they had already killed my younger brother a year ago, even though I don't mind killing him with my own hands. The only one who knows about the relationship between your uncle and me is that woman from the Thai family. Mr. President might have only found out recently. Right now, I'm just a statue of the Federation. Of course, he wouldn't want me to have anything to do with that notorious mechanic. A few decades ago, I punched your uncle and knocked out 17 of his teeth. From that day onwards, I cut all ties with him and we haven't had any contact since." The old man slowly stood up from the rock. Looking at the restless bubbles in the calm lake, he felt his old heart gradually become empty. There are some people in the government who have always wanted to get your uncle's star map, while there are others who don't want that star map to be leaked. With these two powerful forces joining forces, no matter how many times your uncle can split himself, it's impossible for him to hide safely forever. I don't understand. My uncle is a person who loves to be in a lively situation. Every time the middle-aged man thought of his uncle, who was the most unknown but also the most talented in the family, he felt a chill run down his spine. Back when the Bureau of Proclamation first issued a warrant for his arrest, he still took the risk to stay in the various academies on the capital planet. Why has he been willing to stay in the Donglin district for the past 10 years or so? Nowadays Donglin is so deserted. In the past he was willing to stay in S1 and play different roles because he always had the wrong idea. He thought that the glory of the First Charter was a humiliation, so he took the risk to stay here, to challenge the eyes of the First Charter in the most dangerous place. Underneath this kind of nonsense lies his madness and courage. Why did he leave? Naturally, it was because he thought that the First Charter was no longer a shackle to his freedom. Naturally, he didn't want to continue playing this game. The reason he went to Donglin I am probably the only one in the world who can understand. Under the twilight, the disappearance of a fragment of civilization, how breathtaking and beautiful it is. The old man said calmly, "This is what your uncle wanted to see when he went to Donglin. The things he was searching for in this universe are incomprehensible to normal people. It is only after I have grown old that I understand the choice he made back then. From a certain perspective I am still not as good as him." The middle-aged man looked at his father's back quietly. The family had produced two top figures in the previous generation, but one of them was famous throughout the Federation and the Empire. During the First War he successfully assassinated the ambitious emperor of the Empire. In this era where individual heroism had long since declined, he became the #1 hero of the Federation. The other valiantly fought against the glory of the First Charter for his entire life. In the end he died quietly as a small character and a traitor. Now his uncle was dead and his father was old. How would the Lees of Philadelphia continue in the future? He stayed in Donglin for more than 10 years. There should be some people close to him. The war god of the Federation was just an old man reminiscing about the past. He said slowly, "He has always been a cold-blooded man. I am afraid he will not care about the lives of those after his death. Go and investigate. If there is anyone close to him, help them in secret if you can." "I have already investigated. Uncle had an apprentice in Donglin and they were quite close. However, that apprentice was unfortunately killed in an operation by the Federation," the middle-aged man replied respectfully. The old man looked at the lake and thought to himself, "No matter whether you are dead or alive, you and I are brothers. We are just two men." Chapter 63. In the manner of the Lees of Philadelphia, who had been shrouded in a heroic aura for decades, the war god Pifu, who was incomparably respected by the citizens of the Federation, had seriously considered taking care of a pitiful and innocent little apprentice. Unfortunately, according to the central computer of the Bureau of Proclamation, the little apprentice was already dead. Therefore, everyone in the Federation believed that the little apprentice could not possibly still be alive. Of course, Sulu was not dead. He also did not know that the Lees of Philadelphia had tried to find him and take care of him. He also did not know that Uncle Feng Yu had any relationship with the Lees of Philadelphia. Even the rotten teeth that he had ridiculed for many years were actually, personally knocked out by the war god. If he knew these shocking secrets, would he have touched Feng Yu's rotten teeth with a gaze of worship? If he knew all of these, perhaps he would understand why in the bloody twilight above the mine, when Uncle Feng Yu mentioned the old man that everyone in the Federation respected, he actually used the 3 words "old man" without any respect. At this time, Sulu was eating in a simple 3-story building. He used a knife and fork to strenuously cut the wild beef on his plate. From time to time he would raise his head to look at the unstable light patterns on the wall. The television was still talking about the election of the local state management committee members, and it also mentioned the secret operation in the Eastwoods region. Any secret operation of the Federation could be labeled as a shady operation by the opposition members. Using George Carlin's theory, they would hoarsely criticize it. However, as the person involved, Sulu did not have this kind of interest. He knew that there was a shady operation behind the uncle's death, but that shady operation should have fallen many years ago. The wild beef on the plate was very hard. He had just dug it out of the freezer yesterday. He did not know how many years it had been frozen, but the meat did not have any freshness. Fortunately, it did not go bad. He ate it like a piece of wood and digested it. For Sulu, it was much better than synthetic food. At this time, it was already the end of summer. The air conditioning system that he had just repaired began to send in a cool breeze, but it did not have time to drive away the heat. He wiped the sweat on his forehead and finished the beef on the plate as fast as he could. He rubbed his stomach and somewhat unsatisfied walked into the house. He began to rummage and memorize the bits and pieces. According to the government's Land Management Bureau, this 3-story building belonged to Sulu. In other words, this was the home of the retired soldier Sulu. 6 months into Ua University's summer vacation, Sulu took out the ticket that he had bought a long time ago and embarked on the journey back to his home. In order to live a safer life in the Federation, he had to know where his home was. He had to familiarize himself with the local life and customs as much as possible, and even the possible accent. This way he would not give himself away as much as possible. Sure, Qinghai easily saw that he was a person with a secret, so Sulu had to be more cautious. However, he did not expect that the home that the uncle had set for his disguise chip was so far away. He took a 7-hour flight from Linhai Airport, an 11-hour bus ride, and finally walked for half a day before he arrived at this small town. He had already stayed in this small town for a few days, and he was more and more shocked by Uncle Feng Yu's ability. The choice of this small town was too awesome. Not only was it remote, but because of the landslides, most of the residents had moved into the new settlement opened by the state government. Even the few residents who stayed in the town had mostly forgotten who the 3-story building belonged to. It was a very inexplicable thing, wasn't it? In fact, it was just the burden of life that made the few residents lose all interest in inquiring about gossip. The town's primary school and middle school had been closed a few years ago, which made Sulu feel more at ease. He was also endlessly curious about Feng Yu's ability. To be able to choose such a perfect disguise, one must enter the high-level central control computer of the Federation for a long time to filter through the information. It even meant that Feng Yu had once hacked into the all-knowing central control computer of the Bureau of Proclamation. Sulu took a shower and stood on the balcony, memorizing the scenery of the small town and the unique plants in his mind. At the same time, he connected the information with reality again to strengthen his memory. He subconsciously touched the metal bracelet on his wrist and thought of the chips on the thin metal wires inside. A single chip represented a brand new identity that no one knew about. If it was as difficult to find a loophole as his current identity, how long would it take to prepare? Thinking of the wild beef hidden in the freezer for many years, a sincere and praying smile appeared on Su Li's ordinary and sincere face. After ending the summer trip back to his hometown, Sulu returned to Linhai University after a long and arduous journey. In addition to confirming his new identity, this trip also gave him some mental impact. Only now did he know that the Eastwoods region was not the poorest region in the Federation. That small town called Light was the one that was truly poor. He could not understand how such a prosperous and developed Federation, especially on the most core planet of the capital ring, could exist in such a place. There was even a profession like a farmer, and not the kind that was performed on stage. Thinking of the pair of siblings he had met before, Sulu had a deeper understanding of the injustice of this society. However, he did not know how this injustice came about and how to solve it. Subconsciously, he still did not have a good impression of the Federation government. Instead, he was curious about the anti-government forces and vaguely recognized them. At the beginning of September, the campus of Yua University opened again. Sulu once again began his boring, shuttling back and forth between the teaching buildings and his room. As expected, Yua University's basic engineering education had a strength that did not match its reputation. Sulu eagerly absorbed the knowledge, such as the operating principle of the Jingnong brand's high-energy storage battery, the data compatibility parameters of the 3 systems in a closed structure, the law of the automatic layer jumping of the crystal ores under illumination. Tomorrow, he would begin to enter the laboratory building and begin practical learning. When Sulu thought of this, he felt the skin on his hands begin to itch. It had been more than a year since he left Eastwoods and the miner's operation room. Other than making himself a self-defense stun baton, it had been a long time since he came into contact with electronic boards, pipes, and metal. That wonderful tactile feeling and the faint smell of high-energy plastic made him miss them very much. What are you thinking about? Are you thinking about applying for a job at Shanglin Guigui Company in the future? A low and cold voice pulled Sulu out of his thoughts. Stunned, he stopped rubbing his hands and looked at the girl across the table. He smiled awkwardly and said, "I was thinking about tomorrow's experiment class. Will Professor Zhou let us assemble the equipment ourselves?" Yes, in the peaceful university life, the biggest change in Su Li's life was probably the girl across the table who habitually wore high-heeled glasses. She was so quiet and pure that she even seemed a little cold. When the black phantom car drove into Pear Garden, Su Lu and Zhang Xiaoming both recognized each other. From that day onwards they would occasionally meet on campus. As the number of nods and greetings increased, they began to sit together and eat. Although this attracted many puzzled gazes, they did not understand why Zhang Xiaoming, who came from a good family, would be so close to the gatekeeper. Although Su Lu did not like to be the center of attention, he still liked to sit together with Zhang Xiaoming. Zhang Xiaoming looked at the nerd across from her and sighed in her heart. The Federation Investigation Bureau's surveillance team finally withdrew after a semester. The students on campus had also gotten used to their return from S2. Everything returned to normal. The target she wanted to get in touch with seemed to have disappeared from the campus forever. If this continued, she even wondered if she had really become an innocent student. Eating with Su Lu didn't mean anything to her. She just thought that a retired soldier who worked as a concierge, studied in school, and wanted to enter the Nutshell Company as a mechanical engineer in the future, was really a very hard-working young man. She appreciated this very much. At the same time, she wanted to treat Su Lu to a few more meals. Perhaps it was because she once ate his dog biscuits and misunderstood him. Also, she guessed that Su Li's financial situation was not particularly good. As for why they met at the airport bus, she thought it was because of the benefits given by the Department of Defense for retired soldiers. Next month is the Double Moon Festival. There's a school dance. Zhang Xiaoming looked at him and said, "I need a male companion. Are you willing to go with me?" After hearing this request, Su Lu did not immediately speak. Zhang Xiaoming looked at him quietly. After all, one day she would leave Yue University and return to the councilman's side to help him deal with those complicated matters. She often reminded herself not to be too greedy. This period of peaceful school life was enough. After all, he was just an ordinary person. Maybe he could really achieve his dream of entering the Shell Motor Company, but what did that have to do with her? Su Lu knew how he felt about Zhang Xiaoming. He only felt that her eyes, covered by black-rimmed glasses, were very calm and attractive. As a young man under the age of 20, this was the first time he had such one-on-one contact with a member of the opposite sex. He couldn't help but start to glow. He liked to sit with her, but he also had to carefully keep a distance. It wasn't because of those strange and surprised gazes, nor was it because of her excellent family background. It was because of his own problem. He didn't know when the Federation soldiers would come to arrest him. Su Lu had never been in a relationship before, and neither had Zhang Xiaoming, but they were both at the age of falling in love. It was like the trees in the pear garden that would naturally grow in spring. Interestingly, they didn't know what love was, but they started to like this feeling. But because of some practical or absurd reasons, they kept a distance so that the feelings that they might or might not have were only in their hearts. Since it was only in their hearts that no one could see, they naturally couldn't talk about whether they liked it or not. Their current interactions were like the trees in the pear garden that were tied up with iron wires. It was clumsy and cute. In the clean and spotless operation room, Zhang Xiaoming was clumsily and adorably operating a small laser welding machine. She was trying to join the metal parts on the operation table together. Although she had excellent comprehension in other areas, she was clumsy when it came to moving her hands. Outside her operation room, a few male students watched her operation with concerned eyes. They were so anxious that they wanted to rush in and replace her. Time always made people forget everything. Today's students had long forgotten Zhang Xiaoming's childish behavior of taking a year off from school to go to Administrative District S2. In their eyes, Zhang Xiaoming was a very beautiful and pleasant female student. She also happened to have a good family background and a good personality. Although there were rumors on campus recently that Zhang Xiaoming had become strange again and liked to hang out with that poor janitor, they weren't willing to believe it. According to the inside information from the female dormitory, Zhang Xiaoming also completely denied the possibility of being with that poor guy. Perhaps because they were distracted, they kept the same speed. The few male students subconsciously turned their heads and looked at a completely transparent operation room. Then they were shocked to hear a beep. 2 minutes and 23 seconds. Professor Zhou, who was wearing a control suit, stared at the display screen with a look of disbelief. He shouted at the young man inside, "Su Lu, you're a fucking genius. Yesterday you broke the school's 3-piece assembly record, and today you broke the B blueprint record. Fuck. If it weren't for the fact that you only scored single digits in history, politics, and economics, I would definitely recommend you to the school to become a free official student. I would even recommend you to the first military academy." It was said that Professor Zhou used to be a regiment-level mechanical engineer in a large assembly center of the Ministry of National Defense. He still had a strong military style. His voice was very loud and it shook the entire laboratory building. Not to mention at this time he was shouting with wild joy. For a moment all the students heard what he said. They looked at the transparent operation room with envy and shock. Zhang Xiaoming, who was clumsily performing the micro-operation of the 4th solder joint through the planar magnifying glass, raised her head in shock. She took off her black-rimmed glasses and looked to the side. She never would have thought that the unusually ordinary-looking boy would have a talent in this area that even Professor Zhou was shocked by. The door of the transparent console room opened, and Su Lu, whose back was already drenched in sweat, walked out. She wiped the sweat that was about to drip from her hair with her sleeves and pretended not to see the surprised looks around her. She nodded at Professor Zhou. The operation skills taught by Uncle Feng Yu were used to complete the school operation practice, so naturally he was much faster than the students. He was just a little helpless. Once he touched the tools he would be distracted. He tried his best to slow down from his infatuated state. He was so anxious that he even broke out in cold sweat, but in the end it seemed that he was still a little too fast. Chapter 65. The burly and tan Professor Zhou did not look like a well-respected professor on a university campus. He looked more like a man in the military who was exposed to the sun all day long. At this time in the single office his voice was still extremely loud. He shouted loudly at Sulu who was standing in front of him, "All the stars in the individual star systems of the Federation are called suns by us, and are called suns for short. So, fuck. How the fuck did you do it so fast? Did you learn it before? Tell me the truth." In the past few days of the practical classes, Sulu had displayed extremely powerful operation ability under the shocked gazes of everyone. This kind of thing was very familiar, so even if he wanted to hide it, there was no way to hide it too well. Professor Zhou knew that this auditing student was still working part-time in the school's gatehouse. He also knew that this kid was a soldier who had just been discharged for half a year. He stared at him curiously as if he did not understand. "When I was a recruit there was a chain artillery camp next to the camp. I secretly went there a few times to check it out." Sulu repeated the resume and information of this identity in his mind and lowered his head. "Then you are a fucking genius." Professor Zhou picked up the teacup and drank 2 mouthfuls. He suddenly frowned and said seriously, "But this doesn't mean anything. These are the most basic things and in the future they may not be useful in practical work. In this kind of open class the most important thing is your design ideas. After all, we are a university, not a place to train mechanic soldiers. Even in terms of speed you are not the fastest. Every time in the Ministry of Defense's recruitment assessment, those crazy soldiers in the assembly base are faster than you. Do you understand?" "Understood." Sulu replied loudly, but in his heart he did not agree with the professor's opinion. He inherited the style of the boss uncle, and his goal was to be faster, smoother and more accurate. His goal was to be more economical, convenient, and to be able to use local materials. In other words, this damn kid was still subconsciously preparing to repair battleships and mechas like household appliances. However, Sulu really liked what Professor Zhou said after that. He knew that he was not too out of the ordinary as a mechanic freak, and would not attract the attention of that bastard of the Central Charter. "It's a pity that you've already retired from the military. Otherwise, you should have directly applied to become a mechanic in the Ministry of Defense. Studying in a military academy would have been more suitable for you." Professor Zhou said with some regret, "If you apply for the exam as a citizen now, you'll be a bit older. Also you'll have to wait for 2 years. It's not worth it. How about this? You study hard, and I'll find an opportunity to discuss with the student office to see if we can transfer you to an official student. As for the tuition fees you don't have to worry too much. The Federation still has a lot of scholarships and subsidies every year." Sulu knew that Professor Zhou was telling the truth. Every year, the Federation would invest a large amount of money into his education. However, the procedures for reviewing scholarships and grants were very strict. If his results were good enough and he had someone like Professor Zhou as a guarantor, he might be able to become an official student. If he could get a diploma, it would be a great help for him to enter the Shell Motor Company in the future. He stood at attention and said loudly, "Thank you, Professor. Oh right, this is the access card for the library's Section H. The materials and tools there are more complete. Some of the declassified blueprints and data from the Ministry of Defense are also stored in the computers there. I think it's more suitable for your level." Professor Zhou took out a small card and threw it over. Sulu caught it and continued to say loudly, "Thank you, Professor." Holding the small electronic access card, Sulu left the office. Although he had said many thanks and was somewhat curious about the library's Section H that he had never heard of before, Suli's mind was still echoing with another sentence from Professor Zhou. The Ministry of Defense Mechanic Exam. Suli's lips curled into a bitter smile. He remembered the yearning for the future of life in the remote Donglin mine. However, he was now on the most prosperous and advanced planet of the Federation's capital. Moreover, he was now on the path to realizing his second dream. What was there to be dissatisfied about? Sulu took a deep breath and dispelled the shadow in his heart. However, he knew very well that there were still many things that he was dissatisfied with. At this time, Professor Zhou had already left the office. He took the elevator to the top floor and met with the principal of Yue University through his secretary. He looked at the elegant face of the principal and said, "The student you talked about is really not bad. I've already given him the access card for the library's section H." The principal raised his head from the large office desk and looked at him in confusion. He asked, "You're talking about that young man called Sulu? I thought you had already given him the access card." "What? Students who haven't gone through my personal inspection can forget about obtaining the best teaching resources in the Federation." Professor Zhou disagreed with the principal's words. The principal sighed and took off his glasses. He placed them on the table and said, "You're really messing around. Since I've already told you, just do as I say." "That won't do. Your presbyopia is too serious now, and you're not willing to go for laser surgery. Speaking of which, it's only a matter of 2 minutes. Why do you have to wear glasses like that?" Professor Zhou continued to nag. He did not see any service staff along the way, so he could not help but feel a little puzzled. However, when he pushed open that large door, he saw a whole row of the latest processors and those large holographic screens that made people drool. He knew that he had entered a treasure trove. There were not many students who had the authority to enter Area H, but there were also quite a few of them. They only silently accessed the data on the central control computer, and then entered their own operating rooms or simulation rooms. They did not greet the newcomer Sulu. Sulu let out a sigh of relief. It looked like this was not a very special place. After spending an entire afternoon, he finally skimmed through all the data he could see on the terminal. Of course, he only had time to glance at the top few layers of the information tree. He did not have time to look at anything more detailed. But even so, it was enough to surprise him. He finally understood why there was a saying that UA University was the most outstanding school in the entire Federation in terms of the 3 major systems of warship and mecha, excluding the 3 major military academies and the Westwoods Military Academy. He even found the blueprints of all the military mecha before the M37 series on the computer. The holographic screen flipped incessantly, and a somewhat familiar blueprint appeared. Looking at the internal structure of the M02, which looked like it had been stripped of its skin, Sulu finally could not help but open his mouth and laugh silently. Because he was engrossed in the H section of the library, Sulu rarely ate lunch with Zhang Xiaoming these past few days. He told the girl with the black-rimmed glasses, and Zhang Xiaoming nodded, clearly unconcerned. On the other hand, it was Shi Qinghai who was worried about Sulu, who had not seen him in the sun for a few days. He finally managed to get in touch with him through the phone and found out about Su Li's recent whereabouts. Mr. Shi was clear about this friend's life goals and interests. As long as he remained on campus, his personal safety would not be threatened, so he did not ask further. Sulu would only leave the H section at 7 or 8 p.m. every night. At this time, the outstanding students in the H section had already left. After all, they were still in the prime of their youth. No matter how hard they worked, no one would be willing to stay in such a cold and metallic place. Long periods of fatigue would not necessarily lead to good results. One night, Sulu returned to his room. Looking at the pale green trees in the pear garden through the glass, he suddenly thought of what Uncle Fengyu had done to the black M52 in the forest in the valley on the outskirts of Heshi region. How could those trembling hands control the mecha's movements from the outside? This was really too inexplicable. With this thought in mind, Sulu found it difficult to sleep. Now that he had a deeper understanding of mecha, he also understood how precious that mysterious power within his body was. Naturally, he would no longer slack off on his training. Even if his mind was already extremely exhausted every night, he still persisted in finishing his training. After taking a shower, he sat on the edge of his bed and turned on the screen of his computer. He began to carefully calculate the theoretical possibilities of his strange conjecture. However, as he continued to calculate, he found that because he knew too little about the mysterious power, the trembling did not seem to have a fixed frequency. Chapter 67. He was tired, his head was full of questions, and he was thirsty for sleep but unable to sleep because of the excitement. This was the most unbearable feeling. Sulu rubbed his somewhat dry eyes and looked at the alloy mech at the end of the spacious room that was connected by countless cables. Suddenly he no longer felt the mental torment from before. His eyes lit up as well. It was really beautiful. The surface of the pure black mech reflected a faint matte light, and the cables behind it that were connected to the various ports in the wall were painted in various colors according to the data or energy transmission. Some were white, some were red, some were blue. It was like a black ancient warrior with countless ribbons tied behind it, fluttering in the wind of the wasteland. Sulu looked at this scene in admiration. He suddenly felt that there was no place in the world that was not beautiful. Even such cold metal and technology could still be pleasing to the eyes. After being stunned by the beauty of the mech, Sulu gradually regained his senses and fell into a pleasant surprise. After all, this was the second time in his life that he had seen a real mech. Previously, the worn-out M02 on the ancient bell looked like trash. However, the mech hanging on the platform not far from him was so lively, as if it would come alive in the next moment. He carefully moved closer to the wall. Although he had already obtained permission to enter, he still could not suppress the nervousness and excitement in his heart when he suddenly saw a rarely seen mech appear in front of him. This was the prototype of the M-series mech. All weapon systems and cockpit doors were removed. Sulu walked to the bottom of the mech and looked up at the mech that was glowing with a metallic light in mid-air. It was very easy for him to identify its model. In this spacious room he found a terminal screen. He looked at it carefully and finally understood what this room was for. It turned out to be a mech control simulation room. Virtual training technology had been developed hundreds of years ago, but the problem was that it had not been fully developed. Today it had not been promoted in the Federation. Sulu looked curiously at the instructions on the screen and found that this set of technology was the set of military technology that Sulu had been speculated on in the electronic magazine. Sulu's interest in operating mecha in battle was far less than his interest in repairing and designing mecha. However, he was even more aware that an excellent mecha repair engineer would need to have an absolute understanding of the object they were researching. Furthermore, they would need to go through a long period of hands-on work to be able to make the fastest and most accurate judgments on those minute details. Lihua University provided such excellent training conditions for its students. It just so happened that he had a lot of doubts about the mysterious power in his body and the relationship between mecha operation. Naturally, he would not let go of such a good opportunity. Rubbing his somewhat cold hands and rubbing his somewhat red eyes, Sulu calmed the excitement in his heart. Following the M-series prototype mech's mechanical legs that were slightly thicker than two people, the designer had cleverly constructed a ladder-like armor around the legs to make this sort of climb not too difficult. Sulu sat in the control cabin and looked at the spacious space before him. A strange feeling grew in his heart. His hands trembled slightly as he placed them on the ergonomic touch screen on either side of his body. This type of touch screen was definitely different from the real mecha systems of the military. However, it should be more than enough to test and familiarize himself with the mech. The black M-series prototype mech let out a sizzling sound the moment his hands were placed on it. The passageway from H1 to the lakeside villa and the passageway from H section of the library were two completely opposite directions. Tai Ziyuan turned right. Sulu, who came in first, also turned right. The two of them happened to enter two rooms that were opposite each other. After a while, the door of the other room opened. Sulu walked out and stared blankly at the hot coffee on the thermostat in the lounge. His stomach growled twice. Sulu left. H1 was still quiet. After a while, Tai Ziyuan, who looked even more tired but whose face had a few traces of red, walked out of the room. He had a sweat-soaked shirt on his elbow. The young man's facial features were distinct. Although he could not be said to be heroic, a trace of satisfaction flashed across his face that left a deep impression. He had finally passed level 3 today. Although it took him a whole half a month, the sense of accomplishment did not seem to be weaker than every success he had had in the past few years. There were no surveillance cameras here, nor were there any family servants. After being stunned for a while, Tai Ziyuan suddenly shouted at the empty building, as if he was venting something. However, it was obvious that he rarely did such things. The shouting stopped abruptly. After a slight embarrassment, his face returned to its usual indifference and calmness. Tai Ziyuan habitually walked to the lounge and sat on a chair. He habitually reached out his right hand, picked up the cup of hot coffee and took a sip. There was nothing in the cup. Tai Ziyuan's pupils suddenly shrank. Only then did he feel that the cup was much lighter than usual. From the corner of his eye, he saw that a few pieces of the caviar on the plate were missing, and there were some food remnants on the table. Vigilantly, he stood up and scanned the entire H1 area as quickly as he could. He then pressed a button on the pager. As long as he pressed the button, Butler Jean would bring the Special Task Force's special agents over to ensure his safety. However, Tai Ziyuan did not press the pager because he noticed a piece of paper on the table beside him. Usually he would leave notes for Butler Jean here, so he prepared a pen and a stack of white paper. However, the handwriting on the paper today was obviously not his, nor was it Butler Jin's. Tai Ziyuan frowned. He picked up the clothes that had been thrown at his feet and wrapped his fingers. He picked up the paper. "I'm very sorry. I was too hungry after the practice and took your food without asking. Although I don't know who you are and whether you still want to eat, I'm really sorry. By the way, that plate of pastry seems to be spoiled. They taste weird. I'll bring you something good to eat tomorrow night as an apology. I hope you won't be angry." Tai Ziyuan put down the paper and suddenly turned to walk to another room. He pushed open the door and walked to the terminal screen. He found a bag of trash behind the screen which seemed to be a fragment of the screen. He was even more confused about what had happened. He turned on the terminal screen curiously to see what the person who had entered before had done. Level 6? 11? 7 seconds? What an idiot. Tai Ziyuan gave a fair evaluation without holding back. Looking at the input speed of the computer, this person was obviously a newbie. Why would he want to challenge level 6, which was the most difficult level? It seemed that this person really didn't know anything. Although Tai Ziyuan could hold on for half a minute if he challenged level 6, he definitely wouldn't try a second time. This was because the level 6 test time was 20 minutes long, and the speed would increase with each passing minute. Only the best of the best in the Federation or the Empire would be able to pass. No, even the strongest mecha warrior in the Federation or the Empire wouldn't be able to pass level 6. Tai Ziyuan's expression darkened as he turned off the terminal screen. He was filled with endless anger towards that idiot intruder. Drinking his favorite Gata coffee, eating his favorite Caspian caviar, and saying that his biscuits were spoiled, Tai Ziyuan quickly walked back to the lounge. After a moment of silence, he picked up the pen and habitually wrote his reply at the bottom of the white paper. Read. Young Master, I didn't know that the principal was attending a meeting at the Ministry of Education. It seems that the First Military Academy is preparing to visit Linhai University Town. I'll definitely make him give an explanation. Butler Jean lowered his head to hide his nervousness. He felt a lingering fear whenever he thought about how the young master had actually spent tens of minutes alone with an intruder in H1. The test results for the coffee cup and caviar are out. There's no poison. There's also no problem with the pen and paper. Have you found out the identity of the intruder? Under the afternoon sun, Tai Ziyuan, who had just woken up, seemed to be in better spirits than usual. He tried to ask as calmly as possible. Chapter 69. H1's central control computer strangely gave the answer that the information was confidential. However, after accessing the school's surveillance equipment, the Special Task Force found out that this person was called Su Lu. Butler Jean continued, and according to the results of the family investigation, this person entered Yua University last year because Professor Jean recommended him. Professor Jean? The designer of H1? Tai Ziyuan was slightly taken aback and asked, so it was him. No wonder that student could enter H1. Does that student know my identity? He didn't know that the principal was a cautious person. This kind of problem shouldn't have occurred. When mentioning the principal of Yua University, there was not much respect in Butler Jin's tone. Tai Ziyuan was silent for a moment. He thought about the intruder who had eaten his caviar last night. He thought about the trespasser's extremely lackluster taste, and especially about that empty coffee cup. He had indirectly touched that person's mouth. Tai Ziyuan felt extremely angry in his heart, but he did not reveal any of it on his face. He calmly mocked, cautious? I don't see it. Tai Ziyuan did not care about the principal of Yua University. He did not even respect the designer of H1. It was only because his parents used to know each other in this university, and because his parents had a good relationship with the principal and Professor Jean that he did not show too much indifference in front of Butler Jean. He did not know that the principal had gone to the special regional capital to participate in an impromptu meeting with the Ministry of Education. The problem of the intruder could not be dealt with properly for the time being. Tai Ziyuan suddenly remembered what Butler Jean had just said. The First Military Academy was visiting Yua University? He frowned. He smelled a hint of flattery that he did not like. The Tai family had been at the top of human society for too long. It was so long that Tai Ziyuan sometimes could not remember the history of the family clearly. 37 constitutional years ago, the Tai family had ended their rule over human society. Since then, no matter how the political system changed until the Federation was established 600 years ago, they had always maintained certain very important traditions. Similar to the traditions of these great families, the major military academies of the Federation had actually appeared before the recent Federation system. Since ancient times, the descendants of the Tai family had all studied at the first military academy. This was a tradition that was recognized by both sides. The only exception was the previous Tai family head 20 years ago. Unexpectedly, he chose Yue University. Because the previous head of the Tai family, Tai Ziyuan's father, was a person with a strong literary background, and had no interest in political, military, and economic matters. He had been very little in his life when he was alive, so the first was shocked and disappointed, but also reluctantly accepted this reality. The problem was, now that the future head of the Tai family had once again started to study and experience human society, he had once again given up on the first military academy and chose Yue University. This made the elders of the first military academy feel humiliated. They did not understand what the high and mighty Tai family was thinking. Presumably, the upcoming visit had something to do with Tai Ziyuan, who was hiding in Yue University. Butler Jean saw that the young master was deep in thought, and very keenly guessed what he was thinking. He softly explained, "We haven't found out where the first military academy got the news from yet. It's possible that they guessed it. After all, there are many powerful people in the first military academy. Back then they watched with their own eyes as their father chose Yue University. He didn't want them to attract any trouble just because they wanted to get close to him. Moreover, his mother seemed to have casually said after dinner that Zhou looked like a girl with a buttocks and should be easy to bear." Although Tai Ziyuan was very uncomfortable with his mother's tone, he also knew that if Yuzi had become one of the possible targets in his mother's eyes, then there would be a lot of trouble if Butler Jean secretly did something for him. "Keep what happened last night a secret." Tai Ziyuan tapped the information about Sulu lightly with his fingertips and said in a serious tone, "Don't let my family know. I don't want my mother to worry about such trivial matters." Butler Jean hesitated for a moment before agreeing, then said, "Young master, you can't enter Area H1 before you revoke the access rights of that student called Su Lu. You don't have to worry about me. Since he's a student recommended by Professor Jean, I don't think my mother will be worried even if she knows." Tai Ziyuan said, "Tell those special task force agents to stay away as well. I'm having trouble breathing if they keep following me around. I'm a prisoner in this villa anyway, but I can't always be watched by the guards." The special task force agents are Mr. President's goodwill to Madam. Before Butler Jean could finish, Tai Ziyuan frowned. "Kufu, that idiot is definitely going to step down next year. Does he expect my mother to help him stay in office? President Kufu isn't that ambitious. He only hopes to enter the Golden Foundation after he steps down." Butler Jean took over the topic naturally and said seriously, "Madam will meet with Councilman Pabre tomorrow to discuss matters regarding next year's election. Pabre is someone that both my mother and I admire very much." Tai Ziyuan was silent for a moment before saying, "But the more you admire him, the more disappointed my mother will be. How could an upright and outstanding politician be willing to be influenced by those families and tycoons? Perhaps Madam will offer a very attractive price. Then both parties can only reach some kind of compromise at most." Tai Ziyuan didn't want to think about these troublesome things that a 17-year-old teenager shouldn't be thinking about, so he walked up to the bedroom on the second floor. The sky outside was gradually darkening. After resting for a while, he prepared to enter H1 as usual. He didn't want his mother to know about this matter. Firstly, he needed some privacy and freedom of his own. Secondly, he subconsciously didn't want his mother to know that Professor Jean was still alive. As for Sulu, he didn't care about him at all. In the eyes of this noble young master, that intruder was just an extremely lucky retired soldier who had an extremely disgusting taste in life. Perhaps he was a little interesting? Tai Ziyuan, who was going upstairs, had a mischievous smile on his face. The most expensive food Sulu had ever eaten in his life was probably the buffalo he had slaughtered with his own hands. Of course, he couldn't say that he had high taste in life. The precious Caspian Sea caviar on his tongue was just a very disgusting taste, like the taste of rotten salted egg yolks. Moreover, the size of the caviar made it even more disgusting. His taste buds were completely unable to adapt to those small explosions, which was why he had reminded that classmate on the paper. "Your biscuit seemed to have gone bad." That night, Sula still couldn't sleep. His experiment in H1 had ended in failure. When he used the mysterious power in his body to operate the mecha, he didn't show the same level of strength as the uncle. He wasn't sure if it was because of his own ability, or if he had taken the wrong path. However, that small possibility still kept him thinking and excited. He kept thinking, if it weren't for the fact that his fingertips were trembling so violently that they destroyed the two control screens, would he really have discovered something wonderful? Besides that, what he thought about the most was that he had secretly eaten someone else's supper last night. He felt very ashamed, because taking without asking was considered stealing. Although he had brought Li Wei to steal from the cafe owner before, he had returned it that very night. Sulu decided to bring some supper to that classmate today as compensation. He just didn't know if the other party would still be staying up late tonight. What he wanted to experiment was the relationship between mecha control and the power in his body. That mysterious trembling in his body definitely couldn't be known to anyone else. For safety reasons, Sulu might enter H1 during the day and wait in the gatehouse until late at night when no one spoke. Only then would he carry that slightly whitened backpack and head to a remote area of Pear Blossom University in the dark. Before entering the room on the right, Sulu first walked into the lounge. Seeing the large study character on the paper, he couldn't help but laugh out loud, thinking to himself that this classmate was quite an interesting person. Seeing that the table was still filled with hot coffee and biscuits, Sulu quickly averted his gaze. He was really choking on these biscuits. Putting down the bag of soy milk and deep-fried dough cake, Sulu glanced at the tightly shut door, and then walked into his own room. Chapter 70. His backpack was stuffed full of small self-powered repair tools, a large number of components, and standard high-intensity holographic screen chips. All of these things had been ordered online, costing Sulu more than 10,000 yuan. Fortunately, the logistics industry of the Federation was exceptionally developed nowadays, and these things were not controlled goods. Without wasting any time, he prepared to fix the two holographic screens he had broken last night. However, when he walked behind the holographic screen terminals, he found that the holographic screen fragments he had carefully piled up were already gone. Putting down the heavy backpack in surprise, Sulu scratched his head and climbed up the gangway ladder to the M prototype mecha's operation cabin. He was rather happy to find the two holographic screens beside his hands. Currently in an extremely good mood, he could not help but feel even more grateful towards UA University, but what he did not know was that these two holographic screens had been replaced by Butler Jean, who was in charge of the cleanup of Area H1. Although Butler Jean was always the only person by the side of the young master of the Tai family, in reality, this personal butler led 5 small teams, numbering as many as 60 professionals, to provide comprehensive service to Tai Ziyuan alone. Replacing 2 holographic screens within a single day was truly too easy a task. Sulu naturally could not have guessed that he was basking in the glory of an important person, enjoying the highest level of logistics service of the Federation. At this time he was already seated in the operation cabin, beginning his level 6 training. However, tonight he was exceptionally careful, consciously controlling the intensity of the trembling or heat flow in his body. Very strange, truly very strange. Faced with the increasing speed of light and color on the holographic screens, Sulu's eyes did not blink, engraving all of it into his mind. Then, with a single thought, a channel seemed to suddenly appear in the muscles and nerves of his body, and the trembling or heat flow would follow that channel, faithfully and rapidly transmitting his thoughts to his fingertips. From there they would move rapidly across the holographic screens, entering command after command. However, it was still embarrassing. His best time of 11.8 seconds was 0.1 seconds better than last night's. Could this even be considered improvement? Drenched in sweat, Sulu sat limply in his seat, sweat dripping down from his wet black hair. His fingers were trembling uncontrollably from overexertion. This trembling was purely a side effect of exhaustion, and there was nothing strange about it at all. Sulu sat thoughtfully in the belly of the mecha's operation cabin, recalling the uncle's every move in the valley, his fingers imitating those movements he had seen before. Suddenly, he stood up and looked from the side of the mecha's compartment, and could not help but whistle. It looked like there were indeed some differences between the blueprints and reality. Although those data wiring and sensor devices were indeed under the mecha's protection, they were not isolated from the alloy mecha's controls. Vaguely, Sulu had a general understanding of how Uncle Feng Yu's pair of magical hands had been able to control the mecha's movements just from the surface of the mecha. It was probably the trembling in the body that could leave the human body to form some sort of electrical current or data flow, passing through the surface of the alloy mecha to enter the mecha's data transmission lines. This was a whimsical idea. The human body was not a generator, nor was it a sensor. How could it possibly use electrical current or data flow to communicate with a machine? But other than that, Sulu really had no way of explaining the ability the uncle had once displayed. Sulu sat back down in his chair, once again sinking into a long period of thought. If he wanted to prove his conjecture, prove that the trembling in the body could be converted into a fixed frequency wave under certain circumstances, and even be able to control mecha, then he would need to enter the Federation's top laboratories. A year had already passed. The trembling in Su Li's body that could suddenly erupt with tremendous power had already seeped under his skin, no longer attracting attention. Instead, it had become some sort of slightly numbing heat flow, circulating endlessly along a certain channel in his body. But this had little to do with him operating the touch screen, unless he could get his hands on a mecha full-body sensor control console that had long since been phased out. Sulu wiped away the sweat on his forehead, enjoying the clean breeze that continuously flowed in from around the control console. It was said that the current M52 series was even more comfortable to control, but he was already very satisfied. In the cool breeze, he stared blankly at his slightly trembling hands. He did not know how to release that heat flow from his body beyond his skin, much less use this power to control the three major systems of his mecha. But no matter how slow a person was at this time, he would know that the 10 movements that Uncle Boss had taught him back then were a kind of mysterious and powerful ability. He stared blankly at his hands and suddenly felt afraid. He felt that if this continued, he was afraid that he would no longer be himself but would become a machine. But he didn't know whether it was a killing machine or something else. But so what if he was afraid? That intense curiosity and thirst for the unknown continued to spur him on. He continued to fumble around on this path without a teacher, completely forgetting his original intention of only wanting to repair mecha. More and more, he sank deeper and deeper into the endless boundaries of mecha and his own body. What did the Uncle Boss mean when he said the number one machine back then? Exhausted but energized, Sulu walked out of the room. A whole new world had already opened up before him. His mind was filled with an excitement that did not match the fatigue of his body at all. Faced with this kind of mysterious and unknown world, perhaps some people would be afraid and some would avoid it. But for Sulu, he only excitedly waited for what might happen in the future. The door of the opposite room was still tightly shut. The excellent soundproofing of Area H1 was silent. Only the green light beside the door indicated that there was someone inside. From the hot coffee and spoiled biscuits in the lounge, Sulu knew that this unknown companion was the same person from last night. He looked curiously at the door, thinking to himself that it was already so late. Other than himself, there was actually someone else who could not sleep for 2 consecutive nights? It was because his mind was always occupied by those strange and incomprehensible things. Where was the person inside? His growling stomach reminded him that he was in a state of extreme hunger. Sulu walked into the lounge with a bitter face, wolfing down his soy milk and youtiao. Then he began to look at the soy milk and youtiao that he originally brought for that person with green eyes. At this time, Sulu had already confirmed that every time he used the trembling power in his body, he would fall into a state of hunger. It was like this when he broke the plastic rope to escape in Donglin district, and it was also like this when he practiced in the gatehouse every night. Especially after 2 nights of repetitive and boring high-intensity training in Area H1, his spirit was stretched to the extreme, and his hunger had reached an unprecedented level. This little bit of soy milk and youtiao was really not enough to fill his stomach. He muttered a few words in a low voice as if he was apologizing to the air. Then he picked up a piece of youtiao cake and swallowed it quickly. But he was still not satisfied. He stared at the little food on the table, pursed his lips and smiled embarrassedly. He quietly picked up the cup of coffee. The coffee was gone but the caviar was still there. That tasteless person really came. Tai Ziyuan, who was sweating all over, stared at the table in the lounge unhappily. He saw the soy milk and a piece of greasy paste in the paper bag that gave him a headache. He picked up the paper and saw that there was handwriting on it again. "I'm sorry, I didn't bring enough food today. I'm really hungry, so I only left you a piece of deep-fried dough cake and drank your coffee. But it seems that you have been suffering from insomnia recently. It's better to drink less coffee, hee. Tai Ziyuan looked at the last 2 words on the note, and a smirking face seemed to flash in front of his eyes. He should have been angry, but he didn't know why he smiled bitterly instead. Tai Ziyuan took out the soy milk and the youtiao cake from the paper bag. Suddenly he was lost in thought. If it was someone who wanted to harm him, they could put ordinary food for more than 20 days, and randomly choose a day to put poison. As long as they could make him lose his vigilance, what couldn't they do? He silently looked at the soy milk and the thing called the youtiao cake in his hand. Suddenly, a fierce expression flashed across his face, as if he had decided to take the most dangerous gamble in his life. He frowned and drank the soy milk as if he was drinking poison. Then he ate the deep-fried dough cake and sat on the chair in the lounge. He was in a daze for a long time. After a long time, he whispered to himself, "Deep-fried dough cake? It seems to taste okay." Suddenly, Tai Ziyuan lost interest in his favorite caviar cake. His eyes flashed with a trace of gentleness. After thinking for a while, he picked up the pen and wrote his reply on the paper. Stingy. After finishing this action, which even he felt was incomparably childish, Tai Ziyuan subconsciously walked to the room and began to look at Su Li's training data. Even he didn't know why he was so interested in this intruder. As expected, the duration of level 6 was still around 11 seconds. Tai Ziyuan thought sarcastically that this guy was really an idiot. Just as he was about to turn around and leave, his eyebrows furrowed. He had a feeling that the rows of data didn't seem to match up. "Young master, the results of Hospital 1 are out." Butler Jean looked at Tai Ziyuan with some concern. He was in charge of cleaning up Area H1, so he naturally knew the handwriting left on the white paper. However, without the young master's permission, he didn't dare to touch it. He lowered his head and reported, "After the laboratory there identified these data, they believe that these data were fabricated." Fabricated? Tai Ziyuan turned off the TV on the wall and frowned. He didn't understand what was going on. It was obviously that idiot's training data, so why did the experts of First Military Academy come to the conclusion that it was fabricated? Since there was a problem with the data, he had no interest in paying any more attention to that idiot. He was also not worried about whether some expert from some faction had disguised himself as a novice to get close to him. This was because an impersonator could only pretend to have a slower reaction speed, not create such a ridiculous neural reaction speed out of thin air. "Right, Uncle Jean, tonight, prepare a pot of coffee." Tai Ziyuan suddenly thought of something very important. Frowning, he said, 2 cups. Sulu did indeed have nerves that were much stronger than the average person's. If it had been someone else, when they were young and found out that their boss was a fugitive from the military, they would have definitely fled the control room or the repair shop long ago and reported it to the government, trembling all over. However, Sulu did not. If it had been someone else, if they were caught by the military special forces and had several black muzzles pointed at them, they would definitely be scared to the point of peeing their pants and telling the government about Uncle Jin's whereabouts. However, Sulu did not do so. If it had been someone else, when they found out that the glory of the charter throughout the Federation couldn't shine on them, and when they found out that they could implant a new chip into the back of their neck, they would definitely be scared witless. However, Sulu still did not do so. Perhaps it was because he had seen too many strange things in his short 18 years of life, so when he found out that the mysterious power in his body seemed to be more mysterious than he had imagined, he did not panic or feel uneasy at all. Instead, he felt a faint sense of excitement and desire. It was not a desire for power, but a desire for the unknown. He only knew all of this, accepted all of this, and bravely faced all of this. Furthermore, he faced all of this with such optimism. Even though he was still a fugitive from society, he was still happily and healthily working, studying, and living in Ua University. He had friends, female friends, a study partner that he never saw every night, and something that he was most interested in, something that he was willing to sacrifice his sweat and time for. Of course, this was to describe Su Li's personality. It had nothing to do with the conclusion that the First Military Academy came up with after reviewing the data from Area H1. Sulu knew that in this world, there were already people who had studied his nerves and thought that the data was very crazy. If he were to examine the data himself, he could easily come up with the most realistic conclusion. In this world, there was no one whose nerve reaction and transmission speed was fast enough to catch up with the sun. Sulu could and Fengyu could not. The reason why his pathetically slow hand speed could exceed the speed of the screen was because when the light and color on the screen entered his eyes and was calculated in his brain, they were not transmitted to his hands through the nerve bundles of the spinal column and the nerve cells. After the brain made the calculation, the reaction should be following the path of the strange tremors and heat flow in his body. If the nerve bundles in the human body were the widest 12-lane highway in the outskirts of the capital special district, Then the path in Su Li's body that could not be found in an autopsy was like the established space path between galaxies. There was no end, only direction, no speed limit, only vastness. In the following few nights of learning and experimentation, Su Lu also gradually experienced the beauty of this strange control method. He was so engrossed in it that he could not extricate himself. At level 6, his endurance time also grew longer and longer, from 11.8 seconds to 17 seconds. Other than the constant battle with the M prototype mecha, Su Lu also had one more thing on his mind these past few days. He found that the classmate next door seemed to have the same insomnia problem as himself. Although they had not met yet, the two of them seemed to be separated by a corridor, communicating through the supper. Later on, Su Lu prepared ample portions of food such as scallion pancakes and roasted sweet potatoes. These natural foods were actually not easy to find these days, and they were not cheap either. However, Su Lu had been having extra meals every night for the past 6 months. He never got tired of looking for supper and was very familiar with it, so there was not a single night where he had the same meal. Tonight, he had brought over roasted lamb chops. Of course, it was synthetic mutton. Looking at the pot of coffee and the pitifully small plate of biscuits in the lounge, he could not help but smile. He thought to himself, that person called me a stingy person, but in fact I am the stingy one. How can I have enough biscuits with so little? Later on he finally discovered the strangeness of those caviar biscuits and also knew how expensive they were, but he still did not like them. Su Lu very naturally poured himself a cup of hot coffee, and then hummed the theme song of Channel 23's longevity drama as he sashayed into his room. He and Tai Ziyuan, whose name he did not know, seemed to have some kind of tacit understanding. After the two of them entered Area H1, they would always turn right, never left, and never disturb each other. Su Lu was already used to this kind of night. He sat on the M-series prototype and began to concentrate on his practice. Occasionally in between practice he would lift his feet up and rest on the alloy frame by the cockpit door. He would drink his hot coffee while looking at the high ceiling and thinking about random things. For example, he was thinking today, if he could find a complete simulation system and connect the sensors directly to the surface of his skin, would it allow the mech to operate faster? This was just a thought. Those systems that were judged to have no future had been eliminated decades ago. Su Lu was quite lucky to have seen one in the garbage hold of the ancient clock, but where could he find one in this university? A sudden voice in the cockpit woke Su Lu from his thoughts. The cup of coffee in his hand almost fell to the ground a few meters away. Is the coffee good? An emotionless voice came from the speaker in the cockpit. Su Lu was stunned for a long time before he reacted. He had been in H1 for many nights and had not heard or seen anyone other than himself. He had not heard any other voice. He looked at the light screen prompt and confirmed that it was an internal call from H1. He immediately guessed who the voice belonged to. He subconsciously raised his coffee cup towards the speaker and said with a smile, "Are the onion pancakes good? I saw that you didn't leave any for me yesterday." The voice on the other side paused for a moment, as if not used to this kind of conversation. After a while, the voice said softly, "Is it too boring to practice alone? Do you want to try it online?" Su Lu was stunned and scratched his wet hair. He had never seen the person in the other room before, so he was naturally curious. Although he didn't take the initiative to try to open the door in order to keep his secret, after several days of coffee and supper, he felt that he wasn't unfamiliar with the other party. More importantly, these days of practice made him realize that he seemed to be getting more and more interested in piloting mecha. He also felt that his level was improving a little too quickly. It was just that he lacked a real comparison, so he was not sure how good he was. Looking for a beating? Come on then. Su Lu put the coffee cup beside him and clenched his fist. The voice on the other side paused for a moment, as if it did not expect Su Lu to say such ridiculous words. There was a hint of seriousness in the voice. There are not many people who dare to speak to me like this. With this kind of identity, Tai Ziyuan didn't have any real friends since he was young. When he hid his identity and studied in a primary school directly affiliated to the Federation in the capital, he got to know the Zhou family siblings. However, when the Zhou family guessed his identity, everything changed. No matter how noble Tai Ziyuan's identity was, no matter how prominent his family background was, he was still a 17-year-old youth. He was currently suffering through the torment of adolescence, suppressing his rebellious impulses under pressure, using impeccable appearance and dignity to bury his hot-blooded impulses. Everyone who had experienced youth knew that hot-bloodedness was the hardest to suppress. That was why Tai Ziyuan had chosen to roar to the heavens in the empty H1 district, even though his roar was a little choppy and unaccustomed to it. He had never fought before and no one had dared to hit him. He wanted to find the feeling of a real, human, and today he seemed to have found a little bit of it because that fallen mecha always stood up once again. That stubborn but also that smiling face like a roly-poly toy that always had its lips curled up. It was very interesting to hit it. Picking up the packed lamb chop in the resting room, Tai Ziyuan smiled as he drank a cup of coffee, stuffed a caviar into his mouth, and added a new line on the piece of white paper that was already filled with many lines. He walked back to his villa from H1 district. He didn't know if it was because he had used up too much energy, but he slept exceptionally well that night. When Sulu walked out of the room, he noticed that more than half of the supper on the table was gone. He raised his knife-like eyebrows. After so many days, this was the first time that person left before him. He walked to the table and picked up the piece of white paper, only to see a line written on it, "The lamb chop tastes good. This is the first time that kid praised me for the supper I worked so hard to get, right?" Sulu rubbed his head a little angrily, thinking that even if he beat me, he doesn't have to be so smug. But for some reason, looking at the line of "tastes good," Sulu felt a little happy. He picked up the pen and wrote his reply on the piece of paper. "What's so good about synthetic lamb chop? I'll find a chance to get you some wild lamb." When Sulu wrote this sentence, he suddenly remembered that a year ago on the spaceship, he had made a similar promise to that little girl. He couldn't help but feel a little emotional. A year had passed. How much did that smart and cute little girl grow up? Would she still hate eating like before? The next day, when Tai Ziyuan saw the words on the piece of paper, he couldn't help but slightly curl his lips into a smile. The wildlife protection law was indeed very strict, and it wasn't that easy to eat it. But for him it was nothing. However, Tai Ziyuan was very self-disciplined in life and never touched it. He replied on the piece of paper, "I don't like it. Get me 2 of those pancakes on the night of the 17th. It's deep-fried pancakes." Sulu looked at the piece of paper and shook his head, replying, "No problem. Since you are a tasteless person who doesn't know how to eat caviar pancakes, why did you eat all of them?" Tai Ziyuan angrily left a message. "I just found out that it's such an expensive thing, of course I have to eat more. I brought you so many days of food, I can't lose out, right? Besides, this kind of thing always needs to be cultivated. If I eat a few more, maybe I won't think that it's bad food? A man shouldn't be so stingy. I'll bring you some roasted red potatoes tomorrow. I want 3. I originally wanted to wait for you to come out today, but I didn't expect you to leave so early. I'm not interested in meeting you." Time passed as the lines of words on the piece of white paper extended downwards. Occasionally, at night, these 2 young men would speak a few words through the communication device and arrange for the mock battle. As for the type and quantity of supper, as well as the childish behavior of haggling over every ounce, it was still recorded on the piece of white paper. They probably both thought that it was very interesting. They still hadn't met. Sulu had once made this request, but since the other party wasn't willing, he let it go. "That piece of paper is almost full now. I'm really curious, why is that kid's insomnia so bad?" In the cafeteria at noon, Sulu ate with a spoon while talking to the girl opposite him. Recently he had gotten used to this kind of work and rest schedule, and he rarely went to H area during the day, so the time to eat and talk with Zhang Xiaoming had returned to the beginning. There were fewer strange looks coming from all around, because the separation of young men and women was a common occurrence in this school. Sulu, a poor student, had a miraculous performance in Professor Zhou's class, which gave him a lot of points, so there were fewer people who felt indignant for Zhang Xiaoming. Sulu knew what kind of relationship he had with Zhang Xiaoming. He just subconsciously liked sitting across from this girl who was as pure as water. It felt like clear spring water that refreshed his heart. But when he was facing Zhang Xiaoming, he felt very nervous, and this kind of nervousness made him feel very uneasy. Could it be the legendary thing? However, at this time Zhang Xiaoming was in a daze. Her clear eyes had a touch of melancholy, and she looked at the autumn scene outside the cafeteria through the lens of her black-rimmed glasses. She didn't pay attention to what Sulu said, and it was the information she missed that she would regret very much in the near future. The tips of the trees on campus were slightly yellow, and the autumn wind kept swaying them. The sky through the black-rimmed glasses on Zhang Xiaoming's nose swayed gently, and the people who looked at her couldn't help but want to fall into the sky. Sulu stared at her in a daze, feeling empty in his heart, but also full, sour, and sweet. He didn't understand why there was an indescribable feeling under Xiaoming's calm appearance, as if she could disappear at any time. Sulu liked the idea that the opposite side of the cafeteria table could become empty at any time. The dance is starting next week. Zhang Xiaoming suddenly turned her head, smiled and said to him, "You've been busy recently and I don't know what you've been busy with. There's no class tomorrow, so let's go out and buy clothes." Sulu nodded and was about to say something when Zhang Xiaoming lowered her head and said softly, "Of course we'll use your money, don't worry about anything." Chapter 73. The university town was located in the north of the capital planet. Other than the harsh winter weather, most of the time the sun would rise too early, making it difficult for people to adapt. At 6 in the morning, Zhang Xiaoming woke up from her sleep. She fumbled around to put on the black-framed glasses that never left her side. She stretched her body and looked at the beautiful Rose River outside the window. The clear river water and the slightly yellow trees in the autumn made her fall into deep thought. Although she had returned to S1, her heart was still in S2. She served Senator Macklin and had her own missions and responsibilities. When she returned to UA University last year, her most important mission was to get close to the mysterious young man with the codename Prince. She also wanted to try to establish a good relationship between Senator Macklin and the head of the 7 families, the Tai family. The wireless network that was spread throughout the Federation allowed her to receive the senator's orders at any time. However, she had been back at UA University for more than half a year, and the black-framed glasses had never been activated. Her life was so peaceful that she almost forgot her true identity. Until the day before yesterday, a message appeared on the black-framed glasses. The senator informed her that they had confirmed that the target was indeed studying at UA University, but they were unable to find out where he lived. However, according to the intelligence, the target would definitely attend the Double Moon Festival ball next week. Senator Macklin directly gave her a sincere order through his subordinates. She had to find a way to get close to the prince at the ball and create a positive atmosphere before the other forces. The autumn scenery outside the window was so beautiful, and Zhang Xiaoming's mood was so cold. The information about the prince was not detailed, but the most important point had already pointed her in the right direction. A young man who could tolerate the temper of the eldest daughter of the Zhou family, a young man who had been disciplined since young, would definitely have a rebellious impulse. He was especially curious about love. Well, then what about my love? Zhang Xiaoming was just a young girl under the age of 20. She had also fantasized about her future countless times, about her own love. However, the autumn scenery outside the window gradually turned into a face that was always squinting, filled with sincerity, kindness, and tolerance. Zhang Xiaoming laughed self-deprecatingly. Sulu was too honest. Bruce Scholar, a staunch supporter of George Carlin's theories and the best interpreters in society, believed that love in this world was just like a fist. It was also divided into sizes. The love between a man and a woman as well as the love of family was very beautiful, but none of these could compare to the deepest and most lasting love for the entire human race, for the Federation. For the great love of the world he had to sacrifice his little love. Zhang Xiaoming stood in front of the window and gradually clenched her fists. The world she saw through the glass was always different. Perhaps it was more realistic or perhaps it was more fake. Zhang Xiaoming seemed to see those comrades who persisted in resisting the Federation in Mountain S2 in order to seek a fairer future. She seemed to see those citizens who constantly struggled at the bottom of society and wasted their lives. She also saw those politicians who held most of the power and shamelessly manipulated elections, as well as the tycoons and families behind those politicians. There were too many injustices in the world. Getting in touch with the Tai family that imposed the injustices on the world was just a means. Zhang Xiaoming's pure heart floated in the pure sky. She was willing to sacrifice everything for the sake of eradicating the unfairness of this world under the leadership of Senator Macklin, including the love that hadn't even had the chance to sprout. However, before the love that hadn't had time to start turned into ashes, she should still have time to enjoy it to her heart's content one last time. She should give a warm response to the young man and leave behind a memory, although the ending of this memory would definitely be sad. Zhang Xiaoming's fists gradually loosened. She resolutely took off the black-rimmed glasses on the bridge of her nose and put them into a password-locked metal drawer. Then she spread her black hair and carefully began to dress herself up. In the early morning at the back entrance of UA University, in the cold autumn wind, Sulu looked at the girl in front of him wearing a sky-blue spaghetti-strap dress. He couldn't believe his eyes. He wasn't surprised that Zhang Xiaoming would wear so little in such cold weather. Instead, it was the first time he realized that Zhang Xiaoming could actually be so beautiful. Whether it was on the bus at the airport, at the dining table in the cafeteria, or on the track in the sports field, Sulu saw that Zhang Xiaoming always wore a pair of black-rimmed glasses on her nose. The other students were probably the same. It seemed that no one knew what Zhang Xiaoming looked like without her glasses. Zhang Xiaoming, who wore glasses, was quiet and innocent. But at this moment, Zhang Xiaoming, who took off her glasses, was like a different person. Her bright eyes had a charming smile. Her eyes, which were not filtered by the glasses, were very moving, as if they could speak. She had no makeup on her face, picturesque eyebrows, cute lips, and a sky-blue spaghetti strap dress that exposed her slender white neck and a small piece of skin in front of her chest, exuding a youthful aura. It was very attractive and mesmerizing. "Do I look good?" Zhang Xiaoming tilted her head slightly and blinked her eyes cutely. She stared at Su Li's slightly embarrassed face and playfully tugged at the hem of her sky-blue dress. It was obvious that she was preparing to give herself one last day of freedom and recklessness. She was preparing to give a relatively beautiful ending to those hidden feelings that had yet to be revealed. Zhang Xiaoming, who had let go of her feelings, was no longer the same as before. Instead, she looked a lot cuter, a lot more cheerful, and a lot more adorable. She was more like the girl who was resentful and angry because someone stole her puppy biscuit. Sulu also felt that Zhang Xiaoming's mood today was different from usual, but this difference was what he liked. In order to cover up the awkwardness of his silence, he coughed twice and walked up to her. He said sincerely, "Very beautiful." Although he said it was very beautiful, Su Li's hands acted as if they did not listen to his command. He took the short windbreaker from Zhang Xiaoming's elbow and mechanically draped it over her body. He said, "It's cold, wear more." This had nothing to do with the cold or heat. It was purely the youth's nature causing trouble. Although Su Lu and Zhang Xiaoming had not had anything to do with each other until now, that vague feeling had been slowly and sweetly fermenting. Out of instinct, Su Lu did not want other men to see Zhang Xiaoming's exposed shoulders. Zhang Xiaoming also sensed something and whispered, "Stingy." After saying this, Zhang Xiaoming very naturally hooked her arm around Su Li's elbow. Half of Su Li's body suddenly turned to stone. He moved his feet a little uncoordinated. The autumn wind suddenly had a hint of spring charm, making his face feel a little hot. The shopping trip ended quickly. At least Su Lu, who was considered a middle-class person, did not get the supercilious looks of the shop assistants. Although Zhang Xiaoming also bought a few sets of clothes, she was not as picky as the average girl. She chose to pay for them and pack them up. After doing all this, the young couple began to shop in the busiest area of Linhai. They walked and walked like this, hand in hand like a couple in love. "We didn't hold hands." Sulu accurately judged what he should do now. Could this be a date? Things seemed to be developing a little too quickly. However, the soft body beside him and the light fragrance made his heart a little flustered. After walking for about 7 kilometers on the streets of Linhai, Su Lu and Zhang Xiaoming's arms dropped by 7 centimeters. The two of them looked straight ahead, pretending not to notice this difficult and long 7-centimeter drop. At this time, Zhang Xiaoming's hand was already holding Su Li's forearm as if they were not touching. Her eyes flashed with a hint of a smile, thinking that Su Lu was really an honest guy. "I'm hungry. Let's go eat." After walking along the stone path of the Rose River for another half an hour, Su Lu suddenly said something very seriously. Then, his right hand held Zhang Xiaoming's soft and slightly cold hand as if it was a matter of course, and he pulled her towards a restaurant by the street. His hand was sweaty. "There should be a lot of rumors about me in school." Zhang Xiaoming sat across from him at the table, carefully cutting the black pepper steak. She lowered her head and asked, "Do you have any thoughts? Are you asking me to praise you and then confess?" At this time, Su Lu also lowered his head, carefully cutting the synthetic beef that was too uniform in terms of meat fiber. He thought to himself, but what he said was another sentence. "I don't think you care much about what other people think." Zhang Xiaoming raised her head slightly in surprise. A trace of a lonely smile appeared on her face. She said softly, "A lot of people think that I'm a childish, unrealistic, naive and ridiculous woman. They think that I would actually give up my studies and run to District S2 for my so-called ideals." Sulu was stunned. But today, such a beautiful girl was about to make him believe. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference. as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.